Dear viewers, we are back live for a political session. The race for 2022 is taking shape. We've seen today Deputy President William Samoei Ruto was in Kisii. We have seen four things happened. One, he landed with his chopper on a building. He landed with a chopper on a building. Two, the rains showered his rallies, and he decided to stand in the rain and continue addressing the crowd. Three, we saw some youths chanting ODM slogans. Yeah, and then and then four, we saw that he was heavily protected by the wreck squad. So the rest of 2022 is taking shape, and politicians are really jostling for the votes. While Ruto was in Kisii, Baba was in Garissa. We also see quite a number of people are attending the session. We also have seen he has gone live on one of the radio stations in Garissa to talk to the people. So you are welcome to give your views on the politics that is shaping up for 2022. Rubia, how are you, my brother?
My network is bad one.
Nani ananyonga network yako? So Andrea says sasa hapa ndio tunapenda. Yeah, there are those who love politics. We will always give you the session so that you can have a platform to air your political views. Oscar Lusimbo says baba. Huyo ni mtu ya baba. Nasri anasema we are used to him. There is nothing good he has ever done for us. UDA all the way. Okay. Nasri anasema he is used to baba. Douglas Osinyo anasema Kisii ni kawaida ya mvua kunyesha bwana. Ya mvua kunyesha ni kawaida, na mtu kusimama kwa mvua sio kawaida. It's news, so it was news. Yeah, you have a right to take shelter, or you can choose to be rained on. So he decided to create news, so he decided to be rained on. There are those who see that as a first time happening. There are those who say that there was a time also Uhuru was addressing political rally in rain. We also saw Bobby Wine being rained on as he was addressing the rally. So it can be news to some people, it may not be news to other people. And most hustlers, being rained on is nothing because they work. Sometimes even we used to be rained on, you are in the farm, you are rained on, you are looking after cattle, you are rained on, you are...
I don't know whether it's your network or mine, but...
You just can't hear me?
I can hear you in staccato, so I don't know whether it's your network or mine.
You are very clear, so I don't know.
Now you are clear, but ulikuwa unakatika, yeah.
Okay, sorry for that. Yeah, can you proceed? Let me just give your opinion.
Imerudi tena. Yuko katika imerudi tena.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay.
I think you have a network problem.
Yeah. Unanipata? Hello?
Can you check on your network, please? It's not good.
Yeah, can you proceed as I work on my network?
I can't hear you.
Okay. Hello? Without earphones, you can hear me?
I can't hear you.
Can you?
Your network, I don't know whether it's your network that has got a problem. Mine is okay.
Yes, you can't hear me? Ruben is saying that I'm okay on the comment section. He can hear me well.
No, I can't hear you well.
Me, I
Or
can
it's my
hear you
network.
well. I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah,
I can
I
hear
was saying,
you, but saa zingine uko sawa, saa zingine unakatika.
yeah, I
Or let
think
me
it,
log out and log in again.
okay. Yeah, let me continue to share comments as Rubia works on his network because I think my network iko sawa. Douglas says Wekesa ni wewe. Sio Wekesa ni wewe. So Douglas says challenge ni network ya Rubia, so let him work on his network. Florence Majengo says sisi tuko tu na baba mpaka kieleweke. Abdikadir says Raila Amolo is the man to watch. Anthony Nicholas anasema sisi tunawapata nyote, so I think the network is okay. Elijah Matehe says that tunampata wote kabisa. Douglas anasema Wekesa unasikika vizuri, sawa. So Fabian anasema it is Rupia's internet, sisi tunawapata safi. Karura anasema watching from Muthaika ward. Okay, watu wa Muthaika mko poa. Fred pia anasema your voices are okay. Ruto ako poa. Wekesa share the link. Oh yes, I need to share the link, people to join. I had shared up there, but let me just redo it so that those who are accessing now, maybe it has been overlapped with comments so that they can quickly join. Okay. Yeah. LM anasema Ruto tosha. Osman Abdul anasema where is the link? I've shared the link. Just join. Yusta anasema you are clear. I don't know why the man is complaining. Okay, it's just I think sometimes hii network inakuanga na mambo, watu wanaweza kuwa wanakusikia na wewe mwenyewe hujisikii. Okay. Elijah says Ruto for president. Antonio says William will win the sympathy vote, but look of things. Haya, ameachia hapo. Mariana anasema baba Tibim. Haya. Wanjala anasema tunakupata poa. Ruben Kariuki anasema according to you. Okay. I don't know who is answering. I've shared the link now. You can join the conversation. I think there's a network problem. My link is not being projected on the comment section. Let me reshare again. Yeah, now the link has come. The link has now come. Okay, Kelvin anasema Ruto all the way. Fred Anyona anasema Kisii, we are rocked with Baba unless we will not unless he will not be on the voting list. So Ayona anasema huko ni kwa Baba Kisii. Kigen anasema life must continue for whomever became the fifth. So Gigen is not worried whether it is Ruto who will be president or Raila. Maisha inaendelea kama kawaida. I think that attitude pia is good because kuna watu wanafikiria dunia inaisha Raila akikuwa president ama Ruto akikuwa president. Dunia haiisha, tutaendelea tu. Kuntai Dan anasema I think he wanted to mean tuned in from Germany. Alafu ni mtu wa Ruto. Geoffrey anasema Ruto. Okay. How are you, my brother? Elijah. Ama network bado ni shida. How are you, my brother? Elijah. Okay, Maureen anasema Baba tosha. Elijah, if you want to talk, you unmute first, and then you can talk to us. Elijah. Ray anasema Raila oye. Okay, Frank, you're welcome. Frank, how are you? Frank, how are you? You are on mute.
I'm on mute. I'm fine. Ulikuwa mute.
Yeah, sawa. Now you are okay. Baba yes. Alikuwa Garissa. I think he's still there because I've seen him on one of the radio stations. So he's still in Garissa. Ruto was in Kisii. Naona aliland kwa building bwana. Ni maajabu kwa nini? Tuambie.
Kisii. Yes, nimesikia Ruto alikuwa
Kisii. Did you stop him from landing on the ground? You wanted him to land on the building.
The ground was hostile. Ground ilikuwa hostile and the Kisii sisi ni watu ODM. So hii shenanigans ya kutuletea that unataka kutuletea wheelbarrow. Hata ukiangalia some videos zenye zinatembea online, I want to congratulate my boys wenye walifanya kazi mzuri leo kuambia William Ruto live ya kwamba Kisii belongs to ODM and the Kisii belongs to Raila Odinga. So hizo videos zimetembea sana tangu asubuhi na hao vijana walifanya kazi mzuri. Si hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa expect. Ambia mtu ukweli. Kama mtu ni shetani, mwambie wewe ni shetani. Kama mtu ni mwizi, mwambie ni mwizi kwa macho yake. Na vijana walisimama wakaambia William Ruto hapa Kisii ni ngome ya Raila Odinga. Tuko na unfinished business with Raila Odinga. Hatuchamalizana na Raila Odinga, bado tuko ndani ya ODM na bado tuko ndani ya Raila Odinga. Na 2022 Kisii County, all Kisii region. You know my brother, unaona hii mambo ya that Ruto alikuwa Kisii, of course alikuwa Kisii, alikuwa amelala huku na some boys wenye wanachita ni Spana boys kutoka Kisii, akina Selvena Sosoro, akina Anthony Kibagendi, huyo jamaa anachita hippopotamus, huyo anakaa kama anaitwa Josh Mangi, the deputy governor of Kisii County. Tukuje nani tena, huyu Omingo Magara and some boys wenye wanakaa kwa ile group ya wash. Ukikuja akina Saidi Chada, akina Don Bosco Gichana, unaona hiyo group yenye William Ruto anatembea nayo ni ile group ya wash kutoka Kisii. Ukiangalia wash Kisii ama Kenya mzima ilianza na Kisii, ilianzia Kisii, akina Don Bosco ndio walianza hiyo group, na hiyo group ndio William Ruto anatembea nayo. Then you expect that then you expect the next government yenye kuna kina Don Bosco kijana would deliver to Kenyans. Kisii tulisimama imara, tukamkaribisha. Hatuko tunataka ile kisarakazi tutukimbishe ama nini. Maybe alikuwa amerudia kuchukua kiatu yake. Unajua William Ruto aliacha kiatu yake hapa Kisii 207 Nyamarambe. Alikuwa ameanguka ndege tu hivi akarudishwa juu, kiatu ikabaki. Maybe ndiye alikuwa amekuja kuchukua. We don't know, but tulimwambia ukweli, Kisii belongs to Raila Odinga, na sisi tuko bado na biashara ambayo haijaisha na Raila Odinga. So the message was clear. Hata anyeshewa vile alinyeshewa akasimama. Unajua wewe ukanyeshewa kwa mvua, William Ruto ako na ugonjwa. Wewe ukanyeshewa kwa mvua na unajua immune yako iko chini, then you expect that mvua ya Kisii kunyeshea hautatoka na malaria. Hiyo malaria itamgonga, maybe apelekwe na Netherlands kwa msichana wake aende kupone huko.
Okay, you are done.
Unanipata? Yes,
yeah, I'm
yes.
getting you.
Yeah.
Your network is okay ama bado uko na issue?
It's okay. I think my browser had a problem. I had installed another browser, Phoenix, and it was giving me a lot of problems. But now I'm okay.
Rubia, why did we land that way?
What are you saying? Just come. I beg your pardon?
Why did we land that way on a building?
In fact, I'm still getting the information. I don't have any information from Kisii. I just heard that Ruto was in Kisii. Akanyeshewa huko. Nimeona mapicha, but I don't know what he talked about there. So let me just wacha nikae tu kidogo, because I've collected something from my friend here, and then I will talk.
Let's have Abdul. How are you? Yeah, I see my friend BG Games ana complain, anasema Wekesa Masalao ametenga to run this show for once. Amekuwa dynasty. Where are you? Come, I give you the show. In fact, sometimes inachoka. I need hata sijakula sapa. Can you come and help me moderate? We need so many moderators. Okay, so let's have Abdul. Ni mimi simsikii Abdul ama ni nini?
Can you hear me?
Abdul, your network is bad. Rubia, unamsikia?
Can you hear me?
Let's try. Wait first. Let's try David Alaro.
Can you?
David Alaro.
Hey, can you? Again.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Hey, can you proceed, David?
Here, it's blue. Yes.
We can't hear him. I think it's network.
Okay.
Can I now proceed?
You as you are stabilized, can you proceed? David still has problems.
Okay, thank you very much. I was reminded, and I saw it somewhere, that I should greet our viewers, and let me take this opportunity to greet everyone that is following and everyone that is on the show. And I think now the political. Can you just mute him? I think now the political landscape is taking shape. To the Kieleweke side, it's okay with them, but to the Tangatanga side, I can see they have lost ground, and they continue to lose ground. Basically because of miscalculation. I didn't actually follow keenly the Garissa and Kisii events today, but from the events that we have seen lately, we saw a lot of intrigues by Raila Odinga in the mountain. So Raila climbing the mountain, and from there he was in Kakamega, and seemingly the ground has changed, because the Tangatanga side had actually believed that if you pull crowds, then you have it. But now, when they went back to Kenol, they were unable to pull that crowd. That is, so I think wameshikwa na baridi. I saw somewhere, and it is true, wameshikwa na baridi. Let me tell you, Bwana Wekesa, I can't read the name of this other guy down here, but let me tell you that Kenya politics, you can never go it alone and make it, because you have seen people going into alliances. The reason why people go into alliances is to get the numbers, because there is a rule or a law that states that you have to get 50 plus 1. And for you to get 50 plus 1, you have to enter into alliances. But if you end up burning bridges and telling off friends who you could easily make alliances with and move on, like the way the deputy president did, I don't think he can make it. I don't think that is the main reason why he's losing. In their calculation was basic and very shallow. If they thought that they would just go to the mountain and actually get into the mountain through the back door and get the numbers and move on, that was their calculation, because they knew that they had ground in central Kenya. But it has turned out to be something else. Now they have to go back to the drawing board and now do the things that they did not plan to do. So you see the desperation of the media, they are using the media to maybe magnify whatever if they do one, they magnify it to two. If they do two, they magnify it to four. So that is the desperation that we are seeing in Tanga right now. But all in all, I've always said here that as Kenyans, we need to move on. We need a liberation. We need a change. Because if we have not gotten certain things like employment in the previous governments, like industrializations in previous governments, call it, there are several things that Kenyans actually need. Because right now, a majority of Kenyans are in poverty just because of misplaced priorities by the government of the day. We have had unemployment for a very long time, and we have been going to elections for a very long time. I think this is the time that Kenyans need to reason, because if we went to elections in 2013 and now we are in 2021, we are still talking about the same problems we had in 2013. So how are elections helping Kenyans? That is a question we need to ask ourselves keenly, that if we elect a leader, they are supposed to, at the end of their period, they're supposed to give us a scorecard and actually tell us how, because we are not able to see how they have actually alleviated poverty, how they have actually created employment. And these are the election promises that are always there whenever we go to elections. So if we elected a Jubilee government for certain things that they have not done, they should tell us, instead of doing that, we did this, and we hope that the next government will do this, because there are areas they touched and there are areas that they did not touch. So as Kenyans, we should ask that, what is the Jubilee scorecard? That is very important. And moving forward, because you see, when President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto went to the office, they went to the office as one, because the government is one. But now it's turning out to be that now there are two sides in the government. There is the side that follows the deputy president and the side that follows the president, which is very wrong for our government. That is why I've always been saying that this thing of deputy president should be scrapped off, and it goes back to vice president. A vice president, so that the president can have full control of the government. Look at this. From 2013, we had William Ruto making a lot of promises on behalf of Jubilee government, of which most of them have not been fulfilled. And now we have the same William Ruto coming with the other promises. If we can actually buy what the deputy president is saying, then we should straight call ourselves fools. Because if he was unable, or they were unable to do what they said in 2013, how can we trust him in 2022 that now he will be able to do that? And that is one person that has actually been having scandal after scandal, scandal after scandal. And these scandals are actually going around corruption, which is the major vice that we have in this country. Corruption cannot allow this country to move on. Corruption cannot allow us to do anything good. Every gain that we try to achieve are all reversed by corruption in government. And we need a government that will lead in the battle or in the war against corruption. We need a president that will fight corruption. We need a government that will place Kenyans' priorities first. That is employment rate. We have a lot of youths who have come from the universities and colleges, and they are not employed up to now. Those people must be employed in one way or the other for our country to move on. We have a lot of resources that are not exploited. We have a lot of our factories, manufacturing companies down. One of them is Mumias. We need a president who can revive Mumias so that we manufacture sugar, so that we can get our youths there or our people there to get employment there. We have a lot of them. I cannot mention all of them. But again, I want to give somebody else the meaning, because I will again come in later to give my contribution. I've
Bukia,
taken
let
a
me
lot of
ask you
time.
one question before you move away. Yeah? We saw the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga say fuel prices will go down next week. Is he speaking with the authority, and from where is he getting the authority to speak that?
That is a wait and see thing, because I actually learned, I did not learn, but I saw the president made some changes in the ministries. One of them is energy, and there are some rumors going on that there was some mismanagement somewhere. So if the prime minister has actually discussed with his friend and brother, the president, then I think he might be talking like that. But it's a wait and see thing, because if we don't get the fuel prices go down this coming week, in fact, it's a good thing for me, because my friend have been fueling my car expensively. Nowadays, I just do 1,000, and that is only 7 liters. It's around 7.1. So I'm affected, and if he says that, I think that is a good thing for me, and I would like it to happen as soon as yesterday. The authority where I get it from, maybe that one I cannot tell. Their way politicians do their things, and then he's also connected. He talks to the president a lot of times, and we are waiting to see.
Okay, thank you. Let's have another person for contribution. Let's have John. How are you, John? John, unmute. Rubia, kindly mute. Rubia, kindly mute. Even Tito. Tito also mute. And entrepreneur. Actually, the only person who remains unmute is the one talking. The rest we mute to avoid echoes. There are echoes when we all unmute. So let's proceed. John, unmute and let's hear what you say. John is talking, but he hasn't muted. Okay, I have unmuted you. Can you proceed now?
Hello. Amber Hada.
Yeah, proceed.
Nasikika?
Yeah, proceed.
Nasikia? Sawa. Me, I have just one question before I proceed. Yes?
Ask.
The first question is, kutoka huyo mwenye ametoka kuongea saa hizi, kuna swali moja umemuuliza vizuri sana. From what point is Raila talking that from what point is Raila making that statement? Hello?
Rubia anataka ujibu hiyo swali ni kama
I think I've answered that the best way I can, and
Does it
That is
mean
the way, that is the best way I can
Okay.
answer that question. Yeah.
from that base nilitaka kuuliza kwa sababu umeargue to the fact that he has some information maybe from inside.
Yeah, proceed.
On the recent cases tuseme za niko na shida moja ya Raila so far. I was his man, but since ameingia kwa government, but the way he has been acting of late haijanifurahisha. Based on what kitu yenye umeongea, of course tumesikia about KEMSA cases. Na KEMSA has been muted too much. Na yeye hajaongea sana, amekuwa akitetea sana. Na hii KEMSA, we from the media and from what we hear is that Ruto is so corrupt. To some extent, we can accept that based on what kitu yenye ako nayo saizi and they never had them. But now, niko na shida moja ya
Let me just interrupt 1 minute. Let me just interrupt. Rubia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rubia.
Yes.
Kindly answer and nisaidie Penny na nani waongee. I'm coming in 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes.
Oh, it's okay.
Sawa. Ndio nataka unijibu swali gani? Mbona of late on some issues in which Ruto is not mentioned, hajakuwa profound on them. Tuliona vile Kimwarel alikuwa so profound, other things amekuwa so profound, but of late kuna vitu zingine haja come out clearly. Why is that so? Now that saizi, according to your last statement, umesema akona ime having information about energy. What is that other information on these other issues? Ama hizi zingine is not interested on finding the information. So that he give us, tumemzoea kama mtu mwenye anatutetea. When things happen, he comes forward to help. But of late, based on the handshake issue, hatujamwona sana akiwa that strong on issues of corruption, other than the last to be done, the Kimwarel thing. Why do you think so?
Thank you very much. I'm unable to see your name, but I would call you with your name.
Yeah, just
and my answer is, you know the timings. When Raila was mentioning the Aror and Kimwerer and the NYS, I think Raila was in opposition.
Good. And
strongly in opposition.
Good.
And what he did was to mention these things, and then the DCI and the relevant authorities would take action.
Good.
So that is his work was just to mention.
Yes. Now,
and
kidogo. My issue is, why is it that saizi the intensity of mentioning them is not as strong as those ones? If you can remember, Kimwarel, he could call a rally, spend like 30 minutes talking of Kimwarel Dam, spend like 30 minutes talking of 20 years of bucket money. But of late, things are happening. He just speaks on Twitter. He just speaks on Facebook. He writes statements on Facebook. But he doesn't address the issue in person. He either talks it in Facebook ama kinjia ingine. Not as common vile tumemzoea.
I think the buck starts and stops with the president.
Mhm.
And when Raila mentioned a scandal in government, he was actually trying to get the attention of the president and the relevant authorities.
Good and
But
well.
right now is close to the president.
What changes?
And hello?
Yes, he's close. Yeah, that's good. Now that he's close to the government,
He's close to the government.
What has
And you
happened?
see, there's a structured way of doing things when you can access the relevant avenues.
But
like now, he can access the president and discuss.
But we
and then
haven't seen the progress.
At the end of the day,
Yes.
it is the DPP and the DCI to investigate and take action. So even if he doesn't mention now, but it was mentioned. It was mentioned by, I think, the auditors, and that is the right people who should be mentioning them. And
let's be realistic. What's the work of our opposition? It doesn't need to investigate automatically. The work of the opposition is just to mention, and the intensity at which it mentions something, the more pressure it puts to the government. That's why, let's say, the Kumwareldam, our wengine siasa kushikwa, it was based on the pressure. Meaning, most definitely, let's say if Kemsa could have happened when Raila was in opposition, most definitely something could have happened. Let's say like Kawe Saizi, maybe he could have been in court, if not in court, resigned. The way they added the intensity on that corruption, something might have been happening right now. But now, because he's not in opposition, but the fact that he's talking with the president, it means investigations, they're happening while the corrupt are still
let me just tell you something.
Yes.
John,
Yes.
you know, politicians are politicians, and we have the relevant bodies that are supposed to execute these things. And if they are not doing this thing, their job, if they are not doing their job, you know, for a politician would mention, yes, like you are saying, but again, you have to learn that the times have changed, and you cannot take Raila to court anywhere, or you cannot take him to task anywhere, but he did not mention that.
We accept.
Maybe, yes. So we need to get the right thing. The right thing is that the relevant authorities should take up their duties and perform. If they cannot do them, then we are not getting being served right.
I can elaborate for this.
Let Tito Masinde also weigh in, please.
Okay.
Unajua tunaongea juu ya Raila ambaye mmoja tunajua amepikania nchi, ameshughulika, amefanya nini. The only thing, Raila amefika mahali si ati amerelax. But president amemwambia hii nchi tunasaharibu na siku moja na siku mbili. Wacha tuende polepole, turekebishe vitu polepole, tuongee vitu kwa meza. Das Raila amekuja chini, anajua akienda juu mambo mingi inaenda kiharibika kwa sababu ilikuwa shaanza kuharibika. But kumaanisha akienda kwa meza si ati atutetei. Bado Raila anatutetea. Tuko bado na hope na yeye. Ile vitu zinaenda chini ya meza wakiongea kwa boardroom, asipigie president kelele, ndio maana walisalimiana, wakasema wacha kelele, tupange, nchi iendelee. Sio hata kwa serikali, but president asamuinvite wakuje waongee shida iko wapi, watatengeneza wapi. Sasa wakipata shida iko mahali, president mwenyewe ndiye anaongea bila na act na government yake.
Thank you Tito for that answer. Thank you Tito for that answer. Maybe John, if you have a question, you can ask.
No, Tito,
yes.
Rubia.
Yes.
Rubia, before ni kwanza, I thought I should help you on answering that question. Huh?
Yeah.
Raila has categorically said on many media stations that what he was doing in the opposition aliona it was not working because the issue is they were a minority, and you remember even the security laws walipika kelele hata wakamwaka watu maji kwa parliament, but nothing happened. The security laws were passed. So as long as you are minority, you unaweza pika kelele but you are not doing anything. So he changed strategy. And right now, you can I can assure you, between the period Raila was acting aggressively as opposition, how many cases of corruption, even which governor was aliachishwa kazi? Hakuna. But when they are working closely with the government, there's not much noise, but there's things happening. So it's not the noise that is equivalent to work against corruption. It is the strategy. People like Kinasongo, Kinawaititu went home not because opposition was making noise, but the two people agreed that let's fight corruption. In fact, on the other side is that those who are purported to be in government were the one who were supporting people when they were being removed because of issues of corruption. So let's face it, it's not making noise on the streets and that shows that opposition is working. It is agitating for issues that and ensuring that they go up to completion. So if we see one case or two cases are completed, then we say that despite the change of strategy, the purpose has remained. In fact, he wanted the enhancement that you cannot be hostile to government and government accomplishes anything. Right now, that's why when Raila says fuel will come down, he can call president and discuss and asema wananchi wanaumia, let's adjust this. But when you're in opposition, you just make noise. You will make noise, but the government will not do anything. So change of strategy for me, as long as it delivers, it's not the noise. Thank you.
So let me ask one question.
Thank you, Wekesa. I think that question has been amicably answered. So you can continue with your contribution.
Yes,
towards the topic of the day.
Let's imagine the future president becomes in, let's say, Ruto. As we see him, he seems to be a dictator. For example, let's say so. Imagine he's the president and he bets with the opposition. How will Kenya be?
Can you frame your question again, please?
Let's say a dictator comes into government.
Yes.
A dictator person. And probably he goes to handshake with an opposition. Imagine a dictator weighing in bed with the opposition. How will the country function?
I think they are going to bed based on ideologies and
no. Let me tell you. For example,
when they are going to bed, please allow me to answer you. When they are going to bed, there must be issues that they discuss and agree. Unless the opposition that is in of the day is not a real opposition that doesn't want real issues for Kenyans, then they will go and sleep. But hopefully, if we have a good opposition like the one we have today, going to bed with the government and discussing issues, and then things are happening for Kenyans. I think that is what we are looking up to.
Do you think Ruto will be a good opposition?
Yeah, Ruto will be a very good opposition leader. Very good.
Good. But he can't be a president.
I don't think he can make a good president.
Good. Now, you're just contradicting yourself. You say he can't make a good president, but he can be a good opposition leader. And a good opposition leader can have the same ideologies with that of the president. Now, if we can't be a good president, how can we have the same ideologies with the president? It's like saying, yeah, Raila is a good leader, he's the president. Opposition will be Ruto, who you don't believe on his ideologies. Now, how comes he will go to bed with Raila again? It's impossible. Let's
I
continue.
think that time we will not be talking of Ruto's ideologies, but
Might
Raila's
have changed.
ideologies.
Yeah.
So Ruto will just be talking based on the ideologies of Raila's ideologies. That
Mm.
based on your ideology, I think this procedure is wrong. So let's change this procedure to go this way. But at the end of the day, we achieve the desired product. Do you get that? I think if you don't have any contribution towards the topic, then we can go to
Eh,
Penny.
nilipata discussion ilikuwa katikati, sijui topic. I was just arguing based on your comment. Topic ilikuwa gani anyway?
Kesa, can you share the topic, please? It was Raila in Garissa and Ruto in Kisii, and the political landscape.
Niliona Ruto akifukuzwa Kisii, sijui kama ni ukweli ama ni political grounds, but let's go with the
Just
future.
give
Let's
us
wait
your
for the
opinion about Ruto and Raila.
my opinion.
Yes.
My opinion, Raila, I saw him in Garissa. He was arguing it atawaletea maji. Let's hope that those are political games. We know them. Vile Ruto amekuwa na 6 stadiums, vile amekuwa na laptops. Of course, unajua one thing I've always told Kenyans, there are some Kenyans who have been saying that Ruto alisema laptops akuleta, akasema 6 stadiums akuzileta. Ndio nauliza Kenyans, is that thing is always normal to every politician. Hakuna, even from the local level, MPs, MCAs, if don't expect eti Raila akisema he will atawatengenezea this he must do. Of course, it's not a must that he will do. Si lazima eti when someone says this he will do. The last key is these people, at the end, what they talk to the people during the campaign, most of the time, what they manage to accomplish is relatively different. Like the Ruto, they never talked of STR, but says they are campaigning of STR. They never talked of the ports, the what. Walikuwa naongea most of the things was the laptops, stadiums with some things, but now what they have done is totally different. Meaning, at the end of the day, what they tell us is different to what they do. Hapa tu someone who votes. Another thing, kuna kitu moja I was just arguing with someone about corruption cases. It's true. Tutaweza sema Ruto story. Let's not forget Uhuru has also done the same. Raila, we can't charge him. He hasn't been the government that deep. Corruption shouldn't be the base of voting. As much as it will be the basic, but we shouldn't vote someone like Rubia, utauliza tuseme you haven't been corrupt. That's the reason we'll vote you in. It may be you haven't been corrupt because you don't have the power. Personally, I can be corrupt if I get into power. Most Kenyans can still, if they get into power. The basis of corruption, as much as it's very important to charge these politicians, history of doing things should be the basis. Hapo ndio nitazachangia. I can only ask you questions kwa mwenye atauliza tena, ataongea tena.
Let me ask you, Bwana John, where
Good.
are our virtues?
In terms of what?
What you
In
have
terms of
said
what?
is that
Yeah.
what you have said is that we should not elect people based on their corruption record.
Good and well.
That's why I'm
Let me
asking.
ask you.
Huh?
Yes, that's a
Okay,
very good
what do
question.
you think?
That's a very good question. Let me ask you one question. Ruto is corrupt. We shouldn't vote him. Is that okay? Let's accept Uhuru is corrupt. We shouldn't vote him. Is that okay?
Ideally, yeah.
Now, let me ask, if you know Uhuru is corrupt and the Rubia, you are supporting him, are you corrupt?
Okay, I'm
John,
supporting the president
No,
of
just
the day.
wait. Just wait. Just wait.
let me comment something, John.
Yes.
In politics, it's all about the lesser evil. You know, you can have two
Yes.
corrupt
Good.
people.
Okay.
You can have two corrupt people, but now you normally look at the final lesser evil. It's
Okay.
nothing.
Now,
It's
be
nothing to
realistic.
do with that person.
Meaning, you are compromising your values.
It is not a question of compromising
No,
virtues.
I'm just.
These
Let me
people
tell
are
you one
not
thing.
angels. You see, John, much as these people are Bana as if you were and all that, they are not what they portray. We know their characters, we know what they stand for, we know their achievements, you know, we have their history. So when citizens are choosing a leader, it is normally based on the lesser evil. You know,
Okay.
we could
Now,
have two corrupt
meaning,
people because you cannot
let
get
me
perfection. You cannot get
then
perfection in politics. So
let me
we
tell
normally
you.
go for the lesser, who will steal more, you know, who is
John,
Okay.
more,
can we have Penny
yeah.
actually give a contribution?
Let me comment on Penny. Nimalize.
No, you
Let
will
me comment
comment.
on
You
Penny.
will comment. You will comment. Let her actually do a submission. Then we move to, because we move to Tito. Then we will be interacting. We'll have that.
Sinimalize yako.
Okay,
Okay.
the topic of discussion, I was seeing Raila in Garissa and Ruto in Kisii. So is that what you're supposed to comment about? Raila being in Garissa and Ruto being in Kisii?
Yeah, that is the topic. That is
Okay.
it's about vote hunting and about
Okay.
mainly about the two individuals.
Okay, I support vote hunting, and it is within the constitutional right of everyone that is vying for the seat of a president to access any part of this nation to ask for votes, and they should do so in a respectful manner, in a manner that is acceptable. So, Ruto being in Kisii and the incident that happened there, okay, it is also within the constitutional rights of people to show love for whoever they are supporting. But I do not support violence. You know, they should not throw stones. There should be no stones thrown. You know, there should be no use of abusive language and stuff like that. But I think everyone is free to go wherever they want, and they are supposed to ask for votes, and they should also use a lot of wisdom. Yeah, like take the case of what happened to Jimmy Wanjigi in Migori. For me, I think he was also responsible for it, because you cannot be going to a region that is a ODM dominated, and then you're even attempting to change the slogan. You know, for him to have attempted to change the party slogan, I wish he just went there and did his thing, you know, and requested for votes. But you know, the moment you start interfering with other people's slogans and causing confusion, I'm not in support of the violence, but people should be he should have been wiser than that. So when you're holding the violent people responsible for causing the violence, we also hold him responsible, because it's like he incited them. So for me today, Ruto was in Kisii and he was basically is selling his manifesto. I think there was nothing wrong with that. And we can also see that Raila went to Garissa, and he was also able to make promises, which is also very encouraging. And I think both the two rallies were successful according to me, even though for Ruto there was the initial confusion and shouting by some ODM supporters. But I think the whole rally was actually a success, and we actually look forward to more of the rallies. Yeah.
Thank you, Penny. Let us have Tito. You please unmute.
Thank you so much for hosting me from Dubai. For me, from my look of view, everything in politics in Kenya, we have suffered a lot, and we are suffering in the hands of these politicians that we know always they're coming for us when they want to be voted to go in the power. At the same time, we are the one making for them to be king of us, to lead us, to help us, to be our servants. But in real sense, they are not servants for us. It is time for them to eat. It's time for somebody to do this and this. For instance, I've been staying in Nairobi, Huruma. I voted for Margaret Wanjiru she was a bishop. So I think that a bishop will be pure bishop going to make everything good for me, life to change. I'll feel it. I have my MP. Yes, she tried very hard, but at long run, alitupatia mtoto. Ile maisha tuliona yeye kuenda juu kutuachia mtoto, a politician is a politician. Nyani akiingia kwa msitu, usifikirie ati akijipatia msitu atoke Karura aingie sijui forest nyingine aende Nairobi Park ati itakuwa ni nyani amepatia. Hapana, ni ule tu. So saisi tukienda kupiga kura tuta accept shida tuko nazo ni zetu, tuko nazo na hatuwezi epuka, kwa sababu saisi Chimu Wanjika ametokelezea from nowhere na anasakuwa mtu labda wakuja kutuokoa, but wa Kenya tuko wakumu sana, hatuwezi kubali jamaa. Why? He is very fast in our face. Anasikika kwa umbali but hajaingia kwa siasa. But hao watu tawapikia wote wao. Ruto ile mikutano wamekuwa nazo Ruto na Raila zimekuwa successful, yes. Wanakimbia, yes. But kando na maisha yetu tumeishi kutoka pale tulianzia, maisha vile tumewapata tukianza kugrow, ni hiyo mawimbo tunaimba. Hata mimi mtu akiniuliza president wa Uganda ni nani, ningemwambia Moi. Kwa sababu ya nini? Niliishi nikiona Moi 24/7. So Raila nimeishi nikimuona, Ruto amekuja ameingilia, but opposition tunasakuwa nayo, ikuwe mzuri ikuwe mbaya mtakubali, kwa sababu haita kama Raila ataingia opposition yatakuwa automatically ni Ruto. But let's make kuwa opposition mzuri ama kuwa opposition mzuri. Why? Huyo jamaa ako na hasira mingi, huongea vitu mingi, anasa kupromise kwa taka moja vitu 200 na anasafanya kitu moja. Raila anasa kupromise vitu 1000 na anafanya 10. Which nini itakuwa mzuri kwako kuchakua? But Raila mnachukianga Raila, lakini Raila akifika mali akiona Mkenya anakuswa awanga anarudi reverse. Raila amefanya mambo mingi kila mtu akiona kwa maisha yake. Akiona hapa kinaumana na ni watu wangu wanaumia, ana retreat na anarudi chini na ana submit na maisha yanaendelea. Lakini ingekuwa kama ndugu yangu ule mnasema ni hustler na kila mtu hakikishe amefika pale penye yeye anataka. Yeye sio nyinyi, yeye pale anataka. Unaona? Sasa tofauti ya huyu jamaa mzee, baba ako sawa, at least tunamuelewa, anasukumanga vitu, lakini akifika mahali akiona vimekonga ukuta na anaumia kwa njia zingine, watu yake wanaumia, ana retreat. Na ku retreat kumaanisha yeye ako nafasi ya kukubaliana kusave inchi, sio manufaa yake peke yake. Hiyo tumeanza kumsoma hiyo. Unaona? Lakini mwenzetu ule anasakuwa aita president ama akuwe opposition, na wahurumia wa Kenya sana. Mimi sikuji huko, mkimpigia kura mimi sikuji huko. Mkufange peke yenu, mnyanyaswe peke yenu, mlipe ushuru ile. Unajua hata sijui mtakuwa mnaendesha magari wapi. Kwa sababu barabara ataweka maskari kila mahali, na unajua anaongea Kinandi, amusikii. Kwa sababu walikawana na Uhuru serikali. Wakapeana 50-50. Yeye hakuna mtu alishia na yake ilikuwa ni ya watu yake yote, ukienda ofisi zake zilikuwa zinaongea Kinandi. Uhuru ameongeza, amechanganya watu, amechanganya watu. Kama Wamalu amekaa na yeye paka taka sahihi hii Muluya, Wamalu amekaa na yeye paka wa hii sahihi. Wamalu sijui Uhuru this generous. Sasa wanga nasema kana shetani yenye unamjua, ambapo unataka kukaribia shetani yenye hujai muona. Sasa kutrust Ruto is very hard. Hata kama ni youth tunasema ni hustler, but anapita anaruka na mandege akituambia ni hustler. It's okay. Sisi tumetoroka inji tukuje tutafutie watoto wetu, kwa ajili wamefanya maisha yetu imekuwa ngumu. Hatuwezi ishi Kenya. Kenya imetukalia ngumu. Na hata kama imetukalia ngumu kama saa hizi, Kenya inakula wenzake, inakula watu. Why? Usipokuwa hapo wakukule, hawakubali utoke nje kwa urahisi. Kutoka nje ya Kenya utastruggle sana my friend. Kwanza haswa sisi wenye tunatoka kwa maisha yenye yani ya umaskini, kujitoa Kenya utoke ukuje kutafuta kazi nje ni ngumu, kwa sababu unataka ukaa hapo wakikukula. Ukinunua nini, ukinunua sukari wakikukula, ukinunua maunga wakikukula. Sasa unajua hawezi kubali. Na sasa wanatoa ushuru kutoka kwa maisha yetu, na bado tuko na mtu anasanya pesa yote anaenda kuweka kwa mfuko mtu mmoja, akituambia tungangana na maisha. Hakuna mtu mkamilifu Kenya, but tutafute mtu mwenye akona lesi shida mingi, yani ule haesi tuibia hata akitufikisha kwa ukuta, akona utu ndani. But wa Kenya wote ni waisi. Uhuru alisema akiwa sijui alikuwa ameenda sijui country kana akisema wa Kenya ni wakora, ni waisi. Sijui ilikuwa ni Israel. So let us take care. Youth mnapaki hapo, hao wanatoka wanapiga siasa wakitoka polepole, but tukue very careful tukifanya voting. Tujue tunasakiwa watoto wetu wakuja wapate inji ikiwa. Inji isiuzwe, na mkiuza munipatie yangu mnitumie huku Dubai nitumie. At least hata nikikula nijuange nilikula Kenya yangu. Bye nimeenda. Mwenye kuna swali ananiuliza.
Thank you Tito. Thank you Tito. Those are very strong words from Tito. And let me ask you.
Yes.
Are you a voter? And will you vote?
Niko na nimeregister kama voter Huruma Daima. Niko na voting card. Na nilivote ndio nikakuja huku 2017, nikakuja 2018. Bado nikipata chance nasa kuja kuvote. Lakini kama
just tell us your position. Will you vote in 2022?
In case kama niko kwa position na tena navotia baba, si nimevotia baba for a long time, kwa sababu baba yeye ametupakania kwa muda mrefu, na siwezi ficha na siwezi jiweka kando. Baba nataka nimvotie afanye ile kitu anatakanga kufanya kwa maisha yetu. Alikuwa anatuambia atapatia once na atoke na aendange, bali ataenda, bali atuache tukiendelea na mtu mwingine. But baba niko na msampatia yes. Ruto bado na mtauti sijampatia full konzani yangu, na siwezi mtrust Ruto, siwezi mtrust. Niko na vitu vyenye wanga naongea, siwezi mtrust kwa maisha yangu. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Bado nampima.
Thank you very much for John, Penny, and I think for John and Penny, if you have any question you can ask before we go to General Jacob.
Let me ask one question. On the issue of said value, kuna question ya kwanza ulikuwa umeongea value. Kenyans value zetu ziko wapi? Nadhani Penny alikuchipu vizuri sana. Alikuambia we vote for the lesser evil. Sindio?
Yeah.
By voting the lesser evil, our values are done. Meaning, if we are checking on corruption, if someone has stolen 100 billion and the other is 20 billion, we should devalue mtu wa 20 billion tuseme 100 billion kwa sababu ameiba mingi, it shouldn't be. Our virtues are done. Tukikuja kwa sababu hiyo concept ndio Tito amesema hapo vizuri, akasema Kenyans we have one issue. Jimmy Wanjigi can be a good president, but because we don't know him na hajakuanga, we can't vote him, but we'll just vote someone who we know ameiba, but ameiba kidogo, and ignore that person mwenye ameiba mingi. Hivyo Rubia, on mothers of Faju, hizo Kenya we don't have. Let's agree with that. Hiyo nayo hatuna. From the local level. Because if we could,
John,
yes?
John,
Yeah.
it is not our own making that we don't have, we are not virtual.
Good.
But we are actually, we really want to be there.
But
we cannot make it. Because,
let's say, if as John, nimesimama, na niko na ideas, or a pen or someone else, will you vote me in?
And you have ideas?
Yes.
First of all, we categorize you as a politician. Then we have to know.
Good.
We know very well that a politician is a politician.
A politician, good.
So we have to know you.
How?
Before we know you, my friend, forget.
Okay, John, I think the principle of having been around also, you must have been in the system. You see, Jimmy Wanjigi could be the angel that we do not know, but I think it would be very difficult for him to convince. It would be very difficult for him to convince people to vote for him, because if you look even at the principle of the Bible, when they were replacing the disciple, when they were replacing Judas, they had to look for someone who had been with them for some time. So for Wanjigi, he needs to run for probably a gubernatorial seat so that people can gauge him. Unaona? Haizi tu toka kwa nyumba ati wewe unataka kuwa president.
But it's also
very good.
You can't just come out of the blue that you want to be a president, you want to be a leader. You must be someone who has been proven and tested.
I think Penny. Yeah. There is nothing Jimmy Wanjigi is selling. There are no ideas. He's just saying forget what. Is that really selling? Can we buy that? Can we buy forget what?
And he's actually other people's plans.
Yes. I think it really needs to be answered straight. I see him going in circles when he's talking about everybody is corrupt. There's nothing like everybody is corrupt. Every corruption case is dealt individually. And the issue is, they normally say in a kingdom of blind people, kuna mtu ako na echoes kindly. Wale watu nimeweka backstage, kindly mute first and then I return you, because you echoes destroy the flow of the conversation. So I'm saying in a kingdom of blind people, a person with one eye is appointed to be a leader. Let me repeat, in a kingdom of blind people, a person with an eye is appointed to be a leader. At least he can see something. When you look at the statements of, in fact, we have not sanctified anybody and we said they are very perfect. But when you look at the statements and the motive and the actions, one leader came on television and said that corruption cannot stop somebody from being a leader. Another one says that if I'm given chance, I will fight corruption. Kibaki tried, he never finished corruption, yes, but we give him credit. This thing you should try. Even when Jesus came on earth to save mankind, he ended up with only 12 disciples. But we cannot discredit what he did. Even those 12 disciples are the ones who have caused the change over a period of time. So change is gradual, my friend. You don't expect corruption to be shut down like switching off steamer off and on. But it's a lifetime process that we must engage on. That's why we talk about there are countries whose democracy is 200 years and there are countries whose democracy is 50 years. We are not at the same level. But the worst thing is to give up and say that because a majority of Kenyans are corrupt, so we can point anybody. The issue is, even if you have issues, are you heading us in the right direction? But if you if you talk like you don't care, even when you go to apply for a job and you seem like you don't care, then nobody will give you that job. But even when you are struggling, they see you have not met criteria, but you have the right attitude towards the job, you will be given the job. So let's judge the leaders by what they stand for. There is issues of corruption. There are people who don't stand for anything, and the corruption cases are there. That's what we are saying. But this idea, our friends from Tangatanga have been using that script to neutralize everything, that everybody is corrupt, so what? We say that even in a gang of robbers, when they go to steal, they will still look for a trusted robber to carry the loot. They are levels, and people are not at the same level. They will still believe that this guy akibeba kila mtu atapata, na huyo akienda nayo ataponyoka nayo yote. So there are levels in this world. Even when we talk about education, there are levels. When we go to about law, there are levels. Then when you say that we are losing our values, is it not even in the Constitution? When we took people to Hague, they did not say that these people didn't have a problem. They said that they don't meet the threshold. So there's levels, which means it's threshold. You have committed a crime, yes, but it doesn't reach the threshold for international court. It doesn't mean that you never committed any crime. There are levels at which you cannot take Rubia to ICC, but it doesn't mean that Rubia didn't commit a crime. It only says that in ICC there is a criteria. Just as for you, when we say you can have passed the exam, but they tell you that entry exam to university is at this grade. So you are cut off, not because you are stupid, but that is the threshold. So we are talking about threshold even in terms of fighting corruption. There should be a threshold. If somebody has outrightly, even in the Bible, there is levels of sin. There is sin and there is what we call wickedness. Wickedness is just you are completely aware of Saidika. There are those who sin and they come back and ask for forgiveness. But there are those who are declared wicked, they will never change. That is their DNA. So can you give us a break for telling us that everybody is doing it? Let's discuss individual corruption case at one at a time. Thank you.
Sawa. I agree that nimekubaliana na wewe.
Can we respond to that?
Sawa.
Okay, John, there's also something that John had said, that it is very usual for our politicians to come and promise things, and out of the things that they promise, they do not deliver anything. So I think there's a failure on the side of the citizens of the Wananchi. We should learn to hold our leaders accountable. There is no way someone is coming in the broad daylight and shouting about things like stadium, laptops, and jobs, and then you come this time round, you're promising the bottom up, and people are not asking you what happened to the stadiums, what happened to the laptops, and you don't even have the courtesy of explaining. You just want to take excuses and say that someone kuna huyu mtu alitutembelea, that's an excuse. As a leader, they are supposed to take responsibility and not give excuses. So I think we should hold our leaders accountable.
Thank you very much, Penny. Thank you very much. Let us have the next person called Yakub. Is it General? Can you actually say something? The topic of today is about Raila in Garissa and Ruto in Kisii. They are looking for votes. Just unmute, please. You are mute. You are mute. Unmute.
Hello? Are you getting me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you now.
Yes. Let me first answer Penny before I chip in on Raila and Ruto. Ruto. You see, people are blaming William Ruto. Maybe he had pledged something like stadium, laptops, and whatever. We have seen a governor like Oparanya. Oparanya has built a very good stadium. We have seen one that was being done here in Dandora by Sonko. See, these counties receive a lot of money. Where does this money go? Maybe Ruto was just giving away, like a teacher giving an example that we can build this, and this. So people should stop blaming William Ruto. Ruto, I think what Ruto was just saying that when given opportunity, we can do this and this. What has stopped governors like my governor Jamong has done nothing, so we still blame Ruto because the governor has done nothing, and yet he receives money every financial year. On Ruto and Raila,
let me correct you, please. Ruto said that in 6 months' time, the stadium in Kamareng, which is historical, will be complete. He did not actually indicate that we should be building stadium, but he said there were 6 stadiums that were supposed to be completed by the Jubilee government, which are not completed now. So the statement you are giving is wrong.
He was very
Do you understand what I'm saying? What is wrong today?
It was specific.
What is wrong today? You as a father, when you say, I want my son to have this house or this kind of a car, and in real sense, when you facilitate that car, you will get it. So what I'm trying to say is that William Ruto, what Ruto said was that we will have these stadiums, but where will money come from? Who is the head of government? See, it is this money that these guys get roaming about. You see somebody like the Garissa governor is investing in Sili instead of investing in Northeastern. So do you blame Ruto on that?
I think we'll have another forum to discuss the governors, but I just wanted to inform you that the information you are giving us was wrong because Ruto was specific.
I also want to comment, please.
He's now promising the bottom up. He's now promising the bottom up. So when assuming that he succeeds to be the president next year, 2022, and then after 5 years, maybe there'll still be no jobs and stuff like that. So are we in a position where we cannot ask him because you'll be saying that he just promised? So these people will just be making promises with no accountability. They'll keep saying things and nobody is holding them accountable. They should also think about the promises they make because it erodes their integrity.
Yes, Penny. Now, on bottom-up economy model that we are perpetuating to have is that when we create government 2022 by God's will, now William Ruto will be the head of government. And William Ruto has said clearly that we will channel another, like now we are giving 100 million to CDF. His government is pledging to have 30 billion to go to now to the constituency level. So this 30 billion will be injected to these small businesses. So it will be a government priority.
Lakini wacha niulize Yakub kwanza before I end up a bottom up. He's just confusing us. Wacha tumuulize one question at a time. Amesema he's confusing us. Amesema like Ruto promised, then governors to implement. Penny is here. If I promise to marry Penny, somebody can marry her on my behalf.
You see,
What?
marriage and
What are
government.
you using?
How does
No,
government work?
the logic is the same.
Information.
The
I
logic
need
is the
to
same, our
comment,
journalist.
please, host.
You cannot, a national, county government cannot implement what a national government has promised. Each has its own budget. It
Make me
has its
understand.
own budget.
Make me understand.
Each
Host.
has its own budget.
Sorry. Make me
National
understand.
government and the county government have their own budget.
Yes.
Kindly.
Make me understand. How
I'll
Oparanya.
make you understand, host.
Make me understand how Governor Oparanya Sonko tried here. Joe has won,
Because
and we have
their
another one.
own promises.
How did they manage to build?
Oparanya's
How did they?
promise, Skia, you don't generalize. Oparanya's promise is his promise, and when he fulfills, it does not have to be the same promise as Ojamong. Maybe the need in Kakamega is different from the need in Busia. And by the way, the county government budgets are not done by governors alone, but they are done by the county government budget committee. So if that is not a priority in that county, don't tell us that because Ruto has promised now Jamong should implement it. It doesn't make you know you are taking us for a ride, and you are making us look like we are not reasoning.
Wekeza ambie huyo jamaa, wekeza ambie huyo jamaa kaa hapa ngoje Wilparo aendelee na maisha yake, wanampromise. Tumezoea.
I want to comment something, host. Am I allowed?
Tumezoea.
Rubia, give others people to comment.
Allow me to comment a bit, please.
Yes. Who is that? Who is talking?
Anan.
What is your name?
Anan.
Yeah, you proceed.
Yes, I want to comment about something that our friend has just said now about these promises that we have been given and has not been fulfilled. The Ruto that this man is talking about, in 2013, he said that from 2013 to 2017, he and Uhuru were learning the government smoothly. And these promises that they were making, in fact, if I remember well, he made a promise at Kasarani that each and every year, youths would be employed 1 million jobs per year. 1 million jobs. For those 5 years, I think there was no interruption because he is giving an excuse of the second term of the handshake. Now, from 2013 to 2017, there was no interruption of handshake. Can the man who is supporting this man Ruto tell me how many jobs he created during that period? Because in the 5 years, we had expected him to create, or the government to create, at least 5 million jobs, of which, if those jobs were to be created, it could have impacted so many people. We have seen so many Kenyans here suffering, youths. People are finishing university. They are outside here. Yeah. Number two, when you are talking about bottom-up economy, yes, I don't even understand. Now, let us take an example. He has said that he is going to give 100 million to mamambogas, to border borders. How is that really reality of that? How did that happen? Let us take an example. The youths in Kenya who are supposed to be employed and are unemployed, they are around 22 million. How much money could he give each individual to start his or her own business? Number three, for Ruto to come and tell us that he is going to fix this country. What has he done for the first 9 years in power? Remember, when he was choosing the cabinet, this thing is all over the social media. When he was choosing the cabinet, he chose the cabinet from the same ethnicity. not considering the Kenyan demographic nini space. We have all tribes, but he tried to, and not even one from one ethnicity, from one legion. Let us call it, not live. Even the president himself confessed that 2 billion are lost each and every, I don't know, a day. And you remember, look at these ministries that he allocated himself. Look at the Minister of Energy, billions, even in the news talk of yesterday or today, that billions were being sunken from the energy ministry, and it was being led by his man from Ketel. So can you tell me how Ruto can go and fix corruption while his men are corrupt and he himself is corrupt? And I want an answer from you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Wacha niongezee.
Let me start from. Let me answer that one. Then you'll chip in another one. Let me answer you from your last question. I'm starting from the last question on corruption. I think Kenya has institutions. You know the problem with Kenyans, we prosecute people in public media and court media. We have institutions that ACC, but ACC is there, DCI are there, DPP is there, but these people, they prosecute William Ruto on social media. What? Nobody has filed even a case, single one, about William Ruto. We had a case with Rotich. Rotich is out of office. We had a case with the chairman of Kenya Pipeline. He's out of office. We had a case with the Kenya Power. The guy is out of office. Who has blocked these guys from taking these guys to court? Nobody. Two, Kenyans believe that when you are aligned to a certain political line, nobody will take you to court. For instance, Mumia's company. Who brought Mumia's down? It is Evans Kidero. Who has ever prosecuted Evans Kidero? Nobody, because he's aligned to a certain political affiliation. So when we stop politicizing everything, that when I'm corrupt, I'm supposed to be this. I'm supposed to be aligned with government. Look at COVID-19. Who are the COVID millionaires? They are known. Nobody has even recorded a statement. But we are very quick in judging William Ruto on the social media. William Ruto does not run the government. The constitution says the deputy president. So
My
just
dear brother, before you finish, let me rectify a bit. Let me rectify a point there. Let me rectify a point. You have said that one point that I want to rectify there, that William Ruto does not lead the government. The 2010 constitution, when we went to vote, it was adjoined. In fact, there was a name of William Ruto on the ballot.
Let me answer you.
So meaning these people a bit. So meaning the government was formed by two people. Remember 2013 it was 50-50.
He's on a point of order. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, let me answer you. The constitution states very clearly, the deputy president is assistant of the president. Principal assistant. Make me understand the meaning of the word. Principal assistant. When your boss does not assign you duty, what do you have to do? Two, your boss has a right to tell you this is right, this is wrong. So the president, this corruption you are talking about is the president himself who is keeping this corruption in this government. Let him wake up, let him crack the whip. So when the president will crack the whip, we will not see these things you are calling corruption everywhere corruption. Two, there's a guy there singing about wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow is a symbol. I can tell you, I can affirm from myself, I was selling milk in my village in Nambale. Let me just clarify that wheelbarrow issue.
Please, I'm the moderator and I'm guiding you. There's a point you said about Rotich and CEO Kenya Power. These people are in court, and there is a connection between them and the deputy president. So get that right. And I want you to get to answer the questions that was asked by this guy. I can't see his name. Forget, leave alone the wheelbarrow thing. You will come to it later.
Which was the question?
I think this guy in Marvin, he asked, I think, around 3 questions.
I'm Anan.
Ashamjibu.
Anan, maybe you can
Anan, yes.
remind me of the second question because he started with the last one.
Nadhani alizijibu.
Hello.
Oh, he has
Yes.
answered all the
Hello.
I
questions.
think I have answered all of them.
Alijibu.
He has
Mimi,
not.
let me
Did you
just
answer
comment.
Okay,
them?
let's go to the next person. Let's go to the next person who is
Let me
this
comment
guy.
on that. Let me comment on that.
Can you? It's okay. Briefly for 1 minute.
Kuna this man in Marvin mwenye
I'm
anasema
Anan.
ya Ananda mwenye unasema eti Uhuru and Ruto were elected at one kama mtu moja. Good and well. If they were elected kama mtu moja, why do they have different views? For example, in BBI, mbona wako na views different?
Yes, I want to answer you that question in this way. Very easy. Number one, the constitution of the 2010 constitution stipulates clearly that the president, in fact, the deputy president has the security tenure, meaning the president cannot fire the deputy president. Unlike the previous constitution, whereby if you differ in opinion with the president had the powers to revoke or to choose another vice president. In fact, by then we had the vice president. But before 2010 constitution, the deputy president, they were elected at, I don't know whether to use the joint or what, but they were the name of the president and the deputy president were on the ballot paper. The one ticket, that is. Meaning the person that you choose as your assistant principal, you should share something. And we have come to know that the interest of this William Ruto was not the interest of the Kenyans. Why? Because you remember, in fact, let us not bury our heads in the sand and forget what happened during the first years of William Ruto. William Ruto today is coming as a hustler nation. Yes, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain this.
I didn't want that one. I didn't want that one. You are going too far. Let's spare some time for others to communicate.
Yes, I want to answer why they differed.
No, okay, let us have between these two guys at the bottom. Who came first? The guy who has blocked himself is. We are not going to give you a chance to speak. You have to show your face. So
Hello.
between
let us finish the conversation with Nini Anan.
No,
yes.
No, I don't think it's going the right direction. Please, just
it's on the right direction.
It is.
Post.
This so guy in a jacket, please.
Hello. How are you guys?
We are fine.
Yeah, so I have just been listening to you guys, and I like the way this conversation is going, and the way Kenya is moving forward. And in terms of campaigns, I like the way these two front runners are campaigning. But one guy seems to be like lying to Kenyans in broad daylight, and Kenya, they seem to like wanashangilia sana, wanashangilia, and it's really disgusting to hear someone lying to Kenyans in broad daylight. In the last 5 years or 10 years, he lied to us that he's going to give us 1 million jobs for the youth. He lied to us that he's going to build.
Excuse me, Penny. Penny, can you moderate the show? I'm leaving. Are you hearing me?
Yes,
Peli,
yes,
Peli.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
moderate
Okay.
the show, please. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, can I continue? Hello.
Yes, we are
Yes,
getting
you
you.
can continue. You can continue.
Yeah, I was saying this guy, he lied to us that he was going to give us 6 stadiums. He lied to us that he's going to give us 1 million jobs. He lied to Kenyans many things. And the sad part is that people are watu wanashangilia this guy, watu wana watu some few people wanashangilia and they don't want to hear anything you saying anything about this guy. So it's really disgusting to give this guy a space and to give this guy a vote. Kenyans need to change when it comes to such people. Uh, and yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And maybe you guys can ask questions. And as for before I finish, and as for Baba, I think this is his time. I will give him my second vote. I woke up 5 o'clock in the morning in 2017 and gave him my vote, and unfortunately, he did not get the seat. But this time round, I'm still going to give him my vote because I believe in what he talks about. He's talking about Build Kenya initiative. He's talking about people using Kenyan-made products. This other guy is just promising us things that he's in government. Why doesn't he do such things at this moment? Mbona anangoja mpaka achaguliwe hiyo mwaka mwingine ambayo inakuja? Hiyo inamaanisha anatudanganya hapa na sisi bado tunaendelea kumsikiza. You can see even in Kisii alifukuzwa wakati alikuwa amepita na hiyo safari yake ya msafara yake, people were heckling him. Watu walikuwa wanasema wanataka ODM and with such kind of woke Kenyans inafaa ikuwe countrywide. I mean this guy should not be allowed to speak even in any public opening. This guy is just lying and it's disgusting and I have finished.
Any question? Temba, you'll help me to moderate, please. Hi,
I think,
Temba.
can I
Yeah, hi
speak?
Penny. But can
Hi.
you'll moderate so that I give my presentation first and then I can moderate. Or I talk right
Okay.
now, then I moderate.
No, there's this one gentleman who was here. I want him to give his contribution, then maybe you'll take up.
Okay, let him you moderate, he
Is
gives
it
his
is
contribution,
it
then
my
I'll take
chance?
over.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes, go on.
okay. I hope I'm clear enough. First and foremost, I really want to congratulate you guys for having a good debate. Despite
There's someone who's hold on. There's someone who is not muted. Kindly let's all mute if you are not talking.
all right. I want to congratulate everyone for actually sparing time to have a chat with each other so that we can have a better Kenya. First and foremost, I came in at some point when I think Wekesa was addressing the forum, and I think he gave a wrong account of the ICC issue in Kenya. He was saying that the cases, or maybe I had him wrong. He was saying that the cases were dropped because they never met the threshold that is needed at the ICC. Uh, and I think that was wrong. The truth is, the cases were never dropped because they never met the threshold. They were confirmed. The charges were confirmed because they met the threshold that is there. So the reason why the cases never continued is because there was a lack of evidence. That's why the cases are pending. They have never been dropped, or there's no reason that they never got the threshold that was needed. And again, Wekesa was addressing the Tanga brigade, saying that we keep saying that everyone is corrupt instead of addressing individual corruption cases. our wish or our say is that we don't want we want an equal prosecution across board of all corruption cases. If they think Rotich is corrupt, and so should be Anne Waiguru. If they think that candidate B is corrupt, so should be candidate C. Cherry picking candidates because they support a certain political wing and taking them to court, trying to drag them in the mud because of their political affiliations is not a fight against corruption, but it's a political fight that will end nowhere. That means if the next government changes, those cases will drop and another hunt will begin of other political players who belong to the other side. So we don't have a corruption war in this country. And as a matter of fact, our president has been saying that he is fighting corruption, and there's some damning reports that are circulating on Twitter currently. And it's good I've seen Bernard here, and I know he has the information about that. There's some information circulating on Twitter, very damning about our president, and I don't want to call him president. He's Mr. Kenyatta for me. So and Penny was Penny. I think you raised some issue concerning Ruto
No. He's the president of the Republic of Kenya.
Yeah, he is.
So let's be respectful.
Yeah,
no. It's not your preference.
No, that's a personal choice. It's not at gunpoint.
No, let's be respectful to our leaders. Let's be respectful to our leaders. We are respectful to Ruto. No, we are respectful to Ruto. We call him the deputy president.
Yeah.
And you don't want Ruto when he becomes president to be disrespected. So kindly, as much as you don't agree with him, he is the president of Kenya, Mr. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Can I continue?
So if we don't agree in that, I don't think this forum is going to serve the best thing. If you all come here, let's agree within that.
Okay, should I explain my answers twice?
No, don't explain that.
No,
just talk. You can talk about other things, but let's respect the leaders.
Yeah, I agree. The president of this country is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, but I prefer calling him Mr. Kenyatta as compared to you who prefer calling him Mr. President, and that is a personal choice. I cannot be taken to court. I cannot be prosecuted over that. So, Penny, you were asking about the promising. Ruto is making promises, but I want to remind you there is also Anne Kenya Okeyo. If that
not Anne.
You guys were saying that Ruto is giving promises currently, and is in government and is not delivering. I think Penny also raised that issue.
Yeah, there's someone who asked about the 1 million jobs that.
Yeah. It was Anand too, I think. Yeah. So there is one thing that you guys need to remember. The deputy president, the deputy president's office is domiciled under the presidency. The deputy president cannot wake up today and start an industry or start working or creating his own things in this government. There is what we call presidency. If Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is not ready to create 1 million jobs, William Ruto cannot wake up and force Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to create 1 million jobs.
Information.
Information. Tantaria is creating jobs. There are industries being generated private that are creating jobs for Kenyans.
Yeah, now
must you be a president to create jobs?
No, now Bernard, you are supporting my cause. What I'm trying to
information.
Say, it is factual. You cannot hold grief for somebody who is abusing office by staying in office and not creating jobs because he's waiting to be president before he creates jobs.
Now,
we have people working under us. We are not presidents. We are not.
On the contrary, what changed? On the contrary, what changed? Probably he did not have any choppers, but at the end of it, we are seeing that he has a lot of choppers. So maybe his interest.
It could have been easier if you allowed me to finish, and then you can grill me or question me.
Can I ask before you finish, please?
I'm responding to some of your questions here, and then you will have your time.
Can I ask you before you continue? One question, please.
Okay.
Yes, I was. You have just said that Ruto is just a deputy president, and I think if we read the constitution, or the government projects are being discussed in the cabinet, and from the cabinet they are being implemented by the ministers, whereby the deputy president is supposed to assist the president, if I'm not wrong.
Underline, is supposed to. Underline,
assist.
Is supposed
yes.
to. So the president is at liberty to solicit support, to solicit evidence, to solicit his from anywhere else. In the last 5 years,
can I finish?
The president, let me answer you before you.
Can I finish?
In the last 5 years, the president has blatantly disagreed to work with his deputy president. So you cannot blame the deputy president for not working.
Can I finish?
With the president. Ask the president why he is not willing to work with his deputy.
Can I finish?
Yeah, you go on.
Yes, we all agree that the deputy president is the principal in deputy president, yani anasaidia president in implementing the government projects. For that we agree. Anasaidia. So the government, what the government implements, Ruto cannot run away from. If the government fails, Ruto is one of those people when you want we will blame for the government failures. If they promised 1 million jobs and they have not delivered, I'm not sparing our president, but I'm including the deputy president because he's the principal. Deputy is the ni mtu mwenye wa juu sana kusaidia the president. If the government projects, like now, he was campaigning.
Okay,
I'm asking, like today, he was saying that tumejenga barabara, tumejenga reli, but he has not talked about we have failed to provide jobs. You see, he is giving himself credit, whereby to some extent, he is saying that the government has done good to some extent when it is favoring him to enter to to campaign for him. But if it comes to failures of this government, the same government is running away. Why should Ruto? We are blaming Ruto for the government failures. If we could have been genuine, he could have said we have not done the 1 million jobs because of APCD. But we know it is about corruption, and if we do away with corruption, those 1 million jobs could have been created. Can Ruto come clean and tell us? Yes.
Okay, now the good thing is you are saying the president, the deputy president is the principal assistant of the president, and the president is at liberty to choose whether to get assistance from the deputy president or not. If I know, and I don't want to repeat this, in the second term, the president decided to work with Raila Odinga and Matiang'i.
Matiang'i.
He gave all the roles to Matiang'i as Matiang'i chairs the cabinet implementation, whatever. I cannot.
What of the 1 million jobs in the first term? What happened? Now that
let me come to that. Let me come to that. There's no single day that William Ruto has ever stood on any podium and denied any failures from 2013 to 2017. And there's no single day you will ever expect a presidential candidate to stand on a podium and say that we failed in delivering the 1 million jobs. So if on delivering on
you're wrong.
I was watching. I've just been checking on.
No, you're wrong. Check your facts.
Penny, just a minute.
Yeah.
Can I chip in?
Just mute a little bit. Let everybody mute.
Okay, let me finish on one thing, Basi, and then concerning Anan.
No,
Anan,
I
you were
just
saying
want
that
I want to
no,
correct you there.
I know you'll come in. You'll come in. Anan, you were asking about the appointments of 2013. You said that William
Yes.
Ruto actually appointed people from his Kalenjin community. If I can, if you can actually check the cabinet from 2013, we didn't have Kalenjins only in that cabinet. We had people like Wamalwa, who is a lawyer. We had people like Amina, who is from northeastern province. We had
Who
people
chose
like
them?
Ngilu,
Who chose
people like
them?
wait, let me I'm going there. People like Ngilu, who is Kamba. We had people like Balala, who is from the coast. I want you to come clean here on this podium tonight and tell me, how sure are you that William Ruto appointed Charles Keter and he was not the one who proposed Ngilu? I want you to
Yes.
tell me on this platform that Balala was appointed by Uhuru Kenyatta and he was never
Yes,
proposed.
I can answer
And
you
before you go on,
all
I
brief.
want to remind you this. If
Okay.
you
Who needs
remember
to
in
give
the
facts
ODM,
as they are.
if you remember, Ruto was
The
working with
list,
Ngilu, Ruto
the
was
list
working
has
with
been
Balala.
purported to have been given by William Ruto. William Ruto has not denied it. Why are you standing here holding brief for him? Has he ever come out and say he's not the one
I'm
that picked
asking
the
you,
people?
have you ever had anybody blame Uhuru for appointing Kikuyus into government?
It
Now,
is not
these
that. It's not that. In fact, this
non-Kikuyus,
getting even for evil
Leonard.
is not accurate, and I don't
Okay,
expect it from you.
let me
As a
ask
young person as
the
you
non.
are, you
No,
need
we are
to
spoiling.
stand
We
on
are
the right
spoiling
side of history.
the man.
If it is
We are
wrong, it's
spoiling
wrong. If
the.
it's right, it's right. You don't balance wrong with wrong and say
No,
because Uhuru
okay. My
did it,
question
now
is,
Ruto is
I was
justified to
asked.
do it.
no. My question was,
Can I answer?
Actually, you should be
which
making
evidence do you have,
contributions.
guys? Which evidence do you have, guys, that the
You are so much
non-Kikuyus
defensive, yet
and non-Kalenjins were appointed by Uhuru and not Ruto?
Atuya,
Which
you are
evidence?
so much on the
Which
defensive
evidence?
instead of making a
Okay.
contribution.
I
No,
think
which
Let's
evidence?
go on. Let's go on to the
Yes.
next person.
Yeah.
We can go to
Please
the
let
next
me answer him
person.
very fast before we leave. Please, I beg.
We are going
No,
to
but
spend
now
time on
you'll
this.
come in later.
Let's
Okay.
go to the
Okay.
next person. Temba, you can make a contribution.
Yeah, I want to make my contribution, but first of all, I want to start by addressing the kind of hollow contribution by one or 2 year, and even this guy called General Yakub, I think. Their sole mandate is to just come and defend and not give any facts. Atuya said, which podium did Ruto sit in and say the government has failed, or someone running? I mean, Ruto went the other day and said that he apologizes that the government has failed the people. And what is the government that is ruling us right now? The government in which Ruto is the deputy president. The government in which we have a president called one Mr. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and a deputy president called one William Samoei Arap Ruto. I mean, that's the government we have right now. And that government is Jubilee government. So if a government has failed us, it is the Jubilee government. You can't wake up one day you are saying that we have built roads. The next time you are saying the government has failed you. What kind of a leader are we bringing out? What kind of a leadership are we transferring to another generation? I think when people come here, even as Atuya and Yakub, you guys are young people. It is you guys who should be standing out there to create a generation of leaders who can be accountable. Right now, you can't sit here as a Yakub and then you start protecting Ruto as a deputy president. You need to be asking him, you told us this and this and this. Why don't we have it? Not giving us other promises, yet even the ones you're supposed to deliver, you haven't delivered. In fact, what we should be doing is getting the scorecard for Jubilee government. So, I mean, coming here and then one person is coming to us, which person has been taken to court. The fact that someone has not been taken to court doesn't mean the person is clean. Which court has Ruto been taken? Western Hotel is in court. They took a land that belongs to civil aviation. They're in court right now. You have not read about Muteshi. Muteshi went for his own land that had been stolen. And someone comes here and tells us that our deputy president has not been taken to court for any corruption case. That is wrong. I think we need to be very fair. We need to call a spade a spade. Where someone has done well, we appreciate them. Where someone has not done well, we need to call them out. And we need to be a generation of young people who can call people out, no matter what party we belong in. Whether you are in ODM, UDA, don't just be too blind to your party that you can be stolen from by the same party and you don't see it. I mean, look at it this way. This person who is coming in to tell you that this wheelbarrow, I heard Yakubia saying that wheelbarrow is, I think Yakubu said, wheelbarrow is a symbol. Ruto has been seen giving wheelbarrow to people at Karen. So if it's a symbol, why call people and give them wheelbarrows? I think we need to be fair to our leaders. We need to hold them accountable. My submission to the topic of the day, because a lot has been said that I think is just some things that are based on emotional, emotional catwalking. You are just being told, brought up emotionally. Someone is not muted. Yeah, you're just coming up with this emotionalities that, oh, Ruto this, Ruto that. But when you're told now facts, you can't give them. I want to say Ruto went to Kisii today and Baba went to Garissa. First of all, I have said this and I'm repeating again. Ruto has succeeded in doing one thing, pushing and putting the country in a political mode. Ruto has been campaigning for 4 years. He has not worked as a deputy president. And then he comes here and he tells us, and some of his surrogates are coming to say that he was not given any job. Then why are you holding that position still? If you feel that you are tired, you cannot work and you cannot work, the best thing, just like someone said, you can't have your cake and eat it. So when you want to eat, when you're going to other places, you say, I'm the deputy president of this country. But now when you want to hold you guys accountable, no, I was not given any work. You can do that. That is immoral. We should be able to call our leaders out. Call him out. Tell him, hey, responsibility and morality demands that if you don't agree with your boss and you think the best thing is that you are not able to work, get out. Otherwise, as a country, we need to hold accountable the government of Jubilee, which Ruto is part of it. We are not going to wait and see, oh, I was not given work. No, we don't give excuses. So in my view, I think that is number one. He succeeded in pulling us into a campaign mode too early. So right now, he's busy saying, instead now someone can come here and tell us, oh, Ruto gave 1K to these people, he gave them 1,000. What makes him not take that money within the government system? We have women, whatever fund, we have youth development fund, this money that you have so much, and you want to create a system. The government has a system. Take that money there. But what do? You want to take it, give people handouts so that they can come here and shout your name. I don't think that's right. We don't want to create a generation of youths that only depend on handouts. That you want to clap for someone who can give you handouts. Remember, if he can buy your votes, he can buy your soul. And if he can buy your soul, you cannot hold him accountable for anything. The person will get in next year and you'll ask them, where is this road? He will give you the same excuses like Penny said. That, oh, you know, it is the county government. You know, it is the constitution. You know, it is parliamentarians. Because right now he's full of excuses. I think if we are to be genuine for our generation and the generation to come, they say he is wise. Who plants a tree and doesn't think of himself enjoying the shade? So if you're planting a tree, if you're going to vote next year, you should not think about you and your stomach. Think about the Kenya and the generation you want to live. Do you want a country of handout seekers or a country of people who can work for themselves and get what they deserve. So I think within the people that Raila is bringing unity to the country. Ruto is working alone. And even today, they were saying, you see, anaitafuta peke yake. We don't want a leader who is coming to say, and he has made that comment before, that why is it that people who did not participate in looking for the country, for the serikali, wamekuja wamenyemelea. Serikali si ya mtu. Serikali si ya Uhuru. Serikali ni ya Kenya. Once you become a president, you are president of Kenya. You bring all Kenyans on board. We don't want someone who will come and say, nimetafuta peke yangu, so he'll be free to do whatever he wants. No. I think, therefore, as I finish, it is important that, yes, we will pull, we'll have parties, but I think as a youth, as a people, you need to think very seriously. We don't want to create a country of handout seekers. We don't want politicians who can buy our hearts and our souls, because next year they will misuse us. That is my submission.
Okay, thank you.
I support you.
There are beautiful people at the bottom, eh? There is Richard. Richard, please make a contribution. Richard, can you hear me? Richard. Richard.
I think he can't.
Okay. These are the gentlemen at the bottom. I can't see the name quite clearly. I don't know his name.
His name is Cliff.
Clifford.
Cliff. He's Cliff, eh?
Clifford.
Oh. Hi, Clifford. We can't hear you.
Unmute and speak, Cliff.
Hello.
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 Can you hear me?
Yes, go
Can
ahead.
you hear
Go
me?
ahead.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, my point is this. But when we are claiming that Ruto is maybe a good deputy president, me, I cannot tear out that. Because when we say that the government has failed, Ruto also has failed because he has been the government also. So when you say Baba aliingia kwa serikali akaharibu maneno, remember Ruto he started campaigning earlier. Then
Well, he has disappeared.
Penny, give me a chance.
Who is that, Wamalwa?
Yes.
Wamalwa, you can make a submission.
Good evening, good afternoon.
Good evening.
Okay. I think the problem we have it's just a few group of individuals who believe that Raila has done anything in this country, who believe Raila is the one to take us to Canaan, who believe that Raila has anything to offer in this country. And if you look the faces at the time and the word the same face they have been using so far, they even not voted this government 2013, 2017. So they are singing the same song, which they have sung from 2013 to 2017. And they are just taking advantage of the relation between the president and his deputy just to demonize deputy president. We are all aware of that. But your vote, you voted the same place, and you will vote the same place where you voted. And your candidate failed terribly. And he has, and millions of Kenyans have a very good reason why they have ever given this man called Raila even a chance to be in the throne of power. And I don't think the same population will think to give him. Just gathering few billionaires and everything, I don't think that thing will help him. We need somebody who have a good history in this country, who is energetic, who have not ever tried to overthrow the government of this country. You may try, you guys may try
Omalwa,
to.
go and put on your own name first before you come back. Number two, if you want to know the history of this country, it's available. We gave you the direction to the National Archives. It's not
You
far
may
from where
try
you
to
are.
sugarcoat him.
There, get the accurate information about the history of this country before you begin to make comments about who has a history in this country.
Reason, Bernard. Let me watch and
Number 3, if he cannot show his face, asipe nafasi ya kuongea. That was the rule today.
No. Let me just
Yeah,
finish.
that was the rule today. No, that was the rule today.
I'm not
show
in a
your
position.
face.
Show your
Okay.
face. Omalwa.
Then you
I'm
go.
not in a position to show my face. Please, please.
Wamalwa is camouflaging as Wamalwa. Let him go put on his name first, bring his face, then we can listen to him.
Please let us not sugarcoat this failure.
It is not sugarcoating.
we are on
You are
darkness.
using
Can we
your
allow him speak?
intelligence by giving us information that you believe in. This parroting of things you have heard from politicians is not adding value, even to a candidate. If you want to support your candidate, get credible information. Say this stands for this, this believes in this, that is why I support it. Not energetic and he has good history. Which history don't we know?
Na asiongee kama haonyeshi sura.
We can go to Magara. Mr. Magara. Mr. Magara, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Make your submission.
Yeah. I love the debate. I've been following it remotely, but I decided to join you guys. I don't have anything to talk about the candidature of Uda because it's built on castles. I don't know whether they are coming to take money from us, and I don't have money. So I don't know where that money will come from so that the government takes it from me. So this bottom-up thing is an experiment. Really, we need to wait and see how they applied in their own lives and in their own families, so that at least we can give them that chance to rule us. Kisii case, the following, I like there is natural who at Kenya today, they were ferried guys, not guys from the ground. And honestly, I don't know what the ground are not the ones you are addressing. You pick people, you bring them to the ground so that people see a crowd. There is a possibility of us having a Ruto presidency, and the man who whom we don't know. We don't know how he rose. We don't know what he stands for, and yet he tells us he wants to be a president. But let's wait and see, because I believe Kenyans, we choose leaders. Choices have consequences. In 2013, but we still went ahead and chose. Allow me listen more as we continue discussing. I will join you. I will contribute more as I am listening from you guys. Thank you.
So Bernard, will you take over and do the moderation?
Oh God. Sawa sawa.
Allow him to make his submissions first, because I'm sure he hasn't.
Yeah, please do, Bernard.
I'll just say one thing. It's not proper for us to build leadership on woodwing people. I know in politics people are politics thrive on lies, but you cannot have lies 100%. At least garnish your lies with some truth, and then like what happened in Kisii, it's the deputy president has been on the front line campaigning for 4 years. The story is the same. The narrative is the same. The promises are the same. And now people are beginning to ask questions about these promises you're giving us. And then the attitude towards other leaders, whereby you are dismissing everybody else. You are the only answer. You are the only solution. You don't believe in anybody else. You don't believe in working with any other person. You want to work with people that can only hear what you are saying and follow it. That, to me, paints a very dangerous picture of a leader who should not be entrusted with national responsibility. Because if you can't listen to elders, you can't listen to your peers, you can't listen to the children, then you are not in a position to provide leadership. You are looking for an opportunity to exercise dictatorship. And that, to me, is not healthy. One of the surest way of growing up roundly is an uncompromised respect for elders. A person that dismisses elders as if they are nothing, and people who have been in politics longer than you have nothing to learn from them, and all you do is call them names by making light of everything they do, and you think you're building up your political cadre. I don't think so. It is important that we be value-based in our argument, number one. Number two, let's have the interest of the country, not personal interest, the interest of the country. Even if Jubilee government has failed, like it has failed, and it has succeeded in doing some projects, let's be balanced in presenting the same, not to, brush off everything or come to a place whereby we reach, when we see the crowd, we begin to formulate things, and especially the DP is on record on thriving on people's pain and thriving on people's poverty, on people's, to whip the emotions of the people, that the reason they don't have this is because of this and because of that and because of that. He is not doing well for this country, and that does not paint him as a presidential material. Presidential material shoulders the country. He's able to carry the country, whether the country is sick, whether the country is lame, whether the country he must have room not to bash the country, but to what? Hold the country dear to him and be willing to offer himself as a solution provider together with the rest of Kenyans. But now he wants to build a wedge between those that have and those that have not. He wants to set up the mamambogas, the wheelbarrow pushers and all that against those that provide the wheelbarrow, those that do the constructions, those that are building the estate. So I don't understand him. And if we are sober enough as young people, it is time for us to begin to ask right questions so that we get right answers. Why does Deputy President want to be President of Kenya? I have been looking for any reason since he began to talk. I've not seen any. Even him explaining why he wants to be president he has not articulated anything that makes sense as far as the state of Kenya and the state of his leadership. Anybody who has been given an office where he's drawing salary every month, and the explanation why he's not working is that his duties were given to somebody else. That does not add up. You cannot be a high school teacher. You are the deputy head teacher in the school. You don't do anything, but you don't miss to go to get salary. The headmaster, you say the headmaster has not allocated me a class to teach. So if you are not working, then it is immoral for you to earn a salary for not working. And going to the Wananchi to tell him the reason why I'm not working well is because the president went to shake hands with the other people who did not ask for this government. There is no government that belongs to Ruto and Uhuru. There is a government that belongs to Kenya, and this Kenya belongs to all of us as Kenyans. And if we want to be part of the right side of history, let us think of Kenya first and not individuals. So one reason why I will not advocate for Deputy President Ruto's presidency, number one, is because he wants to be president. That in itself disqualifies him. He has not asked us for permission whether we prefer him as a president. He has not offered himself for nomination, whether we can choose against him or for him. He creates up a party, he declares himself party leader, and then he says every other person will be nominated except me. If there is any picture of dictatorship, that one is more clearer than any other picture anywhere. Now, if you cannot offer yourself to Kenyans and give the Kenyans the liberty to choose whether they want you or not, you are smelling something that we should distance ourselves from. Number two, the deputy president is clearly, when somebody does not do what he wants, he gets angry and he shows it in public. He wants to, if you cannot lead yourself, you can't be a leader. I do leadership training. Leadership begins by leading yourself. And the best place to lead yourself is when you're about to lose your anger. If you cannot hold yourself and compose yourself and be able to articulate what you want to articulate simply because somebody insulted you or somebody said something against you, then that shows you as a dangerous person given leadership responsibility. So as young people, let us sober up and look critically on all these political leaders. Who is he that is able to govern this country? Don't forget that our country is diverse. We are people from all different backgrounds, and our communities have a way of there are communities that work well with other communities, and other communities don't work well with other communities. So the dynamics of leading Kenya is not even like Tanzania. It's not like any other country. You must be so sober for you to be able to navigate the difference between the central people and the Nyanza people, and then balance them with the coast people. You can't be an irritant personality and be able to govern all these people in the same direction. Are we tempting, one of my teachers said that the devil tempts all of us, but an idle man tempts the devil. Are we not tempting the devil to tempt us as a country? If we are burying our head in the sand, we want to say that it is because Uhuru has deprived the deputy, so we are sympathetic to him. He has been mistreated. I asked a question to Ndeto the other day.
Bernard, please calm
if
down.
There is any person who
You're
made
becoming emotional.
I'm not which emotion. I'm
Let him relax.
If there is anybody who made another president, is Raila Odinga, who made Kibaki president. Kibaki was on a wheelchair in the hospital. He did not campaign. He was not able to campaign. This one man ran around the country, galvanized all the votes, made Kibaki president, and 2 years in the government, he was kicked out with these people. If the deputy president was Raila Odinga in 2002, this country would have seen fire. On the wheelchair, we made you president without your contribution, and then you begin to kick us out. No, it will not work. But look at the way Raila walks away quietly. Why? He believes in fighting another day. Anybody wants to get it now, and he can't wait to get another time. That person is dangerous for this country. Let us agree and not play around. Azimio la Umoja, it is the way to go for now. We need to bring the country together. And we need to stop all the madness of saying that somebody has been victimized, so we should pay, or somebody promised another one presidency. Uhuru has no presidency to give anybody. Uhuru has one vote, the wife has another vote. So if Uhuru promised deputy president 10 years, no problem. Even Uhuru cannot add 1 day to Ruto. So if 10 years was promised him, it is, I can promise you 20 years, but I cannot add 1 day on you. If God says you're leaving now, you will still go. I will remain with my 10 years that I promised you. So let's not play around and say, I was told. It is not I was told. Right now, Kenya is sick. It needs a doctor, somebody who can fix it. And we have a right to assess everybody on the ballot and decide on the one we want. Anybody who does not want us to choose among the rest, he wants to dictate how he will be president. And if he dictates to us on how we make him president, he will dictate to us when we go out, when we come in, how we dress. And at the end of the day, everything we are enjoying right now will be switched off. I don't think we want a Kenya like that. So let's sober up
Bernard,
and not play these games. Thank you.
Bernard, can I ask you a question?
Ask.
Bernard.
Yes.
I am just concerned you are talking about this man called Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga has been in politics for 25 years and plus. He hold this, at a time he was the prime minister. Can you tell a youth in Kibra, a person who lives in Kibra, what is the status of Kibra slums? And yet Raila Odinga, you are praising here, he was the MP in Kibra for the last 25 years. So when William,
no problem. I will gladly answer you that. Number one.
Let me finish. Sorry.
Yes. Finish. What I say.
Let me finish. Two. Some of you are saying that the deputy president is giving handouts today. Kwanza, what happened with the deputy president Kisii, it's so unfortunate that in this country we are calling for democracy, that you allow me to market my policies anywhere. So when you go and hire goons to come and heckle somebody, that one won't change anything.
The people we know, the people who hire goons to go and make havoc, we know them. The people who ferry audience from one section of the country to another section of the country have been captured on videos. They are all over the internet. The people who are giving handouts, the Didmas Baraza, Kimilili MP, is on the vehicle. He has lined Wamama. In the Luya community, it is wrong for you as a young person to command elderly women who are old enough to be your mother, calling them to give them 500 shillings. That's a curse in itself. I don't even want to go there.
I have a few questions for
just
you.
to inform you. Let me finish answering you. Kibra as a constituency, constituency came into effect with the 2010 constitution. Okay.
Yes.
We have never had Kibra as a constituency. Okay.
But sorry,
and in 2010, hold on now. You asked a question. I'm giving you an answer. What is it?
You are giving the wrong answer. Langata.
You don't ask questions and then you answer the way you want.
No, let me answer him clearly. Gerard, let me answer him clearly.
Let Bernard answer.
Finish my answer, okay?
Let me answer him.
Kibra as a constituency.
No, Bernard will answer.
In 2010, okay?
Yes.
In 2010, okay? Raila has been running for president. Okay, he has never run for MPship.
Yeah,
You
let
see,
me
there
answer
Since
him.
we are talking about
Let me clarify
Langata
something,
constituency,
please.
okay? Langata constituency. Langata constituency crosses all the way from Wilson Airport all the way to its neighbor with
No, you are not
Kawangware
you are
answering the
lying,
right
constituency.
brother.
question.
Let somebody answer. You are lying. Stop lying.
No,
Let me assist.
No, wait,
Yes,
wait,
that is kindly.
wait, Yakub,
Yes,
Yakub.
yes,
Now, as you
yes.
talk about Kibra, remember there's a slum in Eldoret North, where Ruto was
no,
an MP.
not even that. I just want him to
There are so
understand.
many
Let
slums.
me
If you
try
go
to
in that
clarify,
direction,
please.
so
Is
many
him not
people should not
aware
even be
of
running.
the recent
You
history,
see,
so he cannot
you see
even
now
understand
you're missing the
the
point.
previous history.
You are missing the
Goja,
point here. Yes.
No.
Yakubu, listen.
Yakub, I know the answer you are looking for. We are not going to answer
Yes.
you the answer you
Just
want.
wait. Demba, wait.
Let
Yesterday,
me answer him
ngoja kidogo,
clearly.
Bernard.
I have an answer for that.
Yesterday, Yakub, yesterday, we talked
Yes.
that matter here.
Yes.
And there was an UDA guy called Ndeto. And this is what Ndeto said, and I think that is what we need to agree. We agreed here. He's an UDA guy. You are an UDA guy. So I think we don't need to keep recycling and reinventing the wheel. This is what he said, and this is what was agreed. He actually admitted there's a slum in Kibra. How do slums develop? Right now, we have slums developing in different places. So you cannot, and most slums, you might not attribute them to the sitting MP at that time. And he admitted, yes, there are slums even at Ruto's constituency. So what
This
you
is the
want to look
clarification.
for, what you're
Let me
looking for
clarify
is this.
something, please.
No, hold on. What he's looking for is looking to pin Raila, to try and portray Raila as someone who cannot work.
No,
by
let me
using the
clarify
slum.
that point. I've been in
But you
Kibera.
see,
Let me
they have
clarify.
used it. They have used it many times. It's not the first time.
Demba.
No, let me clarify
hold
that.
on, everybody. Anan,
Bernard,
I'm coming
please.
to you. Anan, I'm coming to you. Okay, let me just make this point. The
Mm.
slum upgrading program started when Raila was the Minister for Roads and Housing. In fact, the reason why the docket of housing was removed from the roads in the Kibaki government was because of the slum upgrading program. And even when he was Prime Minister, the Kibera that was there in the 90s, the Kibera that was there in the early 2000s is not the Kibera that is there. People have been moved. We only have a small section. It was the largest slum in Africa. It's no longer the largest slum in Africa. So blaming Raila on the same, it is just trying to, to play smart on matters that are obvious.
Bernard,
You are
I know,
choosing
I
which
know.
side
Bernard,
to see
Let me
and which
answer
not to
something,
see.
please.
Bernard,
Bernard, I know
Bernard,
you have the security
Bernard,
here, but you cannot also lie
Bernard,
to us that Kibra has
Bernard,
accused.
Okay, hold on.
No,
That's a
yes,
lie.
there's something I want to
Okay,
answer.
order, everybody. Atuya, I'm giving you time to respond. I agree with you. Relax. Let's hear from Anan first.
Yes, I want to answer. Yes, please. I want to answer this question of Kibra first. You are blaming Raila Odinga for the Kibera slum. But what is the difference between 2010 and below and 2013 up to now? What is the difference? What has changed? Is the Kibera changed from 2010 below and 2013? How much that change is? Number two, remember when Raila was the Minister for Public Works and Finance, he started building houses from the other side of Kibera, from I think this Riara University, from that particular point. There are some houses, upgrading of those houses, but he received yani kuna ile sijui alitolewa kwa government. Actually, if he could have been in government, the coalition government of 203, the Kibera could have changed. But it never changed because of the government forces. There were government forces which were which even made him to be sent away from the cabinet. That is on record. Raila had good intention for the people of Kibera, but the government which he was suffering never gave him that chance. to upgrade that Kibera. Now, you have been talked of Kibera. Now I'm asking, and I need a clear answer. Have you ever went to Kibera between 2013 and 2019? And were you there before? What has changed in that Kibera? What happened to those houses that Raila started to build? And before I finish, let me try to add something. As youths, we are failing the country and we are failing ourselves. We tend to think that what the handouts, like now somebody is saying that somebody is giving out money, somebody is stingy, something of that kind. But if I may ask one question, this person who is saying that somebody is stingy has not given out money. Have you ever received money from the person who is saying that he is giving out money? Are you? Can I get clarification that somebody is getting money from, I've received money from Ruto, I've received this from this man and from this man? The only thing that we need to do as the youth, we must realize that we have gone through many problems, that we need to know that there is more resources in the government. If we stop this corruption thing, and those people who will come to buy our votes,
Haya,
I'm telling you,
wacha ongee, umeenda sana.
no, a bit, because I want to leave. Please.
Everybody will want to leave. Everybody will want to leave.
Let me make this statement.
No. Wacha kujibu alafu. We don't talk to leave. Wacha kujibu ndio uende.
May I answer you?
Yes.
You have said what changes there between 2013 to 2019 or 2021 now. When the last time I was in Kibra, today if you go to Kibra, we have roads, we have water, and we have seen what Imran is doing. Is more better than what Raila Odinga has done. They even set up the Leto Court, set up a school in the name of Raila. Raila is a person of a many connection. In this country today, if we have somebody who is connected, is Raila Odinga. Do you want to tell me, or do you want to convince me that Raila will not go and bring investors? Russia supports Raila, Germany supports Raila, so many countries support him. With the connection he has, he cannot change Kibera. Two, we are not, two wrongs don't make an answer. We are not doing it because Eldoret has
my friend, make this thing. The government, more especially when you are in opposition, this one should be taken to the record. When you are on opposition, the government can use to sabotage your programs. It's on record. So what can you say that Raila to some extent has been on opposition, meaning the government maybe has been sabotaging his programs?
What stops Raila working from opposition? What stops him?
What stops him
from working from opposition? What I wanted to make you understand, what stops him from working from opposition? Ido Odinga runs so many organizations in Kibra. Why can't Raila use Ido Odinga?
Huyu mjamaa anajikwaruza mwenyewe. Same way we can ask why, what stops Ruto, who is saying he's out of government, what stops him from giving 1 million Kenyans jobs? Answer us that question.
Yeah, he's the campaigning himself.
Questions for Bernard.
Okay,
Atuya.
I think Atuya is in a better position to answer that, please.
Yeah, wacha Atuya jibu.
No, I'm not going to answer any question that I never raised. So that one should be left for him. Bernard, you had a presentation.
Let me present something, please.
Atuya umepa mtu wako.
Anan, just hold on. Hold on, let Atuya make his
question. Bernard, you had a presentation. You gave a really detailed presentation. But I want to know some of very few questions. We in the Ruto camp, we are running on a platform of rebuilding the economy, re-engineering the process of how the economy is grown. That's why we have come up with the bottom-up approach. In your side, the Raila side, what is your approach to the economy? What do you plan to do different from the current failed Mr. Kenyatta government to do it differently? Number two, you said something about Azimio la Umoja. Everybody speaks about Azimio. Everybody wants to be a united country. What is it that Raila wants to do, or wants president, so that this country achieve that Azimio la Umoja? Number three, you spoke about Ruto earning salary without doing work. If today my employer decided that Lamek, this the next 2 years in your you are contracted with us, we cannot dismiss you, but we are going to pay you. We are not going to give you work. Will I resign, or will I sit down and eat my salary? Number three, you were saying that
Those are too many questions at once.
I think you should note them down. There are few. Another one.
Yeah, you want me to make another submission?
Okay. I have another. Just
hold on. We are with you to the last minute, so you'll ask me other questions later. The first question on what does the Azimio la Umoja stands for?
No, bottom up. Bottom up ndio ameleta ya kwanza.
Bottom up ni hao watatueleza, lakini Azimio la Umoja the
ameuliza Bernard. First question ameuliza, UD has come with bottom up. Raila has come up with what? I think that's the question.
What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Raila's bid for presidency, which is yet to declare, is built on one thing. Umoja is to establish peace, okay? Then the peace environment is going to attract investors. He wants the investors coming in the country, not the ones that will come and take money from Equity Bank. He wants investors who come and put up industries in all counties, which are going to result into job creation for the young people in those counties. The rural places, all of those places, we should have at least an industry that is viable and is able to employ people. Then from there, the businesses in that place, the infrastructure in those places will bring up the revamping of the economy. As long as, like for example, where pan paper is working, we'll have mamas to sell, they can sell their wares to. But if the people you want to empower to do business actually buy the stock, but the people to buy the stock don't have the money to buy that stock from the mamas, that business is as good as no business at all. So the industrialization program is the way to go to help the economy of Kenya. The aspect of having a peaceful environment whereby we will have a conducive environment whereby the investors will not be afraid kuweka pesa yao hapa, and in the next 3 years tunaanza campaign, na hizo campaign ni za kutafutana jinsi ya kumalizana. Everybody will run away. So Azimio la Umoja is to bury all the hatchet. Let us be Kenyans and be able to be secure wherever we are. Those who have invested in Western, they will enjoy their investment there. Those who have invested in the coast will enjoy their investment there. Not for us to invest in the particular section of the country only to invest for 3 years, because you have to harvest everything and run away, because the 5th year there will be election and businesses are going to be damaged. So the outlook of the Raila approach to the presidents is to get a permanent solution to the perennial problems of Kenya, which are majorly caused by our political conflicts and corruption, which always draws away the money. He says when he gets into office, all the corrupt people must organize themselves to go and defend themselves or bring back what they carried. He has a roadmap to do that, I believe, and I know that with the just even closing the corruption taps, not even 100%, just 70% of them, this country will recover. Because in fact, we don't have an economy problem like we have the leakage
Thank you, Bernard.
is happening. The money that is in this country is sufficient to keep every Kenyan well. The problem is the few people who still wants to go and preside over the stealing so that nobody else steals.
Thank you.
How
Thank
can
you.
that happen now?
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Now, Atuya, you know, it is Jubilee that thinks, I mean, not, Jubilee. Actually, Ruto said the other day that they came to kill Jubilee, but now Jubilee has transformed itself into UDA. It is UDA that thinks that you need economic engineering. And by the way, that bottom up and whatever, it is just semantics. How many times have you had poor people in Kenya? And this one was said here yesterday. Tulikuwa tunapigana na adui wangapi? Watatu. Ujinga, umaskini na
ugonjwa ama what was it?
Ujinga, umaskini.
Ujinga, umaskini, ugonjwa.
There were three. Now, ujinga imekuwa hapa kutoka Independence Day. So, na umaskini umekuwa nasi kutoka Independence. So, it is not now in the year 20 of the Lord 2021 that umaskini imekuwa. So, it is just semantics. Now, the Big Four agenda was already an economic platform. It was economic engineering. Right now, there are special economic zones.
It was Ruto's brainchild. If you
no, there's nothing like that. Stop lying.
As an alternative for Vision 2030, which was a derailing tactic. If the Jubilee government concentrated on Vision 2030, the country will be on the right track.
Now,
they cancelled all the contracts that were signed by the Kibaki government so that they can have their turn to eat. And that has backed the country into the whole
And right now, to answer to your wait. There's special economic zones. If you want to know what is happening right now, I want to send you to the CAS of trade, that is Ocean's page. He goes to all the places where people are being empowered with a structure, not with a handout, with a structure. Go to his page. You can actually get opportunities for youths. There are special economic zones. There are micro enterprises authority. They're empowering people with structures. Ruto wants to give you handouts, and he calls it bottom up. So you need to run away from semantics. People should not use semantics to convince you that they are engineering, they are engineering, they are reinventing. Umaskini cannot be re-engineered and cannot be reinvented.
That's your own assertion to that. But we have to debunk that. And I think Bernard is actually doing an interview for Raila Odinga's campaign strategy team, because he has a plan that Raila Odinga doesn't have. I will categorically say that not even once I've heard Raila speak about having foreign investors coming and building industries in every village. That's a brilliant idea from Bernard. I think let me finish. Let me finish. If Bernard, if they are watching, I think they can take you in for that. But again, I want to take you back to, you guys were saying Ruto is giving promises to Kenyans, and it is still the same thing that Raila is doing. Raila is promising to have an inclusive country. That is good. Raila is promising to create this something he calls about build Kenya, buy Kenya. That is creating local industries in Kenya. That is a promise. And when Ruto says the same, you say that this is a hogwash kind of thinking. No, you have to measure all things from an equal angle perspective. Ruto is promising a bottom-up economics approach where it is promising to build the economy from the ground. Give the people at the bottom of the pyramid.
That is what is happening right now.
You are choosing what to believe. Okay, it's very simple. somebody promising to kazi ni kazi. Okay, let's just go to the slogan. Kazi ni kazi. Inamaanisha kama ni kideri, endelea kuuza kideri. Kama ni wheelbarrow, endelea kusukuma mkokoteni. Kazi ni kazi. That means I don't have any other plan for you. I just come to maintain you where you are, and I'll give you more life to continue being where you are. Then somebody else comes and says, Goja, buy Kenya, build Kenya. Now, when Kenya begins to produce her own
that
products,
can also mean
and
buy
buy
dairy
her
from
own
a Kenyan,
products, that is only possible when we have industrialized. Because we are not going to buy goods and label them Kenya. We're going to produce them from our raw material, adding value to our raw material. That is
that
very
not a
different
promise?
from
Is that wait,
sponsoring
is that not
Mama
a
Mboga
promise?
and Mkokoteni.
Wait, is that not a promise Raila Odinga is giving? And we have to question.
No. Atuya, right now.
Let me say something. You guys are ganging up, man. Let me say something. Where will the Raila Odinga get the funds to build an industry in each village? These are the same questions you've been asking us. Where will William Ruto get the funds to give the hustlers to do business?
Okay, Atuya, we already have existing industries that have been run down by corrupt
My village
leaders.
has got no industry.
Sorry?
My village has no industry.
Okay, we have already existing industries like the sugar industries, the Sonys and etc. So I've heard him saying that he's going to ensure that these industries are revived.
Is that a promise? Is that a promise? Is that a promise?
It is.
Or a reality?
Atuya, I just told you right now. I told you there are special economic zones that are already working, like EPZ in Athi River. They are
working
producing.
Under which government?
Yeah.
They are working under which government?
Now wait, I finish.
No, this current government. Just a question before you go on.
Yes, this current government.
EPZ
is there.
Is as old as Kenya. It's not the initiative of Jubilee.
And
no, I don't want to take credit. I don't want to take. I know it started with Kibaki.
And there are special economic zones. There are micro and small enterprises authority that is developing small industries within the villages. I told you, go to the CAS, David Ocean page. See the opportunity. He is going to the villages and looking at the homemade industries for every place. That authority is tasked with the idea of looking at how job creation can be done from those particular places. Now, that is a structure being created by the government. Now, your person, this is where it differs, and that's why I say this thing of yours. It is just semantics, trying to coat. I mean, to give a nice coating for poverty, which we started ujinga umaskini ambao tunaweza kupigana nao kutoka siku ya whatever, siku ya kushinda uhuru. That ati sasa naita ati we are engineering the economy bottom up. Nothing. It is handout giving.
No.
Okay, let me ask you.
Just a moment, Atuya. You've heard of what Ngilu is doing in Kitui?
Yes, I have.
Yes, with the production of the local products and stocking them in the country.
Yeah, it started with the Kibwana.
That's the way to go. And if DP was serious about making Kenya function,
what do you understand by?
Let me ask a question. All the money he has, and he wants to spend on dishing them out, he would just
go and build
an industry.
And then,
yes. What do you understand? What do you understand by bottom-up approach to the
Atuya, you see,
there's nothing like that.
Atuya, there's nothing like that.
Hold on,
let me answer.
Hold on,
please. No,
Atuya, bottom-up approach is a mode of communication. It's not an economic.
Now you are doing politics. You are doing
mode of communication, whereby in communication we have what is called grapevine communication, whereby you get the gossip of the people down there and be able to understand what they are complaining about. And as the
Demba, you
man
have
at
to
the
take
top,
over now.
you begin to make policies that will answer to what is going on at the bottom. The
But
bottom
Atuya,
already don't have the money.
Atuya, let me ask
cannot
you.
take the money from where there is no money to take up.
Atuya,
It's not there.
Atuya.
No, wait, let me answer that. How do you reason that there's no money to take up? What we are saying, we want to re-engineer the process. The current process is money, the government money is spent from from the top going down. Now, what we want to do is re-engineer the process.
How
now,
will you do it? How?
Let's invest. Okay,
hold on, let him finish.
Now, let me answer. Let me answer that. What we are promising is, instead of investing from the top going down, let's invest in small micro enterprises that will in turn spur the growth of the economy.
But Atuya, I just told you there's a micro and small enterprise authority that is doing that.
Let me answer you that.
Let us have an order, please.
No, let me answer. I'm alone in this, and I have to answer you all. Now, if you say that there is a body that works with that, I'll also tell you this: wherever Raila is trying to promise that any local place, that we have county governments that will do that. What's different? What we are trying to say, what we're trying to say, we have the microeconomics and we have the macroeconomics. Currently, our model of economics supports the macroeconomics.
Anan, what?
What the our approach currently is that the government supports the macroeconomics. The macroeconomics comprises of these big corporates and big businesses that they will in turn support the microeconomics to spark economic growth. The macroeconomics, it's the micro, it's the biggest and it feeds majority of Kenyans in this country. If we can inject funds directly into the microeconomics, then we will have a spiral effect that will affect the macroeconomics. You cannot continue doing the same thing. Now let's favor Safaricom with taxes. Let's favor BAT, and they're not giving anything back to the farmers.
Atuya, let me tell you. Atuya,
the farmers who to back up BAT.
Atuya, let me tell you.
Let him finish articulating his.
No, I want to tell him something here that what he's talking about is being lied to, because number one, which constitutional regime will they do that? That's number one. Number two, the constitution has provided for things that can be done by the national government, that is up bottom, and things can be done by the county government. So which constitution regime are they going to use to do what he's talking about?
Yes.
Which constitution regime will Raila use to build an industry in my village?
And right now, there's a MSC, that is Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. That's a government institution, which is existing.
What tells you that a Ruto government will not use that agency through bottom-up economics?
Oh, so you'll use the same thing. Thank you.
Yeah.
So actually, there's nothing
your
new
question
that
was
I
that
think,
you are trying to insinuate that we have to change the constitution.
Let me put this across. I know it is not. It's neither here or there, but I am beginning to smell a rat with this bottom-up approach. I'm beginning to see it's a system to replace county government, so that we go back to Harambee.
No, I know you are. I know you are looking for. I know you are looking for a job.
Goja, if you have no regard for the existing structure, you are introducing an alternative structure. You may as well introduce an alternative government.
Let me ask you a question.
I have a comment to make.
Okay,
I have a comment to make. All the existing structures in our constitution are sufficient to support the smaller people, the micro enterprises, and as well as the big corporations. So I don't think there's anything new that the DP is bringing into the economy. Every structure exists for all these things to continue running.
True.
Corruption is our main problem. He's just changing the names and the models, whereas We already have structures in place to take care of the mama mbogas. It's the corruption that is ruining the chain, you know. Probably the money is not reaching the people that it should. But our constitution is quite good, you see. There's just nobody to implement, but we should leave our constitution to implement the structures to support the mama mbogas and stuff like that without necessarily introducing other things that are going to cause confusion and lack of accountability, you see.
I'll
Because
give you one example. Yes, Benny, I'll give you one example. CDF.
Okay. Order. Thank
Okay.
you. Ngoja kwanza hatuja. We have I want us to move forward. Okay, we are revolving around to this over and over. I want also to get submission from other people as we come to another round. So can we hold on that? We'll come back to it later because it's hiyo ikiisha sahi. So I wanted Anan to come, and is he back? Yeah, he's here. Anan, you can now make your submission and your concluding remarks, like you said you wanted to go.
Yes. Yes, I was saying.
Just a minute before you come in. Please hold on. If you are not speaking, keep your mic mute. The feedback does not go well with the viewers, and the people who are listening through the earphones are having terrible time when your mic is on and you're not speaking. So only the person speaking should have his mic on. The rest should remain mute. Anan, you can go ahead.
I was saying, can anybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
As youths of this nation, we are going to fail if we cannot realize that there is enough resources in the government. Actually, we don't understand what politics is. Politics, to some extent, people believe it is the handouts that we are being given that can drive poverty in us. But the government and the government structure has the resources that can enable us change our lives to the better. If only we stop this corruption and we choose leaders of integrity. We choose people who know that the relationship between the electorate and the leaders should be symbiotic. In such a way, the leaders are being paid the salary. The salary you are being paid for, and you should deliver by distributing the resources to the common mwananchi. This thing of bottom-up economy, that women and mama mbogas are going to be given money to start their business, it does not add up. For instance, I need a country where we have a fair competition. The government has provided a situation whereby we compete fairly, that I have a place to sell my mbogas. Somebody can bring mbogas from the other side, can sell. The environment, we need to create kama ni soko, tutengeneze soko, si maneno ya kupeana pesa kidogo. And these people who are buying our votes, they don't mean well for us. Let us take an example. The salary of an MP for the entire 5 years, for instance, the MP earns around 700,000 plus allowances. It's around 1 million per month, 12 million per year, 60 million for 5 years. But this is a person who can come and campaign with 100 million, 200 million. Where does this man get this money from? This is the same people when we go for assistance, when we go for bursaries, they will tell you, I bought your votes, so let me return my money first. Whereby we will not get the development if we continue to use these leaders. And this is exactly what our deputy president is trying to do. He's trying to buy some people. Look at the people who are working with him. The MP for South Mogrango is on record. In fact, he's saying that, I was hearing him say that ati mtu mwenye anakupea kitu kidogo, something of that kind, that we are the generation of handouts. You go to the creep of Osoro, you get clear what was the mind of Osoro, and those are the minds of the deputy president. Because tell me your friends, I tell you your character. We cannot allow that. We must stand up and choose the leaders of integrity. We have been talking of Raila Odinga, Raila A, Raila B, Raila C. Raila has not been given the mantle to lead in this country. And we have seen what has Raila done. And if you want us to say the records of Raila, we can start from A up to Z. There's a person who said that we cannot elect somebody who tried to overturn the government during 1982 coup. I was not there, and I don't want to go to that history. But I'll comment about liberation. Liberation, Raila has fought for liberation for those years. Is the Raila that we are claiming the freedom that we have today? In fact, we attribute it to Raila Odinga. And you cannot write the history of this country without Raila Odinga. And the same way, you can write the history of this country without this man, the other man. This man, in the history, tells me that he is saying that he has sold hands, he has come from poverty, all those things. But that's a lie. William Ruto in 1992 was in Youth for Camp 92. In fact, the year that he has finished school, he said that Moi gave him a car, 1989, or those years. When this man came to sell heads, 1997 was elected for a North MP. And therefore, you cannot tell me that this is a hustler. No, this man is somebody who is corrupt from the word go, and he has gotten his wealthy from corruption. So we cannot run away from that. Let Ruto stand out clean and tell us where he got his wealth from. Number two, this man who is supporting Ruto, remember 2013, in fact, something stood out clearly, that he went as far as stealing the land of the Langata Primary School. He sold the land of aviation, and he extended to the land of the school, whereby the kids were learning. The kids were tear gassed. Can this person come out and clean and tell us this is the kind of leaders that we need? Number two, somebody talked of the Mtesi land. Ruto is on record. He stole, and even Mtesi died because of the stress of this man. Can he come out clean and tell us Mtesi land, what went wrong about Mtesi land? And therefore, as youths, let us not rob our future. Let us not rob the future of the future generations. We must stand up. We must not vote because of emotions. We must vote with our heads. We must not vote with our stomachs. We must say no to handouts. Let people come sell ideas, because I believe that the politics of 21st century is about ideas and the competition of ideas. Nothing more, nothing less. No umbrellas being given, no t-shirts given, no anything given. Let a person come, please, and this is what I'll do for these Kenyans, and the rest will be good. Otherwise, we will perish. Not those people. Ruto has made his way. Ruto has made his wealth. Even if he supported the president or not, he has nothing to lose. Yes, I'm done. Yes.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you. And it's I think it's time for us to sober up more and begin to look at every individual critically before we begin to front for them. And there is something we are also forgetting. It is not the government's responsibility to invest. The government's number one responsibility is to provide leadership, create conducive environment for the economy to thrive. The best example is Kibaki. How much did Kibaki invest to revamp the economy? He only facilitated the business people to do business. He made sure that everybody, his slogan was a working nation. And things turned around. So when somebody says he's going to invest into, then that will be a business government. It will not be a government. And every investor wants to make profit. After he has invested, he will come to harvest. And the harvest could mean the closure of his investment, because if I invest in a company na nimeyapatia miaka 3 hakuna profit inakuja, sinakuja kufunga na niende. So let's look at it holistically. Look at Kenya and see the kind of people we have in Kenya and what is really needed, other than sisi kukimbia tu kwa sababu mtu ametupromise maneno ya mdomo ya kusema kwamba is bringing a new model of economics. The economists are yet to convince me about that new model. I am doing my research and my results are coming out the same. I think it is about time Kenyans were told the truth. Na wakubali, kama if they are buying into a lie, they buy into that lie knowing it's a lie, other than for us to kuivalisha ngozi ya kondoo na kuiambia kwamba iko sawa, only for people to come and regret. It's important that even on this platform we ensure that that is taking place. Richard, you are back. How are you? Welcome.
Thank you. I don't know whether you can hear me.
We can hear you. Go ahead and make your submission.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for giving me this juncture so that I can also say something. To me, I cannot say that Ruto is wrong. He's trying, but the problem is that he left what he started. You know, when you start a journey with somebody, don't leave that somebody behind. And when you reach ahead, you start saying, this somebody is the one who has messed. What Ruto could have done is that he was to join Uhuru, continue with Uhuru until the last minute, and then claim that, Mr. Uhuru, I supported you. Why don't you support me now? Now he made a mistake of leaving Uhuru. He's running ahead without a stick. Now he's claiming again that they have done development. Of course, to be they have done good, even though they have not completed. I think I was in Kenya in 2013 and I voted for Raila. But Ruto and Uhuru, I remember they were wearing white shirts and their uniform. And Ruto himself was saying that the packet of maize flour will be 60. I was in Eldoret because my home is around there. He said, we will be building stadiums every county. He said, we are digital. We will be giving laptops to small young children in school. Everything they said was digital. Now, this round, he has come with analog wheelbarrows. Those are analog. He should have talked of putting young people in groups and they start these small chamas, small groups. The way Raila is talking now, you know, Raila, what he's talking He's talking for a permanent solution. But Ruto, what he's talking what can, even 1 year will not end. If we take the presidency, he will not even finish 1 year before people start crying. Imagine and look at these two people. Just take one perception. Like now, Raila has taken the government now next year. Look at the picture how that government will be. On the other hand, he has taken the government. Look at that picture of his government. In fact, even if we compare the two governments, the two people, you can get that those from the side of Raila, they are strong and they can make a government which will run and try to satisfy most of the Kenyans. Because tell me, Uhuru and Ruto were together running a government. They has reached where the government has run away from them, out of their hands. How come that Ruto can stand a government alone? Because Ruto, no, the problem is that Ruto is selfish. In fact, he doesn't want anybody to even advise. I think he doesn't get advice from anybody. He wants to be independent. How can he run the government and that government stands and helps the youth he's talking of alone? If the government has gone out of hand, him being the deputy and Uhuru being the... So, sincerely speaking, and by facts, I'm not saying that Raila is the best. No. I'm not saying, I'm not underrating Ruto. No. But the fact of the matter is that at this time round, if Raila is given that government, even if he runs that government for 1 year, at least the Kenyans will see a change. And even if you look how Ruto is going ahead with the campaigns, sincerely speaking, you are not supposed to underrate your boss. Surely, you are not supposed to underrate your boss. Look at US. The person who is the government, who is the president of US now, he was the vice president of Obama. But you know, he had more experience than Obama, but he never underrated Obama. He went ahead and finished, and Obama finished the government. We have that tradition as Africans that when your father is there, you are not supposed, surely and sincerely speaking, even from the Bible, they are Christians. You are not supposed to underrate your parents. If your parent is a drunkard, is what he is, you are not supposed to underrate. But Ruto is in fact despising all men and even rebuking them. Me, I was there in Eldoret one time when he slapped Chesire, the late Chesire. He slapped him at sports club. I was there. That is when he was running for the first time. So me, I come from that area. I know Ruto. Even my things were banned that time. I know what happened. So not that I'm against him. No, he's very bright. He has all the capabilities. But this way round, this time round, if I was him, I was to say no. Let us give another people this opportunity so that we can see how they are doing. so that next time, even if I come, I tell people we gave another people do it. Again, that's the point, please. You see, for example, some of you and some of us, we are parents. You have 2 children, or you have even 5. Today, you buy something for the first child. Tomorrow, you buy something for the first child. The next day, you buy something for the first child. That is unfair. Even the other children will start ganging away against you. What am I saying? I'm saying like this. In Kenya, I'm not tribalistic, but I'm talking the sense. In Kenya, we have almost 47 now. Is it 43 or 42? I'm forgetting because it's a long time. Tribes. The first tribe has governed for some time. The second tribe has governed this time. So please, if you have your children, other children also want to get something. If it is Ruto is fair, he is supposed to say, no, this round, let us give another tribe. It might not be Raila. It can be even in Mudavadi, anybody else. But we have to consider other tribes. Because if you are a president of all. But it is good to change. Like now, some of us, where I was working 2 years before, I changed to another place. A change is better than the rest. And I know if we change this time to another tribe, it will be good and it will be very much democratic. Thank you, my friends, for listening.
Okay, thank you, Richard. We appreciate your contribution. Temba?
I just want to ask, not him, but Atuya. Atuya, have you read sessional paper number 10, 1965?
I read it in history books.
What did you make of it?
It's responsible for our failed economy. That's what I can say.
Now, do you know there's a part that it talked about the idea of economic development?
Yeah.
And it captured what Ruto is talking about right now.
But it is not fully implemented as said.
What I'm trying to bring across is there's nothing new with what Ruto is saying. That's what I wanted to bring across.
Yeah.
I'm done, Bernard.
It's good, huh? Don't go away. It's good. It's nothing new that Ruto is trying to bring up. It's a different approach. It's nothing new from the moon. It's something that is available. It's just a different approach to issues as the way we have been approaching them for the last 50 years. So it's just a different approach. It's nothing new. Can I ask Richard a question? Can I ask
I want to ask you a question. Do we change things for the sake of changing, or we change things because we have found a better way?
First, we change things because either the way we are doing them has failed. 2, we might change because we really feel that we need change. So in the case of Kenya, we, as the hustler nation, we want to change things because it has failed for the last 50. How many years is Kenya independently? Around 60 years. It has failed. We have done the same thing, same trickle-down economics, same way of thinking. It has failed. Raila wants us to continue. Ruto wants us to try something new.
There's nothing Atuya that is changing.
You are not being sincere, because
it's just the name that is changing.
We had
There's
a
nothing.
negative economy under Moi. It was picked up by Kibaki and it began to gain, and it did very well. So when you say it has failed, where are you basing your argument? Number one. Number two, what makes your alternative the best option? Is it because it is new, or is a new approach, or you have evidence that the demographic of Kenya, the economic balance of Kenya, the best system that can bring about quick recovery of economy is this one. Based on what? Which scientific approach?
And Atuya, other than the change of the name, I mean, you're just changing the name. You are calling it bottom up, but it is the same thing.
We're not changing the name.
You asked by Penny. Penny asked you. If you go back to sessional paper number 10, if you look at what came up after that was constitutional reforms that was supposed to implement the sessional paper number 10, which at the end of the day whittled down on certain things. Actually, at some point, it merged some of government things that cut down the independence of some institution. Now, what you're saying, and Penny asked you that right here, sometimes you need to be factual. Penny asked you, we already have a constitution. We have the system of government, that is, we have the county government, we have what is county government, and we have what is national government. We have what is that is Nameti. I'm coming. Constituencies. So we have what is county government, and we have what is national government. Now, you are coming up with something else. We already have MSEA, Micro and Small Economic Authority. We have special economic zones. We have counties implementing their stuff. So what we are asking you, do you want to come up with something else like sessional paper number 10? Are you guys going to change the constitution so that you can implement this thing that you are calling a new reengineering? Yet we have structures, and you guys refused that the constitution should not be changed. Atuya, please reason that way.
You guys, yes, you guys asked me so many questions. I at times wish this forum was all inclusive. You know, my people don't usually come because they fear of being butchered. But I sometimes wish it was all inclusive. I could not be handling a million questions. But what you're actually saying, if you're asking us that if we're gonna change the constitution, the constitution is not the constitution can be changed. And when I say the constitution can be changed, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to into a referendum to change the constitution. The reason why we have the National Assembly, the reason why we in the Hustler Nation, we are looking for numbers, is because we want numbers in parliament so that we can legislate some of these things that we want to work. So we want them to work in the way we want. So if need be that our bottom-up economics model needs some needs to be legalized or needs to be entrenched in the Kenyan constitution, it won't need a referendum. It is not anything to deal with the economy. It's not an eternal clause. So that one can be dealt with. We can change that in National Assembly and in the Senate, and that is within the legal boundaries that are there. So if need be, we will do that. Bernard asked me about why are we changing? Is it because we have seen it work somewhere? And I'll tell you for free, yes. Was it in China? They used the same approach.
No.
Let me finish. You might have information more than I have on that.
No.
But let me finish.
You guys have used China many times and you won't. China is using the social economic model. Currently. Oh, not country. So you don't even know. You don't have facts.
I'm speaking about
Atuya, if you don't have facts, don't use a country that you Google how many countries are using bottom up, and then you can come back and say 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
China is not using it.
Okay. China uses social what?
Social economics.
How does it work?
It works by the government building, like what Kenya is doing right now, building industries and then balancing the economy so that the demand and supply is the same. When something is needed, it is produced, then it is bought by the people, as opposed to what you are calling bottom up. And that is what is happening right now. The government is building infrastructure, building industries, so that people can get employed, have power to buy. They go buy things, industries make them because they are buying them.
What you guys are saying, you want bottom up, you want to give someone money to go sell mboga, and you don't empower the place the mboga is coming from.
Wait, it's just pure linguistics here. No, when you say that the government...
So don't use China, use another example.
No, let me go on. When you say that the government wants to build industry so that people can have the power, that is empowering the common mwananchi. And when we say we want to empower the people at the bottom of the pyramid, that is what we mean. It doesn't necessarily mean that I want to use your language so that you can understand me.
So this bottom up is just semantics. That's what you're saying. Okay.
Give me a second.
Hold on.
I'm usually quiet when you speak.
Thank you. And Atuya, you are a very interesting guy. Okay.
No, I want to finish on this. I want to finish on this.
If that is the case, okay. If that's the case, I want to believe you. If that's the case, then nothing stops the DP from implementing it now.
Let me tell you what stops it.
What stops him?
When the handshake happened, William Samoei Ruto, the 5th president of the Kenya country, was relegated from being an able deputy president into being a quasi-deputy president in office. His responsibilities were moved on.
But he's been giving you guys wheelbarrows and 1,000 shillings.
Yeah, that is from his own pocket.
So he can do it from his pocket, but he can't do it from within the structure.
No, you can't use your own money to build an industry in Nyamira. It won't work.
Oh, okay.
So what is Chandaria using? Which money is Chandaria using?
Chandaria is doing business. He's on his own. He's doing personal business.
Private business.
Yeah.
Which is allergic
to...
Do
you want to tell me that Ruto is supposed to go to Kisii, open a factory on his own money, go to Nairobi, open another...
He's a businessman.
But he's using his money.
With his poultry experience, okay?
So he's using his money.
Poultry farms all over the country so that we have jobs as we take care of his chicks. And
Atuya, can you have consistency of argument? Have consistency of argument.
Yeah.
If you are saying that Ruto...
I would like to say one thing, Atuya. No, Atuya. Can I speak?
Ask a question. Don't ask a question. Before answering the question, someone is asking a question. You giving me a million questions with the same answer. So what do you want me to do?
Sorry.
I want to hear Musa. Musa is... And I have
a
question for
Atuya. Let me ask Atuya one question.
Okay.
Let me ask Atuya one question, please.
Go ahead, Musa.
So, Atuya, your guy, the deputy president, he likes polishing things. Saying bottom-up economics is just what is the Kenyan government is doing right now. Investing into different companies, giving companies money so that money can go out so that it can help the common mwananchi. But now you are saying it's bottom-up economy, which it's never going to work. That thing that the deputy is polishing is never going to work. That's just because where will he put the money? If I ask you, where will he put the money?
Now that's a very good question. When we say that we giving money to the people at the ground, how is CDF giving money to people in their pockets?
Exactly, the CDF is giving money.
Want to let me say, we want to create a pool. We're not going to give Mama Mbogas, you have 50 shillings, you have 100 shillings. That's a bad way of thinking. We want to create a pool of funds where that the local people can have access to do their
what constitution will you use?
Yes, and how is that different? And how is that different from how the government is doing its things right now? The government is doing the same exact thing.
No, currently
the government is doing the same exact thing right now.
How?
The government is investing, it's putting its money into factories and companies so that it's going to...
There's no, Musa mwambie kuna CDF, kuna youth fund, kuna Uwezo fund, kuna Wazee fund. So yes, you guys want to increase monies to those places. Tell us,
Yes.
Yeah,
Atuya,
let me ask you a
hakuna
question.
kitu mtaweka ati we
Okay,
want to
there's
increase. What
somebody
fund?
here. I think there's somebody here. Ashai try kuenda kuchukua a loan from youth fund. You are told enda form a group. You will come
Bas,
mkiwa saba.
corruption.
Let me
Tunataka
finish.
kuua
Ukienda
corruption.
wa saba,
Demba,
you
hold
will
on,
end up
hold on,
getting
order.
you
Now,
end up getting a
okay.
loan. They are 2,000 shillings. 2,000 shillings.
Okay. Thank you. I understand. Now, if
Nilikuwa na swali ya Richard.
Atuya, you are putting it very well. The youth fund, to access it is a problem because of the bureaucracy. So
not bureaucracy, not
what is
limited resources.
Limited resources.
Yeah.
So you want to add on the youth fund, you want to add to the women fund.
No, we are creating a total a new way of doing things.
Thank you. A new way of doing things, which is an alternative line of distributing money. Is that it?
No, that's your thinking, and we have our own thinking.
Okay, thank you for your own thinking. I really celebrate your line of thinking.
No, I have questions.
Hold on. You will ask your questions. Let's hear from Lawrence first. Let's hear from Lawrence, and then there is Geoffrey, and then we'll come back to your questions. Just note them down. Lawrence, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Naona mmekalia Atuya bana. But okay, let me try to explain something Atuya. I hope hamtanikalia kabisa because I and Atuya belong to the same school of thought.
We can't promise, but just go ahead.
Okay, let me explain something about the bottoms up, which Atuya is not explaining. When you talk about the bottom up, the deputy president doesn't necessarily mean to give money to the hustlers. Ati anaenda akipea mama mboga 500, akipata mtu wa mkokoteni anampea 9,000. That can't happen. It can't work in a government. But one way in which the deputy president means to change the economy of the country by empowering that from the bottom pyramid is by, for example, let me give an example. I come from Kikuyu in Kiambu constituency, and Kiambu is known to have a lot of hustlers here, like any other part of the country. Let us say today, the government decides to build a level 5 hospital in my area, in my home area, specifically Kikuyu constituency, and in a certain village, let us call maybe in Kamango village, a village called Kamango. In the current government, when the government is building such a hospital, they always get their materials elsewhere. That is, if the hospital is being built, the government will order their materials in Nairobi. They will employ people from maybe far from Nairobi, and even if they'll employ people from my constituency, maybe Kikuyu constituency, what I employ were too limited, but most of the people come from far, from Mukofa. So what do I mean? If the government is okay, if the government want to construct a level 5 hospital in my area, they'll come first. They'll look at the area. I've said that is Kikuyu area, Kamango area in Kikuyu constituency. What the government will do is they look for a hardware which is within Kamango area in Kikuyu constituency. They'll stop buying their products in let's say Nairobi, where the government always buy. They look for hardware, a local hardware in Kamango constituency.
Let me interrupt.
By doing so, they've empowered Wachuhe. They've empowered Wachuhe.
Let me
okay, hold on, Lawrence. Penny.
Okay, yeah.
From the campaigns, the DP has been categorically stating that mama mboga na boda boda watakuwa na pesa mfukoni. You see, the concept you're talking about is a completely different. It's completely different.
But I'm not done. I'm not done. You've rent to answer me yet. I'm not done.
Here is a case where the DP is promising the boda bodas and the mama mbogas money, which means there will be a 120 million allocation to the mama mbogas and to the boda bodas. So we are wondering what mechanism, because we already have constitution in place that has some structures that are taking care of these people. So we are just wondering, what is this other, is it a duplication of structures? I don't understand. There is just a lot of confusion. What you're saying is not the bottom up that the GP has been describing. Is Mama Mboga pia atakuwa na pesa yake mfukoni, watu wa bodaboda pia watakuwa na pesa mfukoni. So it is not what you're saying that they'll procure their materials from the nearby hardwares and stuff like that. That is a completely different thing.
Okay.
That's
Let
a completely
me finish. Let me
different
finish. Eh?
Okay, Penny. Thank you, Penny.
Let me
Lawrence,
finish. Eh?
Lawrence,
Let me finish.
Lawrence.
Yes.
Hold on. I'll
Yes,
give you
Bernard.
permission to continue. The way you describe it, what makes it very funny, that the government will come to Kikuyu and check for the hardware around. Please, government does not work like that. In fact,
Bernard, don't go
level
this way.
5 hospital is built on contract. Somebody wins a contract, whether it's a Chinese or a Kenyan. He's the one to do all that hardware thing. Government does not participate in that.
Bernard, this is the mechanism we have to change. Eh? We don't have to give our contracts to the Chinese. We can get local contractors.
Lawrence,
the contractor can work on instructions because
Lawrence, hold on.
Okay,
Let me say something.
Yes.
What you are saying
Temba,
is currently happening. Counties are having projects and they're employing local people to implement that within the county structures. So there's a structure already. Government, when it is doing its work, it does bidding contracts. So if it's a government thing, they say it is going to be happening in this road. What they do, they employ the local. I want to give you an example. SGR, they were employing the local people in those places wherever the SGR was happening. So there's nothing different
but materials
happening
were
that
not...
you're saying that is local. We're being given local jobs.
They were
County
not
government
purchased locally. Materials.
Okay, Temba.
County governments are already implementing those things. So give us something different.
Lawrence, you said the material
Look,
are not local.
Let me finish. Let me finish my point. Eh?
Okay,
I'm talking of for example, the SGR passed through. Let us take a part of Kajiado. Eh? If we had materials purchased in Kajiado in a certain hardware in Kajiado, you've taken that money to a businessman in Kajiado. Okay, let us say, for example, the government purchase, let us say, cement in Kajiado, in a certain hardware in Kajiado County. They've empowered a hustler in Kajiado who is running a hardware. Then from there, the government should employ, and they've been doing that, but not in the way that it is expected. They should employ locally. If they are coming to build that hospital, the level 5 hospital, they should employ the local, they should employ people locally. From there, we have Mama Mbogas within. This Mama Mboga is the person who is cooking in a kiosk. There will be the person who will be who will supply food in the construction site. That is the hospital which is being built. You've empowered a Mama Mboga somewhere, a Mama kiosk somewhere. From there,
just hold on. She'll be selling Mboga by law or by what? I mean, if the people on the construction don't want to. If the people on the construction don't want to eat hamburger, what will the government do to make
but in any case, these people are getting lunch. These people must get lunch, must eat lunch, just within the construction, and that is what happens in most construction sites.
My conclusion is this, Bernard. These people don't understand bottom up. You guys don't understand bottom up.
If you give me time,
Atuya and Lawrence, you don't understand bottom up.
Thank you.
Listen. If you give me time, if you give me time, I'll be able to explain parts in details, Bernard. Let me finish in details, because I'm going to another point.
Your details are the ones agitating us. But hold on.
Okay.
Please, and you have like another 2 minutes because of grace to articulate what you're articulating. But you are leaving a lot to be desired. Mama Mboga is empowered by you mean the government is going to give Mama Mboga ya kuuza ama watalazimisha wale wanafanya mjengo kununua mboga yake? Unamaanisha nini?
The mama mboga ni mtu, nikiongea mama mboga ni mtu wa kioske, anapika chakula chake pale, anapelekea watu wenye wako kwa mjengo. Akipeleka hapo amekuwa okay, kama huyu mama alikuwa anapika chakula kiasi kidogo, kwa hiyo hospitali amesaidika, atakuwa akipika chakula kiasi kingi kwa sababu amepata watu wengine wa kukula hichi chakula. That is atapata wale watu wananunua chakula pale, wanapata chakula pale wanakula, anapelekea watu chakula. That is, sisemi serikali itamnunulia mboga akuje auze zile mboga. Let me continue. Okay, let us talk about the funds that the deputy president has been talking about. The deputy president amekuwa akisema tumekuwa tukipeana pia CDF money for the needy students. We don't need a constitution kuanza pesa mradi tunaweza saidia hustlers. Ati hustlers wa pale chini wanaweza wanaweza pewa pesa ndio waweze kujikuza. Huyu hustler anaweza enda achukue apewe pesa kiasi fulani. Si kwenda like we apply for the CDF bursaries. Kama watu wengine wetu tumesoma na bursaries, tukienda campus kuna help. Pale kunaweza eko pesa kama CDF, ndio amekuwa kimaanisha. Hizi pesa huyu mwananchi wa kawaida anaweza enda pale na akuwe needy, maybe a youth want to start a business. Anaweza enda pale na kutakuwa na mechanism, an easy way of accessing government funds, project funds, more than it is right now. Because right now you have to follow a very difficult set of bureaucracies to get the government money. As a youth, as a woman, as anybody else in the country. So when he talks of bottom up, atasaidia yule mtu wako pale chini anaweza pata kiasi cha pesa, anaweza anzisha biashara ama anaweza endeleza biashara yake, and which will be much easier than it is right now.
Kwa hivyo hiyo ni loan
Sorry?
Hiyo itakuwa loan, utarudisha, si ndio?
It will be kind of a loan, yeah.
No, kwa hivyo you want to make Kenyans and youths a loaning community that they pay with low interest. You know what that means? If you are 30 youths and all of you are selling mboga and nobody is buying, within 2 months, nobody will have bought that. You will default on those loans. You know what that means?
Bernard, you will have to protect the speakers. Themba is cross-examining them.
It's okay. Lawrence,
it's becoming a
good challenger. He's a good challenger.
There is a
yes, Bernard.
Okay, you get bursary.
Okay.
As a student, and you must prove you are a student, isn't it?
Sure, kabisa. Yes.
So how is the bottom-up approach is going to identify people as hustlers? Do we have IDs for hustlers? I mean, how do I come and say I'm a hustler?
Okay,
now
Bernard,
that's a very unfair question.
I mean,
I don't think you need to answer that one.
Okay. Let me answer, Bernard, a minute. You can't just be a reckless government that goes giving each and everybody, because everybody claims to be a hustler, unampea pesa. I think hata William Ruto si mjinga ati ataenda akipatia kila mtu pesa. There are strategies that must be used. There are ways that must be used. For example, if you have a business, ama you have this idea, you must show niko na hii idea and I've done this and this and this. Or I have a business, niko na business, hii business yangu lazima kukuwe na watu wataenda kuangalia ukweli ako na business, na business yenyewe ni deserving, anataka kusaidika. Haizi enda ukisema ati kila mtu okay, if you talk of everybody ati ukienda unapanga line unapewa loan, kila mtu atataka. Hata wewe Bernard utakifika pale utataka loan. So they
isn't that what the youth fund is about? The youth fund, you have to write a business proposal, then you have to provide your, then they will not even give you the money. They have to take you through mentorship, bookkeeping, and all other things on business. We have done application for that thing since then. We have never succeeded in getting the money. So even the hustler will have stopped being a hustler before.
Can I ask Lawrence the same question?
Now, Bernard, I think we need people.
The conversation
Bernard,
going.
we need people who know what bottom up is, tuwaulize maswali because hawa
Yes.
Atuya na huyu Lawrence hawatusaidii.
And then
Hold on now.
You guys want to complicate things.
Order everybody. Okay, Musa, ask your question, then Lawrence, as you answer the question, make your submission to conclusion.
It's what Themba has already asked him. Nilikuwa nikuulize tu Lawrence. Ushaisikia kitu inaitwa Uwezo Fund ama hii youth fund? How do they work? Ushaisikia? How do they work? Yes,
Zina work through zinatumia a certain strategy ku work. Haziendi tu direct ati unaenda unapewa direct. You must go through a process.
Exactly. And that's what enye umekuwa ukijaribu kutuambia hapa tu saa hii. And it's exactly the same thing. So hakuna kitu yenye Ruto anakuja kuleta mpya. It's just the same exact thing that you are telling us, unless you are using rocket science ambayo sisi hatuelewi. It's the same exact thing that you're talking
Lawrence,
about.
let me say one thing. You guys are actually pinning us bottom up approach to only mama mbogas being given money, boda bodas being, that is just one aspect of the bottom up economic approach. When we speak about bottom up economy approach, it is a way of a whole way of how government will be working to grow the economy. When Ruto becomes president next year, August, it doesn't mean that the macroeconomics of this country will stop. It doesn't mean Safaricom will stop. It doesn't mean BAT will stop. It doesn't mean Airtel will stop. It doesn't mean that now we will close Safaricom and have Mama Mboga selling Mboga at Safaricom house. One thing, when we say about a bottom-up economy approach, it is that we want to build the economy from the ground. And one aspect is make those funds available to those mama mbogas. If she's making 500 shillings now, let her be able to make 1,000 shillings. Number two, we have micro enterprises. We can create a million Safaricoms. We can create another Airtel in this country. We can create, no, Demba, you are greater than that. We can create other businesses in this country by empowering SMEs. Don't put it directly that now that it's Mama Mboga and Boda Bodas. If we're gonna create, we want to create a pool of businesses that are able to pay taxes and increase the tax base in this country. Don't just blanket it to Mama Mbogas getting money lining up. That's not the way an economy is going. And you have to remember this before you go on.
Bottom up is to increase the net for collecting taxes.
Not purely that. It is growing the economy from the bottom. Look here. Yeah, okay. That's a good question.
Okay. Bernard,
hold on. Lawrence, I still have you. We are coming back to you.
I wanted to give
the money that will go to empower the bottom, where will it come from?
Good question. Currently, for instance, a maize farmer like my mother is, depends on how's that board called, ile ya kupeana cereals, whatever, and this. That is a bureaucracy that it must come from the top going down. Now, let's give that farmer directly whatever input he or she needs. That is what is called bottom up. Instead of approaching that farmer
too fast. I want you to make me understand.
The money
we are giving direct. We are giving it from where? Do we get it on the street? Do we?
My mother, who is a retired teacher, now does farming. If you are a large scale farmer, you can get that for instance fertilizer from the NCPP. But now if we have structures in place, instead of us waiting for that bottom up and top down approach. Let's face the farmers directly. Let's have structure.
Atuya, look here. Atuya, you are
Who is this?
refusing to see. I'm
Who is
asking
this?
a very
Ngoja Bernard, ngoja Bernard nimuulize.
We have Kenya
Ngoja Bernard.
seed, okay? We have Kenya seed. Ngoja kwanza Themba. We have Kenya seed that is in charge of generating seeds for the farmers, which is related to the composition of the soil in different localities, which seed is good in which locality. Okay, then that is on the national level. Then they will generate the seed, multiply it, and then send it across for the farmers to buy and then plant in their farm, and then from there they get the harvest. Now you're telling us we are going to give directly to the farmer, but you're not telling us where we'll get it from, because you are against top bottom.
Yeah,
okay?
Good question.
You don't want everything from the top.
You belong
want everything to leave bottom and go up.
Wait, Atuya, wait. As you answer, you are saying we. Who? You know, the representation of the government is that NCPB, that Kenya seed is the. So which is this? Who is this? Is Ruto going to go personally, or is going to create another body to distribute? Or so he'll create another body.
Let me answer. I have
Which?
answer for that.
Okay.
When we say we want to re-engineer the economy process, we simply doesn't mean that we're gonna abolish NCPP. We're gonna abolish seed, the company of seeds that Bernard has said. They have a mode of operation, and the mode of operation is they work in a top-down way. Now, what we want to do, let the seed company work from bottom going up. Re-engineer the process. Instead. Okay,
Atuya, wait, Atuya.
No, I want to take that explanation.
No, wait, Atuya. This is the bottle. This is the seed. Okay. This seed needs to get to the farmer down there. Okay. We have Kenya seed that does the research and does everything and decides, okay, this seed should be reaching the farmer. Are we together there? Now, what are you saying about this seed that will make it bottom up and not up bottom? This seed has to get to the farmer. So just give me an example where now this seed will be moving not up bottom but bottom up.
No, that's the wrong thinking. Then I think that's the wrong thinking.
You just said that.
I think you have. Let me answer one at first. No.
It's the same thing. I'm explaining the same thing. You have said, okay, the Kenya seed will now go work from bottom, then up. We just want you to bring us to that mechanism. How will it now, instead of it coming from Kenya seed, Kenya seed will be receiving seed from bottom.
Okay.
Yes.
Now that is bad reasoning. That's what I say. The two of you are well educated beyond that kind of reasoning. What I mean is, what we mean is re-engineering the process doesn't mean now you have to take the seeds from the farmer to the. What kind of reasoning is that? We are talking about the processes. We are talking about the processes of getting that information, that seed. We're not necessarily speaking about the seeds. If we're gonna have a bottom up approach, why can't we have a localized seed company then? Is that not bottom up approach? We are not speaking about now mahindi itoke kwa mwananchi ende kwa government. That is bad reasoning, and I don't expect such reasoning from the kind of people we have in this panel.
No, it is what you're explaining.
No.
So tell us. That's what I asked you. We asked you, Atuya, how that seed.
Hold on, everybody. Let's have order. We are going straight back to Lawrence.
A minute, please.
Caesar.
Bernard.
Caesar. Number
yes,
one.
Please let me ask Atuya one question before you proceed to the next.
Ngoja kwanza. Naomba tu subiri kidogo. In fact, you are coming in after Geoffrey. just hold your horses.
I just
want
wanted to ask only a small question, please.
Okay, ask.
But why are you allowing
Yeah.
me to ask questions that tuliwakataza wengine ambao wako kwa giza?
Now, by the way, mbona sura yako hatuoni Caesar?
No, I'm
Give to
somewhere. That's why, and you know, I
Haya,
always
give to Caesar
sure
what belongs to
kwa
Caesar. Okay,
asiruhusiwe
ask your question.
yeah. Huwa nakwanga hapa hata maswali mingi, wacha niulize tu.
Bernard, utafanya tupigwe vita hapa. Wamalwa tulimnyima na
Abana, lakini si unanijua sura yangu na nakwanga hapa kila wakati. Sasa leo nikikwambia niko mahali
leo
siuelewi tu.
hata Ruben pia tulimwelewa, lakini hakupewa nafasi. Kwa hivyo wacha tuwe fair kwa kila mtu. So wewe tutapigwa hapa na Atuya. Atuya atatuambia hapa tulinyima Ruben.
No, Atuya is my brother and he knows.
Haya, ngoja. Atuya, is it okay that we allow him, kwa sababu tulikataza Wamalwa kuongea na alikuwa kwa giza.
It's past 2. We can bend the rules.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Atuya, yes, my brother. Habari yako?
Niko salama.
You know, Atuya, sometimes usijaribu kujiweka kwa mambo yenye utawezana wewe mwenyewe. I told you from the beginning. Hii mambo unajaribu kujifinya, unaambiwa uombee watu wakule, unaanza Mungu wa Israeli, Yakobo nini na umeambiwa uombee chakula watu tukule, tumechoka. Hautaweza. Even those people came with this slogan of bottom up, na ni maprofesa wanaenda kwa national TV wanashindwa kuelezea. Hii kitu itakukoroga Atuya. If you understand something, just tell us straight. Wacha kutusunguza. You know, I've been listening from you, but sielewi kitu yoyote unatuambia. Bisisia. So my brother, na hizo vitu unatuambia, you know, okay, from your perspective, unaongea is like DB ni kama mtu hayuko kwa serikali. DB yako kwa serikali. Na okay, just forget about from 2017 up to date. Before from 2013 amekuwa hapo. Na vile anasema akona numbers. Ni nini imemzuia kutufanyia hata moja ndio tuone akipata hiyo full mandate, so ataleta hiyo bottom up economy. Utashinda ukitusungusa hivi unatuambia ukikaa hapa na uko hapa. We need practical things.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Of course.
Do you want him to clarify?
Like the question is why is not Ruto doing the same currently?
Yes, he has claimed he has numbers. Why hasn't he brought about at least one thing for us to see if he can do this as deputy? Then being given presidency, he can do better.
He has done 2013 to 2017.
Which one? Tell me even one or two.
One, the issue about TVETs is a brainchild of one William Samuel Ruto, of ensuring that each and every village or constituency has a TVET college for class 8 dropout. Let me not call them dropouts, but for class 8 schools, class 8s and form 4 leavers who can go and acquire skills that they can actually come to the market and get real-time employment. That is one achievement he had while he was government.
Okay. You came from Nyamira County. I come from Kisii County. Tell me, yes, where is this located?
That is a very easy question. I will answer you from my village. In my village, we have like 4 or 5. We have.
Nitajie, mimi Mkisii, nitajie iko wapi? And I will make a follow up tomorrow. I will report here to Bernard. Tunataka physical practice kwa si mambo na kutuambia hapa.
Okay, we can just go online, search for Getuebe Technical College, and then someone else go online and search for Ekerbogie Tai training TVET. Someone do that immediately. Okay. That's an answer for you.
Okay,
And
I
again,
think as that being searched, let's Nini. I want us to go back to Lawrence so that we make progress. And then also for Patuya, there is the introduction of TVET. Okay, how has it positively?
Uliacha nani akaenda kazi? Sijamuuliza swali.
Nani? Caesar. Kwani
No,
I
Edward.
can't hold
Was
anybody
Edward?
here.
Niko hapa, sijaenda mahali.
Caesar
I'm
yuko.
still here.
Muulize swali.
Edward.
Let's do
Edward.
this. Ngoja kwanza. I want us to retain timekeeping. We are taking too much time on one matter. So we go back to Lawrence. He gets his 2 minutes back because we interrupted him. Let him do his final submission, and I would want him to be concise as possible so that we hear from Geoffrey. And then we have this other my guy who has a powerful name that I'm yet to learn to pronounce. I will know it by the time I reach there. Okay. The Laurent. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So, as I conclude, I want to say that the bottoms up economy will be real, and let us wait and see. Again, I believe in the deputy president. Don't ask me what the deputy president has done, because it is evident in the whole country. The deputy president, even after he was weakened and after his responsibilities were taken, he has continued empowering young people. Tell me any other politician who has been close to the common mwananchi more than the deputy president. You cannot tell me about a wheelbarrow. When you talk of a wheelbarrow, you cannot criticize that wheelbarrow, because that wheelbarrow is a source of income to a number of people. Not a lot of people. Let me say a lot of people, not a number of people. The deputy president is the one who has been with these people. When he talks of the bottom up economy, he has been with the people from the bottom. He has been with the common mwananchi. He has called youths in his current residence and empowered them with car wash, with mkokoteni. Not okay, like Bernard, sisi wote tunaweza fit kwenda university tukue madaktari, ma lecturer, tukue ma lawyers. When I'm given a wheelbarrow and I'm able to sell miwa na ile wheelbarrow, inanisaidia. Tell me ni nani hata Raila amepea youth yeyote nini kutoka 2017 elections ikiisha. So despite him not being in government, William Ruto amefanya kazi yake, amejaribu mahali anaweza. Ni mtu anafikiria yule mwananchi mdogo na amekuwa kimshikilia, and he does it better. So I believe in William Ruto, and I believe when he becomes president, he will do great to the people of Kenya and the nation at large. Thank you very much.
Okay. I don't want to dispute that for now. I'll come back for you. I am being pushed to, due to public demands. Geoffrey has to speak. The comments are too much on me because I have kept you on hold. Geoffrey, are you there?
Thank you, Brother Bernard,
Karibu.
for the chance to speak. Kwanza nimeona Brother Tuya, Penny, Lawrence, Musa, Rukundu, and Sisa. First, before I say anything, I hope Brother Bernard next time look for more people who are promoting that ideology of bottom-up economy, so that we can have enough people to ask questions, because you are really overwhelming a 2-year trying to explain. So let us make this so that the panel can have a balance, so that they can have something to speak. Let me say this. When I see all of us here, I know that we know very well our country. We know the challenges which are there. But it surprises me when we have very smart people who knows what's going on, and here the deputy president come up with that idea of bottom up, He's saying that he wants the money to trickle down to Mama Mboga and Mkokoteni, border. Forgetting that when devolution came, the devolution came so that money can trickle down to mashinani, to grassroots. The devolution came, which Ruto was opposing and campaigning against it, so that money can trickle down to county level, so that our people can have business, can have something which they can do what? They can survive with. Now it's coming up with this bottom up, and his followers, they're good. You know, it's politics. They're allowed to follow whatever he tells them. They are forgetting that this is the same person who was opposing this constitution which we have, which was created to empower people in the grassroots level. Now it's coming up with that the bottom-up economy approach, which cannot be explained by Ruto alone. I mean, it's now using the tactics of Moi era, whereby go down there dishing money so that confuse people, because our people have been used to the handouts. Now, when they see handouts, they're gonna do anything because they need that money. People are poor. When you see a leader who's using handouts, is brainwashing his followers. He wants them to continue remaining poor so that they can use handouts to rule them. That's how dictator people do. When I see my brothers who are learned and know what's going on, trying to convince others that this man Ruto can change our country, and is a deputy president of Kenya, what can he do when he's going to be the president if he cannot be able to do right now? We need to ask ourselves such questions. The only thing we need now in our country is to have leadership which can be able to fight corruption, because we have resources. We have money which can trickle down to grassroots and do some development. But because our country is being clouded by corruption, money is going to few individuals' pockets. The same people are taking our money. They're coming up and dishing it out, what belongs to us, and then we start doing what? Sharing them. It's like, you know, it's like a thief comes to your house and steals some food, then you are hungry, you don't have anything, then you're gonna come and provide you the food, and you will say, this is a nice person. Yeah, so that I don't have nothing to eat. And already he has stolen something from you. He's trying to confuse you. Anyway, I beat my country because we young generation, we are being duped and brainwashed, so that these people who are in power, who are taking our resources to continue ruling us. You know, you cannot tell me that someone is graduate, then you bring a wheelbarrow for that person instead of creating jobs. These people can go and get employed. Why are we going to school? When you tell me I go to college, then you want to give me a wheelbarrow. Really? You know, we need to think. But I applaud my brother Atuya for what you're doing, trying to defend that bottom up. You know, it's politics. And you have a choice to choose. But our brothers and the Lowlands the same. But let me tell you this. We need to think beyond this. Thank you, bro.
Okay, thank you,
Look,
Geoffrey.
Bernard, I have a question.
Hold on, Lawrence. I have a question for you too. Lawrence, Have you ever worked
Yes.
at the construction? Have you ever worked kwa mjengo?
Yes, I did once, yeah.
Okay. When you went to the mjengo, did you provide them with wheelbarrow or you found them with wheelbarrow?
I found them with wheelbarrows.
Okay. I think I have nothing to say on that one. If watu wa mjengo wako na wheelbarrow tayari, alafu wewe unatoa
Bernard,
wheelbarrow ati ni empowerment. Okay?
Bernard, you are a very unfair host.
Look, let me tell you one thing, Bernard.
Yes.
There is a friend of mine called Eric. Eric went to the deputy president's around residence around that is
Lawrence is stuck. We will hear him when he comes back. Atuya, what is it?
Yes, I wanted just to tell Geoffrey that he has made some very serious allegations. You know, the problem is that everybody is coming here just to downdress the DP. He has made some very serious allegations.
Bernard.
Hold on, Lawrence. Hold on. You just hold your thought. Let Atuya finish his sentence, then you're back.
So, Geoffrey, there's nobody dishing out wheelbarrows. I'm a graduate myself, and William Ruto has never given me a wheelbarrow. If my friend Njoroge outside here who sells fruits is given a wheelbarrow, there is no reason that Lawrence or Geoffrey should be jealous about that. He needs that wheelbarrow to feed his family. So he has been given the wheelbarrow. I, as a graduate, William Ruto has promised, come next year, he's going to change the economy. He's going to empower the SMEs in this country. The SME is going to provide jobs for me, and I will be employed. And I'm working for him to ensure that he gets that mandate so that he can create an economy that can give me a job. But at the moment, if he's able to give a wheelbarrow to a fruit vendor, I don't think there's anything bad with that.
Okay, thank you. Now I've heard you clearly, and I will come for you later. Lawrence.
So I'm talking of a certain guy,
Give us your Eric story.
Yes,
give us your Eric story.
So Eric was fortunate to be given a car wash machine and a tank by the deputy president. I am a witness. Eric is a graduate of computer science from the University of Nairobi, and Eric has grown with the car wash machine. He has been able to grow with the car wash machine and has been able to purchase a new one using the machine that the deputy president gave him. If Eric would say that I'm not because I'm a graduate, I'll not stoop so low to be given a wheelbarrow or a car wash machine because I'm a graduate, then Eric would not have managed to buy this new car wash and would not have been able to feed himself. So let us stop engaging in this conversation at wheelbarrow nini. Okay, when you talk of a wheelbarrow, which is an old material that was used in the old age, tukiongea deputy president anapea a whole graduate a wheelbarrow, we are forgetting that our graduates are jobless. And when the deputy president gives wheelbarrow to the youths, to the graduates, anawatakia mema because this is an option. Wewe unapewa ikiwa na option, unaweza enda kuuza matunda hata ukiwa graduate as you look for a job instead of saying how many youths are jobless.
Hold on,
Yes.
Lawrence. There is a reason why the youth are jobless. And the number one reason is the corruption. What is Deputy's roadmap on how to stop corruption in Kenya?
Well, the deputy president cannot control corruption in Kenya. He's not able to control corruption because he's not the head of state as of now.
I'll answer you that.
As of now.
Bernard, I'll also answer you that. I have a different answer to that too.
You have a different answer?
Yeah.
Which is?
William Ruto has not provided us with this manifesto so that we can actually scrutinize how he plans to deal with corruption. And
What is
so,
he doing, bro? Atuya, brother Atuya. What is he doing
okay, what is
now?
he doing? Currently,
Yeah.
he is a deputy president without portfolio. He can only, he can, he can do nothing. Okay, Geoffrey, tell me for
Okay,
real.
no,
Okay,
hold on.
let me ask Geoffrey a question. Is William Ruto in government? Does he
Yes,
have government powers?
Yes. It's the
he's the
David
deputy
President
president
of
of the Republic
He
of
Kenya.
hasn't
Kenya.
resigned.
And we are
I
not the
think,
ones saying. He tells us everywhere he goes.
does
Yes,
he have
Even
the
he
power?
himself knows
Does
he
he
is
have
the
the power?
deputy president of the Republic of
of
Kenya.
He
course
has
he has the
chosen. It's
power.
because he has
What? He's a
chosen
deputy
to.
president. Which power do you want him to have?
Okay, I know it's a fight I can't win, but every Kenyan
No,
knows
no, no,
William
no,
Ruto
no.
Okay,
is in office
let's
not
be
as a
orderly
deputy
now. Let's
president.
be orderly. Goja kwanza. Uh, one thing I want us to appreciate is as much as we want to dig deep for our preferred candidates, let's remain objective when it comes to Kenya. I support Raila Odinga's ideology. I'm an ODM since ODM was born. But when it comes to matters Kenya, I would want us to do what is good for Kenya, not what is good for an individual. And if the DP has a solution to what is ailing Kenya, I will be the first person to campaign for him. But I've been listening to him since 2013. Get a little conviction just to give him benefit of doubt that he has a roadmap that can help this country recover and move forward. I'm yet to be convinced. But everybody's free to support whoever they want. I cannot object on that. But our soberness and our willingness to judge people on the scale of their performance, number one. And like Atuya said, that TVET is the brainchild of the DP. And then the DP and the president won the elections, or rather got the presidents in 2013 on the premise of digital. Okay? And what they brought for us was TVET. Is this TVET supposed to generate people who are supposed to push mikokotenis? Or is supposed to generate innovative people who are going to invent for us cars that can use water, TVs that we can watch on space? I thought that is what digital is all about. Are we going back to 16th century at this time?
Bernard,
yes.
The good thing is it is late in the night. People might not be listening to you because you're really destroying your character. You cannot say that TVETs are useless to this country.
I did not say they are useless.
When you say it is not digital, when you say it's not digital enough, then you're saying it's not useful to the economy. A TVET does not mean we are taking very poor students there. We have students who passed to go to university but who opted to go for TVETs. TVETs offer even diploma courses. They offer real skills that can be very employable in the country, outside this country. They train mechanical engineers. They train electrical engineers. We have people who did drop out of class 2. That gives them the opportunity to be
I'm not against TVET.
Brother
I'm
Tuya,
saying
they are
in
training
view
people to
of
be
the
mechanical.
DP's approach. Okay, approach means we are for the next level of technological development. That's the premise upon which Jubilee campaigned. Okay, the rest are analog. They are taking us to the Stone Age. Later, we have moved. We are in the digital. That was the mentality that they built, and the steam upon which brought them into power, because we wanted to move away from everything analog. Okay, then as soon as they settled down in government, what happened? They changed 100%. Now, what they are offering now, the third time, okay, we are talking about the first term was digital. Second term was deviate. Okay. Now the third term is wheelbarrow. Are you not seeing we are going back beyond where we started?
Bernard,
Just
do you really?
analyzing critically, but don't answer me now. Don't answer me now. Let's hear from
No,
Caesar.
the problem is you
Yeah.
as the host, you drive a narrative and then you leave it. We have viewers who are listening to us. You drive a narrative, you leave it at a place where we are at a disadvantage, and then you move on the conversation. You need to give us we need to rebut. You cannot say that we are giving this country a raw deal and then leave that conversation there, and then you move into another conversation. You are selling a narrative of a failed government and a failed William Ruto, and we cannot sit here and watch. We have to equalize the conversation.
I am not against you equalizing the conversation. I'm just simply you should begin by accepting what I said or rejecting what I said.
Be a neutral host and let others
because what you are advocating for is a prearranged debate. And you know as well as I do, none of us on this panel were vetted before they came here. I did not know whether you are UDA or ODM before you came here. We all happen to be on the panel, and everybody is free to air their views. So we cannot even balance. I cannot remove a few people and put in a few people so that I balance. This is different.
My worry is even Musa will tell you. Even Musa will tell you, you are driving a narrative.
I'm not driving a narrative.
Okay.
I just
You're
put
saying something.
A scenario.
Okay, you're painting a scenario. You're painting a scenario. You're painting William Ruto negative, and then you leave it at that. Nobody is rebutting that, and then you move the conversation. So outside there, you're selling the picture that is the truth. We need to rebut that.
Okay, so what are you going to rebut? Is it that Jubilee did not campaign in 2013 on digital platform?
No, that's true.
That is true.
Jubilee, when Jubilee, that was
and
just,
then when they got into power, what happened?
Now, are you trying to guide me on what to say and what not to say? Can I answer you? When Jubilee government came into power, they came when Uhuru Kibaki came into power wakisema yote yawezekana bila Moi. I was young by then. Did it mean that they will kill Moi if anybody belonging to Moi? No. When we said we are a digital government, it didn't mean that now anything that is not digital won't be involved in the economy. You cannot wish away a motorbike repair personnel. We have to train those people because we have border riders. So we need TVETs. As much as I'm a beneficiary of the digital platform that Uhuru Kenyatta provided. I'm currently working from my house. I'm a beneficiary of the digital government, digital brains of William Ruto and his friend, Mr. Kenyatta. So you cannot say that they never offered that. We have to offer an holistic economy, both the non-digital and the digital. So we have not moved back to wheelbarrows. And if William Ruto becomes president, he's not going to close Konza City being built and build another factory for wheelbarrows. That is a political way of thinking that we should not allow. I'm not here to say that Raila will build an industry in Kisii that will be processing oranges because ODM is an orange party. We should just be very, very practical. Let's say the truth. I'm sure even Ishmael does not believe that William Ruto is giving wheelbarrows. He knows it's a narrative.
Okay, let me comment there, Mr. Atuya. You have mentioned me twice. Now I have to comment something. First of all, umesema that kuna oranges, that there is a company that's going to process oranges somewhere. It's on record. William Ruto pale State House, nini pale kwake inaitwa pale Karen House, alikuwa anapatiana wheelbarrow. So that somehow is related to him. Anaonekana kuwa mtu wa kupatiana wheelbarrows each and every place he goes. So can you explain to us kwa nini anapatiana wheelbarrow and why is he doing that? And how will that be different na what he is currently doing now akiingia kwa nini akiwa president, what will be the difference yenye atafanya na saa hii yenye ameshindwa kufanya?
I'll answer you with a question. Currently, what do you work as who? What is your profession?
Saa hii ama security guard in Qatar.
Now, okay, I cannot give an example for that. Let's use Bernard as a writer. If Bernard goes to the DP's office and the DP offers him printing material,
Yes.
as at a personal level, is it wrong or right?
It's okay. We cannot say it's wrong or right kwa sababu
true.
anafaa mpatie
something
that is better.
Now, as a deputy president,
Geoffrey, hold
can I
on.
say something?
Geoffrey, ngoja kwanza. Geoffrey,
Okay.
hold
As
on.
a deputy president, I know where Bernard is going. As a deputy president, that is not his mandate to give people physical products. No, because his mandate was withheld by the president. Yeye amejitolea at a personal capacity kusaidia yule kijana anauza fruits at a personal capacity. He's not doing it as a
Atuya wacha kutudanganya.
Ngoja kidogo.
Anajisaidia ni kiji anatafuta.
How was it withheld? Explain to us how was his power withheld by the president? Atuya, explain.
Yeah, Bernard can tell you that. Bernard, put your mic back on. Bernard, umemute. Anatuongelesha kweli?
Yeah,
Bernard, you've muted your...
Pole, I'm sorry. I am saying if I allow Musa's question to be answered, we are going back to where we have been. Let's just make progress,
I think we should
please.
quit this bottom-up narrative. It will never come to an end. We should finalize.
The good thing is we always discussing the deputy president. That's the good thing.
In fact, I'm beginning to suspect.
You know, we are
okay.
We are discussing the DP because he's the one who is running for president.
All the
We
same.
don't have another candidate at the moment. That's why.
Hold on. We know when everybody speaks, we create noise. We don't communicate. Okay. That's why everybody should speak in turns. Okay. And if you're not speaking, you mute your mic. We have this Kuntu TV guy is supposed to speak, but Caesar had not made his submission. I want us to get there. But before Caesar, Geoffrey, you had a question or what?
I had a question because Baratuya was saying that the deputy president is just giving out or dishing out the wheelbarrow to help from his pocket. But now I was asking a graduate, what the wheelbarrow want to do that? Because when the people going there, they're not going there on, wheelbarrow is for construction. Now, the deputy is trying to put that narrative, giving out people wheelbarrows. Now I'm wondering, are they going? You finish your college. Are you going to do construction? Anyway, when you do construction, the construction company they have the tools for doing construction. What is the wheelbarrow going to do? People are saying, oh, the wheelbarrow are going. People can use them selling machungwas, doing, but really.
I gave you
now it's reaching a point whereby people are really believing that now the way the deputy is dishing out money when you're gonna be president, that's what you're gonna do. There's nothing like that gonna work.
Okay, Geoffrey, again, you are giving wrong information. The deputy president is not dishing money. Number two, if I go to the deputy president's office and ask for a wheelbarrow as a graduate, then I need it. I, Atuya Junior, I've never asked a wheelbarrow from the deputy president. Wherever I'm in forums where I speak about us as the youth, I speak about how he will create an economy that will employ us. If I go there to ask for a wheelbarrow, then I need the wheelbarrow, surely. If today, Caesar, if today, Geoffrey, you go to the deputy president's office and you ask for a wheelbarrow, then you need it. Maybe you selling fruits, maybe you, as a graduate, maybe you need it. But I've never asked for a wheelbarrow. I've always agitated for a way the economy is gonna be built for us to get employment. So the blanket thought that William Ruto is giving wheelbarrows is none found for. It is just it is something good for our opposition to attack us. And that's why we even decided to make it our logo for the party, because you made it obvious.
The fact is that did he give wheelbarrow? Did he give wheelbarrow to people at his home, Karen? Did you see wheelbarrows? He was being driven with the wheelbarrow. Did you see it?
Okay, if I go to the deputy president's office and I want a wheelbarrow, if Mulumbu is going and he is asking a question, if I go and ask for a wheelbarrow, if I'm given a wheelbarrow, then I need that wheelbarrow. If today Musa needs a wheelbarrow, if he goes there and gets a wheelbarrow, he needs it. If Bana today needs
okay, thank you.
machine, yeah.
Thank you, Atuya. Thank you so much. Please, I want us to make progress. We have discussed wheelbarrow long enough. Caesar, make your submission quickly. If you have any matter on the wheelbarrow, I want that wheelbarrow thing to cease now. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. No, my brother Atuya. You know, when I look at you, I see a vibrant guy, and I think you should think otherwise. Kuliko hiyo mambo nasema. So to be sincere, speaking in my humble opinion, without being sentimental, and of course without offending anyone who thinks differently from my opinion, but rather looking into this serious business of 2022. Yeah. So honestly, I think and I believe Ruto is not the right person on this game. You know, okay, for me, I'm a supporter of Raila Odinga because I believe on Raila and I know what Raila stands for since I started to support Raila. Huyu jamaa tumempigania, and to be sincere, Raila, he has never given me anything, even 5 bob, but I believe on him for what he stands for. Dira chapata hiyo nafasi. But when I come and look the way William Ruto is taking us, Mara o bottom up, Mara o dynasty, Asura, Mara Seawood. You know, in 2013, Ruto was the same guy who promised us about the stadiums, laptops. Now we have kids. Ametoka laptop, amekuja wheelbarrow. And Atuya, you are here, unatuambia eti wheelbarrow. Wewe saa hii umekaa hapo unasema unafanya mambo na digital, you make a lot of money, but wheelbarrow Atuya, you know where we come from. Wheelbarrow inakuwa ni kupepea nyasi ya ng'ombe na kwa mjengo, and the wheelbarrow it's only costs like 3,500, you know. So hii makelele mingi yake, and I promise you, I can promise you this one, Atuya. I told you before, I think now we have almost 1 year. Ukiniambia oh, Raila is not going anywhere, Mount Kenya is for DB Ruto, but wait and watch. Before we reach next year, Feb or March, utasikia ile tsunami nyoka imetoka. Sijui utakuwa umejificha wapi. And sometimes try your best, nyinyi watu wa Asra nini, ukikuja kuelezea watu, at least come with something you can convince people. Vijana wadogo kama sisi sasa, niko na msichana ambaye nitaanza kumwambia oh, my daughter, ukimaliza shule ya ama serikali itakupatia wheelbarrow. What is that? Atuya and your group na mwache kutusi Raila.
You know, sometimes mnatumiza roho, mnamuita muganga. And you know, sasa hiyo mambo mlikuwa mnamuita muganga. Now we have come to realize Ruto ndio muganga boss. Ameofa mtoto wake ameenda Nigeria, now he wants to take us also there. Thank you.
Thank you. No comment on that one. I want us to make progress. This Kuntu TV. Help me pronounce your name. It's too long and I don't want to spoil it. How are you? Unmute first.
I muted my mic. All right, thank you. I don't know if you hear me.
We are hearing you.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. This is Kukurikuntu. Yeah, this is Kukurikuntu. Yeah, I'm proud to be here. I see my first time to be in live, but I had been following you guys. Thank you for this chance. So I want to make some recommendations on above. Kuna hao ndugu zangu akina Atuya, Junior, and Lawrence. I wanted to ask some questions. Question number one, between a graduate and an undergraduate, who is supposed to be given the wheelbarrow? When someone atuambia kwamba a graduate from still Nairobi University was going to be given a machine car wash and whatever, as well as kuna mtu hapa nje mwenye nafaa kusaidia hiyo machine afanyie kazi hajapatiwa. Another thing, the kinds of ya majina yenye wanasema Asra Nation and or whatever, wheelbarrow, bottoms up, that's a trap because William Ruto understands the 90% of Kenyans ni watu wenye wako poverty. So that's a trap, anatumia kutrap wa Kenya. So akiwafikisha that corner and then atawacha ikifika 2027 tena alete trap ingine. Do you see? As well as you have stated from area about laptops and or whatever, it was a trap. Now imeisha, ameona kwamba itamfikisha muongeshe mahali, ameamua kujitoa mapema, akuja na with another slogan ambayo ni Hasra Nation and wheelbarrow. Kitu ingine, I think the DP is the kwa government, it's not in the opposition. By now, it should be very busy in the government kuhakikisha kuweka kila kitu kiwe sawa. Si eti anatuanza kutupigia campaign from area 2017 campaign or yote ni campaign tu. So I don't see anything that he has done that can convince me to vote for him. Wheelbarrow is convince me niende kumpigia kura. Yeah, nimesoma. So I've gone to school, ningoje nipe wheelbarrow. I had much money, school fees, school fees over $500,000 nimespend in the school. Ningetumia just only 2,000 kununua wheelbarrow nifanyie kazi. But now ni spend $500,000 kuja kupea wheelbarrow ya 2,000. It won't work. So that one is a trap. And hao watu wengine wa Hasra Nation naomba tu hivi, tafadhali, I want you to mwene mtafute vizuri, mpatiwe the logic, mpatiwe the way you can convince these people, mconvince watu vizuri kwamba DP atakuwa rais. Wheelbarrow hapana. And these people who have got into this trap ni watu ambao vijana wadogo. But ukipata mzee mkubwa anakuambia wheelbarrow itakuja kunisaidia nini? Okay? If DP wants to rectify the government with na maisha pora na mama mboga apate ujumi kwe pora, it should start lazima anze sasa hivi. Ako kwa serikali, let him go sit down with the president, ambie rais, we agreed ungekuwa na rule for 10 years, 10 years. Tafadhali, let us make this maisha kwe rais so that nikari hapa nje kupata kura. But ukijitoa mapema kumaanisha kwamba uko na vitu zako. Another thing ya mwisho ni hii nilikuwa namalizia. There's something that Lawrence alikuwa amestate nikiwa naingia kwenye show about ST or whatever about bottoms up. Tuanze kuleta siji mama mboga aanze kuuza chakula kwa mchengo. Those things ziko mpaka sasa hivi. Eno kwa mchengo yote kwa town ama town yote town yote between hapa Kenya. Hawa watu wanauza chapati lunchtime, breakfast, wengine wanapikia pale pale. So Ruto ndiye amewapeleka wanaenda kufanya kazi huko sasa hivi, wanasema bottoms up. Wao watu mtafute wide logic, mjipange vizuri kama to the ground, leta manifesto nzuri yenye can convince us. But meanwhile hamjajipanga bado. Hii bottoms up bado inawaweka chini. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. You say Kurukuntu TV.
Yeah, Kukurukuntu.
Kukurukuntu.
Oh, sorry, Bernard. Kuna kitu cha mwisho tafadhali, 1 minute.
Yes.
Kuna kitu nani Atuya alikuwa anasema kwamba anatoka Kisii. I'm from Kisii. The director of TVET institutions about Ekiribugie Tai haijakuwa formed in DP. It was there since before. So ile kitu ameenda kufanya pale ni renovation. But si eti kuanzisha. We are in Nyamira County, we have Ekiribugie Tai and Keroka TVET institutions. Those two. So hiyo yenye mnasema kwamba TVET amefanya nini, hajafanya kitu chochote. Another thing, nimemwona akiwa pale katika Kisii County, barabara ya South inashika Tabaka, Ikoba na Tati route. Hakuna vile naenda kama walianzisha barabara na serikali na ashachondoka kwa serikali, hakuna vile naanza kuambia watu sijui barabara tulikuwa tumeanza imeisha, nimeona imeisha, sasa tutaanza ingine. You are not in the government. Mnaanza na nani? Kitu kingine, kuna hao watu ni vile nimesema hawajaelewa what is bottoms up. Kuna mama mmoja amesimama pale Kenyanya kisha akaambia wana poda ati if we elected this DP to be our president come 2022, he will create jobs for you poda people. Sasa mtu wa poda akuna poda inamrisha, hiyo ndio kazi yake. What intern ni kazi nyingine tena, ni kazi gani tena utamtengenezea kutoka kwa hiyo kazi yenye anafanya? So unataka kumpatia helicopter afanye biashara ya ndege hapa juu? So let us come with another logic, tuchiuze vizuri so that ndio tutafikiria. But at this moment hamjafanya kitu. Hiyo ingine mwambie enda badilisha tafadhali.
Okay, thank you. Atuya, do you have a rebuttal before we go to Mulumbu?
Just to mention, I will reiterate what I said. Kukurukuntu TV. There's no single day.
Yes.
William Ruto has done an advert saying all graduates come to the deputy president's residence and get a wheelbarrow. The time he gave wheelbarrows, he gave them to small traders who actually do sell fruits, sell mboga. Those are the people who need those wheelbarrows. And if a graduate is one of the people who are selling fruits, or the people who are pushing viazi around downtown Nairobi, and he gets a wheelbarrow, why do you have qualms about that? I myself, if today I want a wheelbarrow and I asked William Ruto to give me a wheelbarrow and he gives me one, I, as a graduate, am the one who is asked for that. There's no single day you have ever heard that graduates wanataka William Ruto is giving graduates wheelbarrows. William Ruto is a PhD holder. He's a person in a capacity to know that he needs to build an economy that employs its people. William Ruto is not, si mlevi eti sasa ataingia president aanze kupeana wheelbarrows. That is a very bad logic. And that's a bad way of thinking. And I totally believe deep down, hata Bernard mwenyewe ungemfungua roho atakwambia William Ruto does not mean that he will be distributing wheelbarrows. Number two, you spoke about the TVETs in Nyamira County. I will agree with you. They never started when William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta were president. the TVETs were a brainchild of William Ruto when he was the Minister for Higher Education. Go back to your history and check. It was under his tenure that he came up with the, under his great brains, not even tenure, that he came up with the TVET idea. So you cannot take away that from him. And then you are talking about how to create.
Atuya, before you drop that, what was 844 about?
No, let me finish it. before you are saying that how will William Ruto give jobs to border guys? This is how bottom up will increase jobs for the people who drive borders. If we grow an economy of a place called, for instance, Keroka, it means it will have more occupants. It will have people working in industries. It will have more mama mbogas going to the soko to bring more vegetables. It will mean that we have more people to feed. So it means that border guys will be making more trips. They will be making more money. If they were making 500 and they have more work that has been created courtesy of an increased economy, they'll be making 1,000. That is what we mean that we will create jobs for the border guys. It doesn't necessarily mean we will take them and make them pilots. Caesar left. Caesar was actually saying that
Niko hapa sijaenda.
William Ruto Mganga. Let me remind you, we are in the politics business. This is not a mosque. This is not a church. We are politicking, and anything goes with politics.
Let
And
me
we
ask
don't. And I will tell you this for free. If today Raila Odinga was sick and he needs blood, and it's William Ruto who can donate, he will do that before yourself get there.
Let me ask you, for someone who goes to church, the DP is always in church. He goes to like 3 churches on a Sunday. So it is actually very bad example for him to be going to church, and he's so busy using propaganda such as mchawi, waganga. You know, what kind of an image is he trying to portray? Much as he's politicking, he should exercise respect and restraint and tolerance to other fellow politicians. Yeah, so you can't be in church donating millions and canceling that by calling people names. It cancels. So it makes it so open. It makes people know that he's just there to get votes and nothing else, not to change his character, not to have a relationship with God. But you see the kind of a language that he uses, calling other politicians names, and he so even reads Bible verses, proving to be nearer to God more than any other person. So I think for me there, the DP has not done very, very well. Let's call a spade a spade.
That's something to
His
do with
his level of propaganda supersedes his Christianity that he tries to portray to us. He's not a Christian by all standards.
Thank you, Penny. That's a character issue. I think we will share with him with that.
And the rebellion, and his rebellion towards the president. So if you take rebellion and the propaganda that he uses, and then he's purporting to be a Christian, donating millions. Even today, he donated 1 million in wherever he was. It cancels. It cancels. You cannot bribe God.
Okay, you have to speak on both sides. Also, remind your politicians to stop calling us thieves. We are not thieves. We are the sons of the peasants. We have reached. He has reached where he has reached because of sheer hard work. And when your friend, I saw him nowadays. He also reads Bible verses in churches. Next time, tell him to stop calling people thieves before they are incriminated by.
They are arrested and prosecuted.
Yes.
Bernard, can I respond to Atuya because he asked me this one? Can I respond 1 minute, please?
Caesar. Okay, yes, Caesar.
Yes. Yeah, Atuya, ndugu yangu, unajua if you mean something, simama nayo. Ujaona Raila akisimama mahali akitusi William Ruto? Sidhani kama kuna mahali umemwona akimtusi. Ile kitu alisema akichukua uongozi, waizi wote ataweka kwa chera. nyinyi mkaanza kujidoubt. Hakutacha mtu chini. Kitu ya pili, kama Ruto anaamini kanisa na anaenda na by the way, kanisa ni roho ya mtu. Wewe mwenyewe ndio unajua Mungu wako, si eti wenye anaenda kanisa kila siku they believe that. Kuna wengine wanaenda hizi kanisa zimekuwa na mambo, hata mapasta ndio wametunyang'anya mabibi huko, so sometimes inafanya hata atwendi kanisa. Kanisa ni roho yako. If DP Ruto is going to church to worship, hawezi kusimama pale kwa kanisa anatusi mtu, mnataka vitendawili, mnataka ule mtu mganga. So hiyo ni nini sasa? Wacha nimalize. It's okay. It's okay. Ni pastor lakini si huyo, si mmoja wao wenye wanatunyang'anya mabibi. So kitu kingine, hii tabia ndio Ruto amefunza mpaka mandugu zetu. You know Atuya where we come from. Apart from kuwa na position, wewe ni mkubwa nini. Ule mtu ako chini yako, hata kama wewe ni mdosi wako, sometimes unaheshimu ile umri yake. Unaona DB amefunza akina Osoro wanatuzi akina Onkeri. Unajua hiyo mdomo ya wasee wakianza kuongea itakupeleka mahali pabaya. Sometimes respect to elders, hata kama ukiwa na hiyo uongozi ikiingia kwa akili yako isikufanye uone ni kama umefika. Na DB aje kujipretend ni kama amekuwa rais, na ache kusema alisaidia mtu fulani. Wacha sahi akisaidie, na ache kusema eti anatafutia wa mama mboga. Si yeye anatafuta kiti ya urais? Mbona anaamuka kila siku asubuhi akisukuka? We are waiting you. Na sasa yeye ndio nimekunilika kwambia hivi, DP Ruto sasa yeye ndio mganga mkubwa, amesacrifice mtoto wake huko Nigeria. Sisi hatuna biashara, yeye na biashara na Nigeria. Si amebeana msichana ndiye akapatiwa uganga. Let us meet on the ballot, na tutakuonyesha.
Aya. The wicked run when nobody is chasing. Anasema nijitetee. Naomba nijitetee. Uchungaji ni kazi ambayo ni ngumu sana kwanza. Kwa sababu hawezi kuzuia mtu yeyote kuja church. Sio policing. Pastoring is not policing. You cannot even enforce your pastoral responsibility. These are people who volunteer to come, listen to you, teach them whatever you are teaching. They still have a choice to follow what you taught or choose their way of how they will respond to it. We say that preaching is my responsibility, but interpretation is yours. So you can even misquote me from what I said. But all the same, that does not give somebody license to use the word of God for personal gain. The Bible is against that, and it is not even a good example to the children that we need to hand over to them values that are transgenerational. The word of God is supposed to be sacred and be held with that reality. So when we begin to play politics with it, hatutengenezi nini, tunaharibu mambo ambayo hatupaswi kuchezea. Yeah, it's important. So and then also the nini, Uda did not write the Bible anywhere. Uda did not print any Bible anywhere. So they cannot say they are the ones who have made people to read Bible. We've been reading this Bible before Uda was constructed. So they shouldn't claim that they have made so and so to read the Bible. I started preaching many years ago before Buddha was thought about. So Bible is here, and it has, according to what it provides for, is eternal. The word of God is eternal. So everybody will live and go, but the word of God will remain. So let's hold the word of God with that same sacredness. When the DP went to church and he was saying that bottom up is in the Bible, and he was quoting where it is, and then, and shallowly just brushes it off, trying to play with the church people's minds. I felt so bad, because it is not healthy for a person of his status to go and use the Bible to push for an ideology he very well knows that is not what the Bible is teaching. So kuna mchezo mwingi sana tunacheza nayo tukitumia jina la Mungu, na hiyo haileti shangwe. Tukubali tu tusonge mbele. I want us to move forward now. That also does not mean you have to believe the Bible. You are free to believe whatever you want to believe, but in my understanding, the Bible is the most accurate book on earth. It has provision for us, life before, life now, and life to come. Any other book I've read, none covers me to that extent. And so if you don't believe in it, you are still free to believe whatever you believe, but it's important to check what you believe. My bishop says, before you follow any doctrine, first observe the people who followed it before you. If they are doing better than you, then follow the doctrine. So don't just believe things because they are said. And then for pastors, not everybody that calls me Lord, Lord shall see the kingdom of God, the Bible says. So that I wear a tag called pastor doesn't mean I am even a pastor. Today we have commercial pastors, we have pastors for hire, we have all manner of things. So Bible gives us a responsibility to test every spirit and test every individual that we want to follow. Some are just using the church and the word of God for their survival, which in my opinion is not accurate. Mulumbu is back. We want to hear from Mulumbu, then Taliban, and then we can begin to call it a day, except something else. But I want us to get back to the really topic. We are talking about Baba in Garissa and Ruto in Kisii, and the revolt in Kisii against Ruto's campaign. Something like that. Let's not go and pinch our tent in Karen and discuss current affairs. Thank you. Mulumbu Karibu.
Let the other guy go ahead. I'm doing something here, then I'll come back.
Okay, thank you. Taliban.
Habari zenu ndugu zangu.
Nzuri, namna gani?
Habari zenu.
Salama
boss,
ndugu.
Salama ndugu. Hello. Nimesikia vile mmeongea bana kuhusu nasema nimesikia vile mmeongea kuhusu Ruto. Akishafurahia bana. Sasa ni kama mko against Ruto nyinyi wote. Hello.
Hatuko kinyume na Ruto, tuko kinyume na ideology kama ni mbaya hata ikiwa ya Raila. So wewe tuambie mbona una support Ruto?
Wewe Bernard, nimesikia vile unasema sasa eti anaenda kanisa ndio sijui sasa eti sijui hata wacha nilale bwana. Kanisa yani mtu anaenda kanisa ndio mna church.
No, kwenda kanisa sio makosa Taliban. Na ngoja kwanza kabla uende, okay? Sisi hatujazuia mtu yeyote kwenda kanisa. Kile ambacho akisimamii ni kutumia kanisa kwa madhumuni ya kisiasa. Mpaka wakati unafika unasoma Biblia, unasema umepata verse kwa Biblia ina support bottom up.
Sasa maneno ya Christianity kwa huyo mtu si ati ilianza juzi. Huyu mtu alikuwa tangu enzi ya Moi alikuwa kanisani, alikuwa siu. Sasa huwezi sema eti ni juzi ndiye alianza kwenda kanisa.
Hiyo ni kweli, na tumekubali kwenda kanisa na afanye kazi yake ya siasa, lakini kununua kanisa ama kutumia hela kufanya kanisa limfuate,
hiyo ni kusaidia kazi, hiyo ni kusaidia kazi ya Mungu. Hiyo ni kusaidia kazi ya Mungu. Unajua Mungu, watu wa Mungu tena wanataka wasaidiwe bana. Sasa mkisema eti asiende kanisa apeane nini, sasa angetumia pesa yake wapi? Sasa angekuja kupea hiyo pesa.
Taliban.
Yeah?
Ulikuwa Kenya wakati wa Kibaki?
Si ndio?
Na unakumbuka huo wakati harambee zilikuwa zimekuwa banned?
Yes, nilikuwa.
Economy ilikuwa nzuri ama ilikuwa mbaya?
Ilikuwa nzuri.
Sahi
unajua Kibaki kwanza ni mtu alikuwa economist, alikuwa anaelewa maneno ya nini zaidi kuendeleza nini ya Kenya. Sasa mwenye ako sahi hajielewi, ajui chenye inafanywa vile Kibaki alikuwa anafanya.
Mimi nakuuliza 2013 ndio tulifungulia harambee za makanisa na mtu yeyote anaweza kuconduct harambee. Okay? Ndio hii maneno ya pesa kwanza kupelekwa makanisani na kujionyesha ikaanza. Okay? Mbona wakati huu ni tofauti, wakati tunafanya harambee na wakati tulikuwa tufanye harambee economy ilikuwa mzuri.
Unajua sasa ni kama unajaribu kusema eti Ruto sasa anaipa ndiye anapeleka kanisa, na hamna evidence kwamba yeye alikuwa anapeleka hiyo vitu kanisani.
Mbona anapeleka
hivyo? Wewe ndio umesema.
Mbona anapeleka pesa kanisani na bado anatumia lugha ya matusi akiitaita wengine majina, waganga, mlevi, mgoroki.
Unajua Ruto anaelewa zaidi, labda amewahi pelekwa mahali na huyu jamaa akakataa maneno ya ukanga. Sasa ndio anaelewa zaidi huyo mtu huyo mkanga wenu. Sasa alafu sasa huyu tena Raila labda anajua sasa uwizi huyu jamaa labda kuna filana ipa, sasa hao watu wanaelewana. Sasa msiseme sababu kitu yenye amjui, msisupport mtu mwenye amjui.
Romans 13, it tells us to respect our authority, and this is someone who is so defiant, hata aheshimu boss wake. So anaomba Mungu gani?
Kuheshimu mtu sio mbaya. Unajua sasa Ruto si ati heshimu ni nani. Hata mnaona sasa zingine kila kitu anajaribu kuwa genuine na president, lakini president kama sababu anataka kuwa upande ya Raila, anajaribu kuwepa huyu jamaa sababu anataka kusurvive maneno ya kisiasa 2022. Sasa hiyo ndio njia ya siasa. Unaelewa maneno ya siasa bana. Lazima kama kuna kitu unaona sasa huyu nataka ni survive. Unataka kusurvive kisiasa na unaona huyu mtu ataenda kunisuia hapo mbele. Sasa unajaribu kujitoa. Sasa president anajaribu kujitoa kwa huyu mtu. Anajaribu
kuweka vizuri kwamba David president akiitwa mwizi na Raila, kwa hivyo Raila anajua kitu yenye naiba, na yeye akiita Raila mganga, kwa hivyo kuna mahali Raila alikuwa anataka amchukue uwanga. Asante for that information.
Sasa wizi ya Ruto ilianza juzi kama ameingia serikali hii ya Ruto ya Uhuru ama ilianza wakati wa nani, wakati alikuwa kwa serikali ya Kibaki?
Alianza akiwa serikali ya Kibaki akiiba mahindi. Alianza akiwa serikali ya Kibaki akiiba mahindi. Alianza akiwa serikali ya Kibaki akiiba mahindi.
Uko na evidence kwamba aliiba hiyo mahindi?
Si hata Raila alimfuta wakati Raila alifuta Ruto na Ongeri Kibaki. Alifuta Ruto na Ongeri Kibaki.
Hiyo ni uongo bana. Sasa mseme kitu yenye yani iko na evidence. Hiyo kufuta inaonekana.
Ongea kama mtu yuko Kenya na unaona. Si eti juu na support Ruto.
Unajua unajua hello,
ngoja Taliban, mute your mics.
Sawa, nasikia.
One person at a time, okay, so that the people watching can follow. Sawa. So na tusiseme maneno ya nani mwizi ama ameiba nini. Nimesema turudi kwa debate. Na debate iko wapi? Ruto leo Kisii, kuna mahali ilikuwa Bochari ama wapi? Mkutano ilishindikana, kulikuwa na ODM na UDA. Alafu baba akaingia Garissa akapokelewa na Azimio la Umoja. nataka tuzungumzie maneno, tusifanye hii platform kuwa ni platform ya kutetea Ruto ama kupiga mawe Ruto.
Okay, sawa. Unajua sasa nimesikia sasa vizuri venye unataka sasa. Huyu Ruta alienda huko kanisa, maneno ya kanisa. Alafu sasa wakati anatoka kanisa, unajua watu wanapenda siasa sana Kenya kuliko hata maneno ya Mungu. Sasa vile alitoka huko, unaona sasa Wakisii wanapenda yeye sana. Na tulifurahi hivyo. Mimi niko upande ya Ruta, si ati niko upande ya Raila. Sasa nimefurahi vile amepokelewa na Wakisii. Ingawa kuna watu kidogo kunsi wenye wanalipwa na Raila, ama tuseme kuna mtu tu mwenye ako opposition analipa, au wengine au watu wenye walienda kufanya mafurugu kidogo kidogo huko. Hiyo sio bwana, hata haikuonyesha ni picha nzuri kwa hawa Wakisii. Kama Wajaluo kwanza hawakufanya hizo maneno huko kwao, ati kuongea mbaya kuhusu Ruto ama kuambia eti rudi mahali, sijui walikuwa wanaongea nini. Hata nilishindwa hata vile walikuwa wanaongea, walikuwa na shout ni kama hawakuwa wanataka wanasema nini. Sasa hiyo sio kupokea mtu akikuja kwenu. Alafu sasa Raila nimeona kwa TV. Sasa hiyo kwa TV hiyo ni iko na ukweli, si ati nini. Kwani unataka kuniambia ilikuwa kitu yenye haiko ukweli?
Unajua ile kitu tunaweka kwa TV tunaweza edit kuonyesha picha fulani hata kama haikuwa hivyo, lakini nilikuwa tunataka kujua kama ulikuwa literally on the ground, you will have a better view than even the TV video.
Okay, wacha niashumu kwamba hiyo kitu haikuwa ukweli. Vile unajaribu ni assume.
Sawa Taliban, I think that is enough, unless kuna swala lingine tuende kwa Mlumbe.
Sasa labda hao niulize maswali. Nataka nisikie maswali kutoka hao.
Taliban, ngoja kwanza. Wewe unasikiza kuwili ama nini? Una watch kwa YouTube tena uko kwa studio? Kwa sababu kuna feedback.
Si ndio?
So ili usikue na feedback, unaona? Ukiingia kwa studio unazima ile ya YouTube.
Kuna vitu unaona yani inawekwa live na kuna vitu zingine. Sawa, wacha hata nimalizie tu. Tuseme tupigie kura huyu bana, huyu mtu Ruto baada ikifika 2022. Huyo mtu sio mbaya. Watu wanachafua tu jina lake.
Convince kwa nini tupigie Ruto?
Unataka nikuconvince?
Yes.
Taliban mute YouTube yako.
Okay.
Bana, explain venye nilikuwa namaanisha, nikaa amefikiria namfukuza.
Taliban, unmute tuongee.
Hello. Sinawapata hapa?
Yes. Okay. That's better. So, Ebuni convince. Uko na feedback, but all the same. Convince me, why should we vote for Ruto? What do we stand to gain as a nation with Ruto president?
Unajua Ruto bado ni kijana, anaelewa zaidi maneno ya economy vile inaendeshwa kuliko huyo mzee anaenda kuseega bana. Sasa tupie mtu kichana hivi ndio nini, lakini mtu mwenye tunaona akili yake inaenda kupotea bana. Sasa huyo
Wacha
atawezana na Kenya
madharau
kweli?
bwana, wacha madharau, kuwa na heshima kwa watu wakubwa, wacha madharau.
Asante Mulumbu, but hold on. Talban, are you there? Talban, umemute. Okay.
Bernard, naweza sema kitu before endelee sekunde 30 tu.
Hold on. Mulumbu, are you in a position to speak now?
Bernard,
naweza ongea.
Okay, Mulumbu, just be on hold. Caesar, what is it?
Okay, nilikuwa nasema hivi vile Talban ameenda, nilikuwa nataka kumwambia by the way, sisi wa Kisii tunakuanga na demokrasia, hatukuange na ubaguzi. That's why unaona hata Kisii hatuna certain party eti hii ni ngome ya ODM, hii ni ya Jubilee. Tuko na ile nini jirani mahali tunataka kufanya hivyo, na tunapenda kila mtu, but sasa hii ndio naona ni kama imechange. Sasa hii ground sasa imekuwa ni chungwa. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Caesar. We'll come back to that. Mulumbu?
Yes, niko hapa.
Mchango wako barabarani.
Iko sawa tu, acha niondoke, time imeenda. Hiyo ndio vile tunataka, kama Kenya yetu ingekuwa vile tunafanya kazi na mnaweza shughulika. Na kama mnatupelekea mtu ambaye anataka kutuletea wheelbarrow, hajui maslahi ya wananchi vile ilivyo, anajua tu hand out. I don't know vile nyinyi mtasurvive. Kwa sababu ukiangalia sana, Ruto knew what he was doing. Wakati aliingia kwa serikali alijua, and hiyo time alichukua, alipoingia tu na akajua, akaniclate, akajua akitumia hiyo mbinu anatumia itamwezesha kuingia serikalini na itazoesha kupumbaza vijana na kuchukua hiyo narrative yake. He knew what he was doing. That's why vile alifanya hivyo, amekata hata kurisana, najua anataka hiyo pesa, akule hiyo pesa na atumie kuhudumia vijana. Mimi nimewaambia kila mara, serikali yenye inakuza vijana wake, lazima hii serikali, kitu ya kwanza ijali elimu, kitu ya pili infrastructure, lazima ziwepo mafactory ya watu. Any country ambayo inataka kudevelop lazima iwe na viwanda. Vile mahali mimi sasa inatoka kasi huku mstudi viwanda imejaa. Mnasikia Biden anasema anataka wasaini pesa ya wale watu wanafungua biashara ya factory ndogo katika this country, lazima zifunguliwe, ndiye watu vijana watapata kazi. Na hao vijana wenye wanataka pata kazi ni waelimishwa, wameenda shule, wengine maengineer, wengine businessmen. Unaenda na ile kitu unajua umesomea, umeitengeneza, but hauna pesa. You go there, the guys una explain how you want to do that business and what you need. Ni wanaangalia watapata kitu gani na watapata kitu gani. That's how things work. That's how the country moves on. Lakini kati unaniambia ati mama Bogo utampatia pesa aenda mboga atauzia nani? You have to make a model that grow the families and everybody. Na unaona watu wanasupporta. Hao ni wale walikuwa handout, akapewa mashini ya kuosha, sasa unajua atakufa na yeye. Na hiyo mashini zimepewa watu wote Kenya. Everybody Kenya has been Ruto amewapatia. Ametumia hiyo time ya kwenda huko, ameloot hiyo pesa, ndio kuja kudanganya nao watu hapa, akajua vijana ni wajinga. Watu wa Moyo 844 na watu wa Kibaki, they don't understand anything. That guy is smart. That's how the demagogue do. That's how the bad rulers, the dictator do. Hiyo familia, huyu jamani muogo kabisa. Uongo anatumia ni uongo Museveni alitumia akiingia Uganda. See how those guys in Uganda are dying. He doesn't care. Once he gets that power, na nyinyi mna support, mtaimba kikwenu. And I'll be here laughing at you guys. Though baya niko na watoto nyumbani watakuwa naumia hiyo hapo ndani. You guys, you don't know what you're supporting. That guy is a very dangerous guy. Utakuwaje? Lazima kitu angekuwa natuambia akichukua kwani angetoka kwa serikali kwanza. Ndio sasa apiganie nje huku watu wangemsikiza, tungemsikiza, lakini umegania pale, unakula pesa ya serikali, unakula security ya serikali, kila kona ndio unatembea nao, unasema serikali ni mbaya. How? Why? Where on earth? Basi mnaniambia ati mtu smart ni smart kuwamaliza. He want to change the country like Uganda, country iwe kama. If you guys don't be careful, you'll end up like Somalia. I'm telling you. It's not a joke. Wakati ataingia dunia imeharibika, ndio sasa mtaanza kuumana. Wale support na wale hawakusupport. Nitaumana mbaya kwa sababu you'll be losing nothing. You better die better than be in a country that mtu kwanza ngojeni, you are talking you guys. The country yafaa elimishe watu wake. Vile Raila anasema watu wasome, watu wapewe makosi. Ukitoka na kosi yako huko, una experience fulani, loni iko we ile kitu unakuja kuelezea vile umefanya, kama ni mafuta ya Vaseline unaitengeneza na namna gani? What do you need? How do you make it? How do you unauza pesa ngapi? How does it work? That's how the developed countries it works. Sai factory nyingi hapa America zilipelekwa China. But now Biden anataka watu hapa wafungue mafactory. Ndiye alisema lazima pesa ipitishwe kwa bunge au watu wananio wafungue biashara, warudie biashara kutoka nje. Ndio ziuzwe nje, watu wapate pesa. Ni mnataka tupatie watu ambao wanatuletea vitu kila siku, ni kuoda vitu kutoka nje, China. When will you grow up? I don't know you guys what you're thinking. But you find some people, very good people, well educated. Nasikia wengine wa computer hapo. What they describe, it doesn't work. Ingekuwa Ruto anatuambia kama aliona government mbaya, ange hiyo pesa anajua mabilioni angeanza kutengeneza nayo mafactory. Kama anaenda Mumias anaamusha, anaenda ile nini Kikome anaamusha, kwa sababu ni biashara. Anaamusha watu kwanza kufanya kazi, akitoka akaanza kusonaona niliamusha watu wameandikwa, watu wafunikishika government. I'll make everything possible. But this guy has done nothing. In history ya Kenya, what has he done? Always kitentengeza na kuwa against. Nikishaundwa, ikapelekwa, he's there now to brag on it. Ni mzuri. Katiba ilikuwa mbaya. Sasa hivi sasa amekalia, anataka iremain hivyo. Hakuna kinda kwa mkutano, hakuna kitu anaongea Raila, ndio anaongea kwa Uhuru na Raila. They not giving us anything. Ati BBI ilikuwa ya kutengeneza watu kutaka utawala. Utawala aina gani? So utawala watu 43 kabila. Wakiweka hapo watu wengine pia wapate watu, kila mtu apate kidogo. Iko makosa gani? This is our country. Anataka uwe ni kila kitu, anataka binafsi kivyake peke yake, nobody should talk anything. Anataka aende individual. Basi unasikia nalia, unajua hao watu wamegang kwangu, hao watu 7 mimi mtu mmoja. Kwani siasa hizi ni siasa, si politics. Unasema ni sera zako ndio zinakufanya unaongoza watu. Why do you cry? Guys, haya sisi naweka macho, be blinded, just be blinded. Tanzania silitoka hapa jana, imetupita, na sisi ndio tunasemaga sisi wa Kenya ni werefu kabisa. Tanzania imetupita hapa jana.
Kwa hivyo
maswali ikiendelea.
let me malize, acha nimalize, sitaki kuuliza maswali yako, utasikiza nishamaliza. Kwa hivyo kitu nawaomba, na kitu naomba, heshima lazima iwe. Nasikia watu wengine wanasema aka kamzee kamezeeka kafaa kaende nyumbani. Kwani wewe baba yako ni kijana kama wewe? Ama mama yako ni kijana? Why can't you respect other people? Somebody you are disrespecting ni mtu ametengeneza Kenya. Hiyo pesa mnaiba sasa left and right ya counties wenye ma SCM na magavana wanakimbia na ma MP wanakimbia na pesa wanaiba hizo. Ni nani alipigania? Nani alifungua hiyo pesa ikapatikana? Hii freedom mnaongea saa hii kwa hapa kwa internet, you talk the way you want. Do you know that it was not there? People died for that. Somebody said that ya kwamba you young generation kama mko out-minded. Manyora amesema you seem you don't know. There's no country can grow without history. When somebody wants to lead, you have to know what has he done, what's his capability. Si mtu atoka kunafanya vitu bottom basi mnakuja kufuata. Kama mtu hawezi heshimu president mkubwa wake, any office you work, you go to work, kuna wakubwa wako. Kama hutaki una resign. Any office in the whole world. Na huko kwenda umeganda hapo kwa sababu katiba ilisema, then it seems wewe ni mbaya. Kwa sababu najua huyo jamaa hana namna, hawezi kufukuza kazi kwa sababu sheria imesema as you do whatever you want. Guys, jaribuni. Unajua kinavunda ndio kinanuka. Na kinakuja, mkibembeleze. Tutawaona. I'll be here seeing you guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mlungu. Atuya, you have a question.
Sina, I think hata swali nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza, unajua anasema ya kwamba kuwa kuna watu ambao tutawapigia kura tutalia. Anasema kuna wengine wanatupea fake promises. At this point, mimi sijaona candidate mwenye apeani promises. You know, during a campaign, you all give promises. And sasa sijui why he wants us to believe on other people's promises and not to believe on others. Because again, we have history of these people. CAT, they have never been anywhere in this government before. We have seen them get positions in government instead of working for people. They also say it's our time to eat. If you read Peeling Back the Mask by Miguna, or if you read The Kidneys of the King, you can see the rot that was happening at the Prime Minister's office. Is not heaven on earth. We can go back to the vijana kwa pesa kazi kwa vijana. We know where the money went to. We can even trace back to the COVID billionaires. We know who are the culprits. So I think if today, this is my assertion, if today William Ruto was to have a handshake with Raila Odinga today, na aseme Raila, mimi nimeamua, I will support you for presidency 2022, na mimi sipingani na wewe, the opinion about Ruto here will change. It will 100% change. People like Mulumbu will call him a statesman, but because he's opposing Raila, he is now a very dangerous person who can take Kenya to Somali. It is a behavior that is very uncalled for. These same people, I was betting some of these people a while ago, they hated Uhuru Kenyatta. They called him Mwizi wa mashamba. They called him everything. But today, because he's a brother to someone, he's the best leader that we have. I understand it. It's politics.
So,
So
there is a hypothesis you are trying to create of balancing the equation where we came from, balancing the equation of there is this because of this and there is that. All those allegations you are claiming, we have had how many successive governments? If it is true, Why haven't government done anything? Because, you know, except you prove to us that Raila is above the law, Raila cannot be arrested, and Raila is licensed to do corruption.
You know this country, Kenya. You know, I don't want to say something that can rattle some people here. We know this country very well. If I ask you today, tell me of any big corruption scandal that has ever been prosecuted, you can tell me of none. We actually hear of some small people, some small CEOs getting fined, and then they still go to Court of Appeal, Court of Supreme Court, and they are never even in jail. So you can never even expect those big scandals to ever come to a conclusion. The golden bugs, they can never end. And there is no leader today who's gonna lie to us that if he comes to power tomorrow, he's gonna unearth everything that has ever happened in this country. We just have to believe that the leaders who will come in, they will start a new path for this country, that we can no longer have scandals. But I know it's politics and
Politics
people
and
have to have their own.
Akuya, nikuulize swali.
Yes.
Nikuulize swali.
Niulize mkubwa.
Aya, wakati Kibaki alitoka akipatiana Uhuru na Ruto, nchi ilikuwa na kwa nini digit ngapi?
7. It was okay. It grew to 7% between 2003 to 2007, and then Raila happened.
Sitaki story mingi, nataka tu niambie ilikuwa ngapi.
Sasa lazima nipeane ka small
No, niambie tu digit ndio nataka nijue ilikuwa low ama up. Ilikuwa ina grow ama ilikuwa inakufa?
Ilikuwa ina grow.
Na sasa kama ilikuwa na grow na mzee akapatia vijana walikuwa wanajisifu ya kwamba wataenda kuinua uchumi wa nchi yetu, na akawapatia kama ina grow, kwa nini ilikufa?
Ukiangalia the digit between 2013 and 2017, in the world currently, you cannot find any country growing double digits in terms of the economy. In Europe and US, the economy has grown less than 1%. So in Africa is the only place you can find a country growing by 5, 6, 7, or even 11, 10. So between 2013 to 2017, I think the Kenyan economy is growing at around 7 or 5%.
Gakuya, what I wanted you to tell me is one thing. Kibaki aliacha kama nchi ina grow, uchumi umegrow vizuri sana, akapatia vijana. Nauliza, kwa nini uchumi umekufa? Why is it dead? Why kwa nini hatuambie nini? Ruto hatuambie ni kwa nini? Ni kama najua ni Uhuru ndiye alikuwa naiba country ni sababu imekufa. Kwa nini hatoki apiganie nje? Kwa nini anagandia ndani na majua nchi imekufa? Uhuru ameharibu nini? Serikali amekula nchi inamaliza. Why?
Ndakujibu hiyo as one answer, like mute tu kidogo ndio nisikie nasikia echo. So for Ruto to resign, it's a process. It's a personal choice for him to resign. Politically, it is not the right thing for him to do. Kama tunaongea siasa, if we speak in politics, it's not the right thing to do. It is not the sound thing to do politically. So he cannot do that. Number two, if you were saying that the economy is really bad and the deputy president needs to resign, why don't you ask the president to resign too? Because they are both elected.
Is Ruto who's saying that the economy is bad and is in the government who's saying?
True, the economy is spoiled. It is not Ruto who is saying. Ask Bernard, is the economy doing well, Mr. Bernard?
It is true the economy is not doing well. Okay.
I can answer that one too.
Hold on. Mulumbu's question is, if the youth are the ones that are to provide leadership, wazee waende nyumbani wamezeka. Okay. Mbona economy under the watch of mzee, it was growing. It was handed over to youthful leaders. And it is not working well.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll answer you. I don't believe in leadership via age. I don't discriminate leaders that they are old or young. Leadership is not pegged onto age, so I cannot discriminate Raila that he is 75 or which age. So I know if he's given the chance, he can perform. I know if Ruto is given the chance, he can perform. But I have my preference to William Ruto as the president. So the issue about age does not matter here. So if you're saying that Kibaki gave Uhuru Ruto a good economy, and I can agree to that, but I can say between 2013 and 2017, we never had a dip in the economy as we have had between 2017 and 20 and right now, and some of that can be attributed to COVID. But during 2013, 2017, I don't think we had a bad economy. We were growing.
Can I comment a short? Can I give a short comment? I would like to. Okay, you know we are looking for a problem. Mr. Mulumbu pointed out, aliuliza swali nzuri sana. Kwa nini uchumi ya Kibaki ilikuwa nzuri na wakati hawa vijana wawili waliingia uchumi ikakuja ikakuwa mbaya? Ameuliza tu swali nzuri. Kwa nini? Now we are trying to figure out what is that problem yenye tuko nayo. Ni nani hao wamefanya kuwa na hii problem? And to like point out hiyo shida imetokea wapi? In 2017 the president ambaye sisi watu wa opposition we were against him, tulikuwa hatumtaki kabisa, yeah? And na kuna mtu amekuja akamention baadaye tunakuja tunaanza kupraise the president. It's true, we are praising the president. The reason kwa yani kitu imefanya we are starting to point out where the problem is. The problem is Mr. Ruto. Kwa nini nasema the problem is Mr. Ruto? Ni kwa sababu Ruto was not with the idea of the handshake. Kwa nini hataki handshake na tunaambiwa nchi itakuwa pamoja, tukue leaders wote wakuwe pamoja na nchi iendelee, watu waendelee kufanya big four agenda, unaona hii mambo yote nchi iendelee kusonga mbele. The president akasikia, tunaweza sema alisikia wivu, akasikia uchungu, akasema yeye ataendelea kufanya siasa, ataendelea kufanya politics, ataanza campaign ya kuharibia jina government yake ambaye yeye yako ndani, ataanza kuiharibia jina. In the last 4 years ambazo zimekuwa zikiendelea, I've listened to Mulumbu very well and I have really agreed with him, yeah? Ya kwamba hawa vijana wawili, I can call them vijana kwa sababu they are younger than huyo mzee mwenye alikuwa na lead. Hawa vijana wawili walikuwa wanaangusha nchi, lakini we have the reason to separate the two vijanas. Tuseme mmoja amekuwa mzuri by being a statesman, by shaking hands na kuleta nchi ikuwe pamoja. Unaona? Amefanya nchi ikakuwa pamoja ilhali huyo mwingine hataki. Na kwa nini hataki? This is the next question that we ask ourselves. Kwa nini hataki nchi ikuwe pamoja? Kwa nini hataki Raila ashikane mkono na Uhuru? Ni kumaanisha kuna kitu ambayo amekuwa akifanya katika hiyo serikali, na ndio maana tumekuwa na hii deni yote, hii deni kubwa. Kuna kitu imefanyika hapo, and I think at this point we can all answer for ourselves ni nini yeye amekuwa akifanya katika serikali. And with that I can mute my mic.
Musa, acha nikwambie, if today I'm having lunch with Bernard na upita hapo nje utuone, huwezi ingia ukuje ukule. We have not invited you. So Raila and Uhuru had an handshake.
But your friend, your partner, the one you are eating with, has invited me to tumeangaliana, yes, tukafinyiana macho, akanikubalia nikuje niwajoin. Haimaanishi ati nimejilazimisha kuingia kwa hiyo meza. Mwenzako ndiye amekubali nikuje niwajoin. Sasa wewe hufai kusikia wivu na mwenzako ndiye amekubali.
Okay, it's my issue is Ruto was never invited into the handshake. And there's nobody.
He was invited. Let me remind you.
Bro, Ruto knew very well. Alijua.
And let me answer you politically now. Okay, now
Okay,
I'll give you a
order,
political
everybody,
answer.
mute your mics, one person at a time. Atuya.
I'll give you a political answer now because that's what you want. The moment Raila and Uhuru shook hands, they had their own personal agreements before it came out to everyone. Now, the moment you want Ruto to be subordinate to Raila in the handshake, politically that could never have worked. So the moment the two shook hands, they were behaving like equal partners. If Ruto was going to be part of that handshake, he was going to be he was going to be a junior to Raila, and politically that was not going to work well with Raila, William Ruto. And if the deputy president was Musalia Mudavadi or Kalonzo Musyoka, people without ambition, they could have blindly got in. But William Ruto knew what Raila wanted. Raila never came to shake hands because he didn't know of political ramifications that were coming through. So Ruto was not going to be a third party in his own government. So you have to stand still and be a man politically. That is a political answer.
So Atuya, I'm very happy for your brutal honesty at this time. Okay. Now that he refused to be third party, what party is he now right now?
Come up again.
Now he refused to support the handshake because supporting the handshake will make him third party. Okay, he walked away. What party is he right now?
But Bernard, why are you allowing Atuya to go with that narrative? Why do you allow him to change history? Atuya need to be honest with himself. First of all, why did we have the handshake? Was it about Raila and Uhuru? Atuya, there's what we can accept in a political podium out there, and there's what you and I know. At the point at which they were having a handshake, Kenya was actually in the brink of division. And you and I know that it was captured in the media. Kenya was actually going to be, there were Uhuru had the mandate that had been given by IEBC, but half of Kenyans had not voted. So when you're talking about making handshake look like it's something between Uhuru and Raila, that's exactly what they say out there as a propaganda. So I don't think it's fair to allow Atuya to pass away with that, unless he's just speaking the language of Ruto. I think that's okay if you want it to just.
No. Actually, I will agree with you that the time they shook hands, it was necessary they do that. But they did it on a gentleman's agreement between Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, something that was perfect. We have the political ramifications to that.
You're saying another lie.
Hold on.
He's saying another lie.
No, you will catch me with my lies later. So we have political ramifications to that. The moment the two agreed to sit on the table, to cool political temperatures, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta needed to come back to William Ruto as his partner, and so Raila goes back to his NASA core principles and brings everybody on the table. Now, when we were creating, when we want to create, we want to change the constitution of this country, let's change it as a united group of people who love this country. But the moment you make it an affair of the two, excluding other political leaders who have political ambitions, they will try to frustrate you. Mind you, and believe you me, if Raila Odinga, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and William Ruto and the other principals who are cooperating for the BBI process, we could not have cases in court. We could have had a smooth process, and Kenya could have had a constitutional change. But because they tried to bulldoze it, they tried to have it a political way, they had to face the political obstacles that were in for them. And luckily we won. We defeated them head on. We killed them, we destroyed them, and we are waiting for them to come next.
Wacha hiyo kujipiga nini. Hebu nikuulize swali. If you had political stamina, why did you fight us politically? Why did you go to hide in court? Number one. Number two, on the aspect of on the aspect of the DP refusing to play the third fiddle because he's a partner in the government. When we say presidency, okay, which is an office of the president and his deputy, how do you take it? Does the decisions of the president not incorporate the decision of the DP?
Bernard,
on a normal situation.
Atuya, wait. Yeah. There's something he said that also he shouldn't be lying about. Number one, Atuya, please, kindly, it is not the first time in Kenya where two leaders shook hands and the constitution changed and the country went on. Raila shook hands with Kibaki, the two of them, and the constitution was changed. And the life went on. Number two, wait, Atuya, wait. Number two, it is from your presidential candidate, deputy president and president. The president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta said before, in fact, even Ruto said that before Baba talked to Uhuru, he tried talking to him. And Uhuru said he was consulting Ruto every part of the time, and Ruto chose part of the BBI secretariat. So please use that. Don't try and change facts as we know them.
That's what Uhuru said. Ruto never stood on any podium to agree to that, so we cannot take it as the gospel truth.
Can I add something?
Let me answer something he raised. You said that there's a time that two leaders shook hands and the constitution was changed. That is 2007, right? But remember what happened in 2007. Kibaki never came to the table alone and Raila alone. We had Raila coming on with his brigade. He had William Ruto, he had Musalia Mudavadi, he had his team. On the other side, Kibaki came with his team and they had a mediator. And then the country was cohesively in that process. But when you just want to do something between Demba and Bernard, you discuss and then you bring it to us.
Let me correct you before you go on. Before you proceed further, let me correct you one thing, Mr. Atuya. I remember in 2007, Kofi Annan said that, is it Kofi Annan or this Tanzanian president, said that there were two people who were put outside because they vehemently opposed this kind of handshake between the President Mwai Kibaki and Raila Odinga. It was the Iron Lady in the PNU team, Martha Karua, and Mr. William Ruto from Raila Odinga's side. So Mr. Ruto has been opposing this kind of handshake from way back. So before you lie to us, I would like to correct you on that point.
Ruto never opposed the handshake. What Ruto was against, in 2007, he was against a shared government. He believed they had done enough, and I know even Bernard and most ODM guys in here believe that you guys won the election in 2007, and Ruto was of the belief, we have won the election. You either give us the government, if you cannot, let's go back and seek the mandate of the people. If Kibaki believed he had won, he could have been confident enough to go and face the people. Now, Ruto standing his ground to tell Raila, no, you have won the presidency. You need to be sworn in. If they cannot give you this thing, let's go back to the people. What's wrong with that? See how much Raila has come to suffer from that. He has gone too far.
kujibu. Wakati wao jamaa walikuwa wanazungumza baada ya Kibaki kuiba kura, how many meetings waliweka kama hawasikizani? Mkapa alikuja, sijui nini akakuja, sijui alikuwa ambassador gani akakuja. Ruto hangeweza kukubali, wale wahango, they went to and fro na people were dying. What I find you watu wa Ruto hamuna haja na watu wanakufa. You don't care. What you are after ni uongozi. You don't care if people die. But Raila ana roho ya kujua watu wakikufa wote kesha taongoza nani. You had power na kila kitu na bunduki, you kill, you don't care. So that's what your narrative. And that's what stands Ruto yuko nayo. But Kofi Annan alikuja akaangalia akasema hapana. Watu wanabaki na footback, the only people that wako na problem is people. Kibaki na Raila. Na kile vile Kibaki alikuwa analeta mchezo, walituma na Colonel Rais akakuja akamwambia Kibaki, you have to accept or yes, itakuwa maneno. No, wakati waliingia si Kenya mzima ilizima, hata simu yako kwa utumii. Everything was standstill. Mpaka Raila walipoongea na Kibaki wakasalamiana, nchi ikafunguka, vifo vikaisha. Nyinyi mmestick to this just one. Unaniambia hapa alikuwa ati Ruto alikuwa anataka lazima watu waende election. Election gani mlikuwa mnataka kwenda na people die? Were you happy when people die? I think you are happy because you never lost your brother or your sister or your mother or your father. But who those people who went through, who have seen what we went through, we know it. What I'm telling you, I went through myself, I know. Nasema vile najua, mimi nilipitia yani panga nilikosa kidogo tu. Singekuwa hai. Basi mnabao ujamaa alienda kazungumza na Kibaki akasalamiana, nchi ikapoa. Constitution ambayo mlikuwa mtaki wakapigania, jamaa amepigamia imekuja, devolution imekuja. What has Ruto stand for? Anasema mianga nini? I don't see what he stands for. Then let me give you kama ujui. Umesema vizuri sana ya kwamba jamaa kuna ambition. Yes, Ruto ana ambition. Akiweka kitu kwa ambition, ya hataki kutoka. I don't care when people die. So alijua vile Uhuru amesalamiana na, let me tell you the truth, amesalamia na Raila. Hey, huyu jamaa akisalamia na jamaa, sasa hapa sina nafasi. Na mimi kiti mimi naitaka. So lazima ni play hapa mpango vizuri vile hii kitu nitapata. Jamaa kaona hii ndini, akapiga kona. Akaanza kuplay tactics. Akaanza kufanya campaign. Sasa mdozo wake anamwambia bwana, wewe tuliza ball, wacha tufanye kazi. Hapana. Na ana wrong advisors. Walimwambia sasa kama jamaa amekufikisha hapo, what do you do? Wewe anza mwendo. Na akaanza mwendo for good years. Anaendelea na mwendo wa campaign. Basi anakuja na narrative ya hiyo siji nini hiyo, basi nyinyi akauduwingi nyinyi yote, hata na wale wamesoma wote ame blind, ame brainwash, na makanisa yote ame brainwash, ameweka pamoja. That's how wale madictators how they do. Unajua hiyo tukwambie, hiyo inaitwa obwenge. Mtu muongo na mamoja, obwenge. Hakukubali. Hata akisema hapa leo amefanya hakubali. And hiyo tactics wanatumia, hiyo tactics ya Museveni. Museveni anatumia hivyo. Museveni is not again. So what you want to wacha nimalize.
Why do you think
hold on Atuya ngoja kwanza.
Kumuuliza swali juu anaenda tu on and is wrong.
Hold on, just a little patient. I know we are almost running out of patience, I understand, and we are too late in the day. We need to close. So Mlumbu, go straight to the point tuanze kumaliza.
So straight to the point ni hii. Ruto alijua kitu anafanya. He knew what he was doing. Hata yeye ni sabotage ya serikali, he knew akifanya hivyo atakuja rudi kwa watu, awaseme ni wabaya, mimi nilitoka. He knew what he was doing. Ni very smart. Sije ni mjinga, alijua na hajui kitu anafanya hapo nyuma kuna watu werefu pia itakuja kumhana. Na nyinyi watu mnamsupport, you wait. Alianza mapema, ngoja ifike mwezi wa 3 mwezi ndio utajua. But mkichagua, as I've said, let's wait and see. Thank you.
Mulumbu natutanganya hapa bana. Ni kama hii handshake ni kama kuita mtu kwa bedroom yako alafu sasa unaambia ati akae kando na bibi
Hold on,
wako bana. Si hata
ni sawa vile ulivyosema, yuko on.
ukiita
Hold on,
mtu kwa bedroom
Mzungu.
yako bana, alafu sasa akae hapo akae nini kando na bibi wako, si hata defile.
Order everybody. Which bedroom are you talking about? I want us to be realistic. The government of Kenya is the government
Unajua
of
sasa
Kenya.
nimetumia mfano. Nimetumia mfano tu sasa. Hii handshake
huyo ndio Taliban.
Si ndio?
Na kuambia the government of Kenya belongs to
everybody.
Yes, every Kenyan. Is Raila a stranger?
Yeah.
How can he be a stranger when
he's
he's a
not
Kenyan?
a stranger, lakini sasa
so if mtu akikuwa incorporated
hakuwa kwa serikali, unajua serikali
ngoja Taliban, because unajua ninyi watu tunataka kufanya the government of Kenya to be a private affair of Jubilee.
Abana, sio hivyo. Unajua sasa unajua sasa sio ati mara yetu ya kwanza kujua vile Raila anakuanga. Yani akiingia tu serikali anaanza kufuruka vitu maneno, yani ni mtu mfuruku tu.
Ruto alikimbia siku ya kwanza after the handshake. Alikuwa amefuruka nini?
Yeye anataka kukua, yani akae kama president na yeye sio deputy president na yeye sio deputy president. Sasa wewe maneno ya huyu Raila.
When Mulungu was speaking, haukuwa unamuuliza maswali katikati. But the moment Taliban
naomba hivi niliwaambia we are late in the day, we want to begin to close. Na sitaki hapa story ya kunini ya kubishana story ya UDA na ODM. We are on the winding line. We want to hear the submission of Joshua as they give their closing remarks. The story ya kuendanga ya kutafuta excuses for the misbehavior of the DP, hiyo ndio staki. Mtu akifanya makosa ambiwe amefanya makosa, na ni makosa wewe kudefy your boss. It doesn't matter how many rights you have in any country anywhere on the earth. You don't defy your boss and stick in the office unamwambia utadu. That doesn't work, and it is a bad example to the children. Justifying it makes it even worse. If you are the husband, you have made up a decision. Watoto wanaenda Buruburu girls, wanaenda Buruburu primary school. Okay, then your wife
alafu sasa you are husband, alafu unaleta bwana mwingine kwa bedroom yako.
In Africa we marry even 6. There is a man who has 5 wives, all of them under one roof in the same house. So you will be, and he's still the control of the compound. You don't find an excuse for somebody to rebel. Let's just drop that. Let's just drop that. Where is this Chengo?
Leo Kenya mlali. Leo Kenya mlali.
Leo Kenya ndio nataka nifunge kitu in the next 10 minutes.
Bana.
At least Kenya tulale kidogo.
Subiri
kwa ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Nimesema Chengo ndio anaongea kwanza. Nimeona mkono ya kuku Kurukuntu TV. Nimeona mkono yako, subiri na kuja. Okay? Nasikia kutoka Chengo, alafu tuondoke tafadhali. Chengo, unmute and talk.
Yes, hamjambo.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asante sana. So I've been hearing everyone speak from both sides. It's been like a shouting match, from our brothers. I'm a Baba man, and what I'm hearing Ruto say is not really a policy. It's not a policy. He's just blubbering. He just shouting. Nataka kumpatia mama mboga, nataka kuwasaidia mama mboga, nataka kuwasaidia watu wa bodaboda, mkulima, hawa jamaa wa chini. Ni kina nani? Utawasaidia vipi? Lakini baba akiongea, you can hear he's articulating policies. We want to do this. If we look at other countries that were with us during then, to now we move forward. What did we do wrong? You know, he's trying to find the problem. Once you have the problem, you come up with a solution. Right? Wale tuliokuwa tuko nao wakati wa 1960s na wamepiga hatua, sisi tulikosea wapi? Unaona? Ndio anasema jenga Kenya, nunua Kenya. We make from within. Once we have that, all those factories, that's where we get this of employment. No. We cannot compare ourselves with the US. We cannot compare ourselves with some developed European countries. Bado tuko chini kiuchumi. So we have to see, where did they start? Technologically, we are very behind. We are very behind. Sasa mtu umeenda university, umemaliza degree yako, alafu unaambiwa focus iko kwa kina mama mboga. Sasa wewe mwenyewe ulienda shule, where's your position? Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, naomba mwenye kuribato.
Hiyo ni strategy ya Ruto bana. Anaona sasa sababu economy ya Kenya imekuwa mbaya, sasa tutumie hii mbinu. Sasa hiyo unatuambia hivi tusijaribu.
That is what people want to hear, and he knows how to do that. He's telling what people want to hear.
Okay.
But he doesn't mean it. He just wants power. That's all.
Okay, Chengo.
Yes.
You actually say that whenever Ruto speaks, he's speaking rumors, he's speaking something very unpracticable. So what makes you think when somebody says he will build an industry, it's something practical?
No, you have to answer.
Theories.
You have to answer. You have to ask yourself questions.
Okay, answer me. That's the question I want you to answer me. Now tell me why you feel that we are telling the people at the bottom of the pyramid that we will empower them. That is hogwash as compared to telling them we will build industries. What's the difference?
Chengo, can I answer for you?
No, I want Chengo to answer me, not you guys.
Atuya and the rest, please. Let's keep order. I said we are winding up, okay?
But Mr. Bennett, I can answer for Chengo what Atuya has asked.
Give your answer immediately. Give your answer in very brief. Go ahead.
Okay. Atuya, tulikuuliza ni nini Ruto atafanya na hiyo 120 million ambayo ana promise. And we trace that what he would actually do is what the Kenyan government is actually doing right now by kupatiana hizo uwezo fund na hizo manini. I thought we talked about this like 3 hours ago. We have already talked about this. Sijui ni nini hiyo unasema ambayo the Kenyan we don't understand. But what Raila is talking about, and that's what Mr. Chengo has said, is something that is more articulated and is something that is way much better than what Mr. Ruto is talking about. Rather than having madeni ya hizo mauwezo fund na hizo madeni za uwezo fund na youth fund, mbona tusijengewe more industries ambazo zitakuwa na Kenyan made products na Kenyan made goods ambazo itafanya Wakenya wengi, Kenyan youth wakuwe employed kulingana na uwezo wao ambayo wamesomea. Wale ambao wamefika university watapata kazi, wale ambao ni mamboga ambao pia wako na level kidogo ya watapata kazi katika hizo industries. Kwa nini tusifanye hiyo ambayo Raila anasema itakuwa imefanyika kuliko tuende kwa hiyo 120 million ambayo Ruto anasema, na hata hatujui atapatiana aje hiyo 120 million. Si tumekuwa kwa hiyo discussion. Hiyo 120 million we even don't know how we will give out.
Okay, okay. Thank
And
you,
then
Musa. I think you have
in
made your
our
point.
African countries, this bottom-up economy, even in Africa, there is nowhere it has been proven and tested that it's working. So we don't want to experiment with our already delicate economy. We do not want.
Penny, are you done? You
Yeah,
have.
what I was saying is that why would we subject our already delicate and why would we subject our already delicate economy to something that has not been proven and tested? We are not sure where it has worked locally in the African continent. Yeah, so we cannot go for something that is sounds too good to be true. We want something that will address our urgent need,
It is going
which
to
has
work.
yeah.
Penny, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Who is speaking?
I have a question, Atuya.
Yeah,
Atuya, you are coming in from any quarter when we are trying to wind up. Ask your question very briefly.
No, you are the majority here, so you actually
In
giving
fact,
negative.
it's not a matter of numbers. It's a matter of we are trying to wind up.
Objectivity.
So it's not a matter
Yeah.
of balancing who has spoken, who has not.
And
but
then it's also a
let's
question
be
of
fair.
objectivity. We
Yeah.
don't want to be protecting personalities. We are objectively, that is why we have gone to school. So we are objective in our discussion.
That's very true, Penny. If it's an issue of becoming objective enough, then
Yeah.
we should be giving both sides an equal ear. When someone comes in and says that your proposal is poor, it's not working, it's not gonna work, and then on the other side he says industries, we will build an industry in every village that will work. That is now thinking. That is
Even
not.
reviving
That's not being.
Atuya,
That's not being
reviving
critical thinkers. That's not being a critical thinker.
Atuya, reviving our industries that have collapsed, like the Kikomis, like the Sony Sugar, and other organizations that have collapsed. These are things that have existed before. It's only that corruption, due to corruption, these industries collapsed because of corruption. It is what.
And I've always asked you guys a question. You guys are always pegging bottom-up approach to Mama Mbogas only. Bottom-up approach is a way of approaching the economy of this country. When Ruto says a bottom-up approach, it doesn't mean he's only going to focus on Mama Mbogas. There's what he calls creating new SMEs in the economy. We want young people to create
I think
businesses.
now we're gonna go around in circles. Bernard.
No,
We'll never come out of that place.
because you cannot peg bottom-up approach to Mama Mbogas and equate that to Raila's industries. And the issue about industries, it was even brought about by us creating industries at the bottom level to create employment for people. Now you're running with the idea and weighting it against Mama Mbogas. You cannot do that.
Atuya, I love the way you keep you know. I know it is difficult to. Yes. Please, let's mute our mics, Kwanza. If everybody is going to call, we are going to end up making noise. Okay. Atuya, you asked a question: the difference between Raila's promises and Ruto's promises.
Unmute, Bernard, unmute.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm saying Ruto is promising to send 120 million to every constituency additional to help people who wants to do business borrow money for either at no interest or at less interest, so that they
That's
can
one.
get loan outside the banking system.
Yes, that's
Okay.
one. Two.
Sorry, which
That's
other one
one.
has he promised?
We have spoken about SMEs. We have spoken about local manufacturing, value addition.
What local manufacturer? When did you speak that? I'm hearing it from you.
Listen to yourself questioning.
No.
Do you think, no. Ruto has
The
always
person who has spoken about industrialization.
Go back to
Relax.
Go back to Ruto's interviews.
The only person who has spoken about industrialization and value addition is Baba. And he did that.
After ameona bottom up.
What bottom up? You know, you people have turned UDA into the dictionary of this country.
We have always spoken about value addition.
You are not being honest.
Animal skins.
Let's look here. On the basis of what you are saying, who came up with bottom up? Is it not Ndi? And it's not Ndi who went on Twitter and said he copied what was in NASA. And NASA was in 2017.
Wait, listen. Ndi was the chief economist in the NASA. And when Raila shook hands with the Uhuru, he ran away with his ideas to Ruto. So bottom-up approach was never an idea of NASA or even Raila. It was an idea.
We are not saying we are the ones that say it. We are saying it is
Ruto,
who said that the narrative you are selling of dynasty against wherever hustlers was bad for the country. So he came and helped you change it from bottom up to cool the war that was brewing between the hustlers and the dynasty. It is reported. You can take on Twitter's handle. Fondi is the one who said it. We are not the ones that said it. So we can't recant what somebody else said until that person comes and says that's not what you said.
Fondi is the one who said it. We are not the ones that said it. So we can't recant what somebody else.
Now, I think we are overdoing this. Let's conclude. Let's hear from Kukurukuntu TV.
Yes.
You give your submission and closing remarks in the next 2 minutes or so.
Yeah. Otherwise, I was giving the closing remarks. Number one, kitu nasema ni hii, because no topic ilikuwa na we were talking about Ruto in Kisii and Papa in Garissa. So what I was quoting is this one, as it was stated earlier from Kisii County. Previously, tulikuwa tunakuwa divided, ni tutakuwa in two groups, hata 3, hata mtu yote akikuja sana aweza pewa kura. But at this moment, the ground it has changed, and that's what I want to tell you. Atuya, my brother, Kisii ananyamira, the ground imebadilika. If you want to witness this one, you can go and review. Mimi nilikuwa kwa ground jana. Pale ground ilikuwa tofauti. Ogembo Center, it has inapepa constituency 3, that is Bomachoge, Chache, and that is South Mugirango, and that is Bobasi. Akupata chance ya kusungumza the Hasra Nation mnasema. Hakupata the real opportunity ya kuongea na watu because the ground it was totally different. The ground was shouting Jungwa. Let's go to Ikoba Center, imepepa Abagirango, watu kutoka South Mugirango and Bomachoge, Chache. The ground was too different, which shows ground ni tofauti. So what is being ile ambayo watu wanaimba from that side ni kitu ilikuwa ni kitu yenye watu wenye hawajagundua, but wenye washagundua ukweli what is the Hasra Nation, kitu inamaanisha wamesha change mind. Another thing nini nasema kwamba for us to promote economy in our country, one thing is to end corruption. If we end corruption, Papa vile anasema kwamba atahakikisha kwamba atamaliza mambo na corruption. We will build our country as Tanzanians, vile Tanzania walifanya. Tanzania ni achuzi, lakini because of the end that corruption, country iko very well, iko sawa. But if you cannot manage this corruption, hata tulete bottoms up and left and right and up and down, kama corruption ijaisha, hatutaenda mahali, tutakwama, tutaishi tu na maskina, tutakuwa na wheelbarrow and whatever will be there. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, Bernard. Nashukuru sana, tutakuwa pamoja tena, if God willing, tutakuwa pamoja. This is Nyaptodeni Amkuntu from Kisii TV, but Kukurikuntu is my name. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you are new here, you have not joined our WhatsApp group, there is everybody mute your mic, please. Talban, your mic is on. There is the private chat. Private chat, you drop your number there. Then we will be able to add you on a WhatsApp group where we discuss these things before we come on the live discussion. It's also very hot there, but we would want, if you want to be debating there, please leave your number there so that we add you. But if you don't have to, it's an open invitation. Let's hear from Tony, and although you came in late, you just give your submission as brief as possible, and then you give your closing remarks. Carry on. Tony, unmute first. You are still mute. You are still mute, Mr. Tony. Unmute your mic first.
Okay. Let me say hi to everyone.
Yeah. Hi.
It's unmute.
Okay, carry on now. We can hear you.
Now, yeah, you can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you well. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to listen today the way the DP was traversing the Kisii counties. I see also together with the attempt to visit Kebirigo, which is under Nyamira County, trying to see the impact or get the impact that is making on the ground. And quite honestly, it's a fact that he has a quite number of followers over there, and people try to listen to his to him. However, you doubt whether these are faithful followers, whether they are really following his policies, or they are after what he can give them. Of course, the Kebirigo one was disrupted, and the others, of course, Osoro's place was not as many or more turnout than like it was expected. Of course, in Kisii town, there's some guys, whether arranged or by accident, tried to shout him down, where he had to pass through by not even responding. Now, when I try to see what he's trying to sell, his policies, of course, one of the policies, bringing funds or money to the Mamamboga or the common person is one of the good policies that he can bring to the people. But the way he's putting it, there is no it is not institutionalized. There is no law yet to dictate the same that hiyo pesa is guaranteed to the people. It's just a promise. and it is not more likely to happen because you don't know whether it will be passed in parliament, or how many MPs is going to get, so that they can assist him to pass the same. Of course, he has had the time in parliament. If he could have whipped these guys in parliament, probably that number which supports him, they could have passed such a policy. Why did he not do it? So if he had a chance with these guys because he has a lot of influence in them and he never did it, he has very good excuses, which I think, of course, he cannot be justified to do that because he is in the system. He has had the power to make laws that was to align with his policies right now, or his manifesto, saying that if he gets the office, he's going to do the same, is more likely to be a lie, because he does not know the future, what it holds for him. Now, and then when you compare him with Baba. Baba has an advantage because he claims, he honestly, openly says he's not in the government, although he has some friendship through the handshake with the leadership. Now, if he has the friendship cannot necessarily translate to legislation. The handshake, it was personal, and it has helped, assisted both Baba and the president in the office right now to do some projects here and there. Now, this is what goes wrong with the DP. The DP wants everything. He does not want to cooperate with the group. He's not a team player. He's a sole man. He wants to get everything by himself, do by himself. This is egocentrism. His ego is too much. And if he takes power, there is a danger that he will dictate some things or some policies that will not resonate well with the rest of the population. Now, according to me, of course, I do admire very much the way he plays his politics, but the problem is these politics have an hidden agenda. So for those of us who are not interested in politics, sometimes people try to say, so long as I'm given some money here and there, I don't care. But they give this money. This money is not their own money. This money is the money that were assigned to their offices by law, especially the DB. He has a budget for his office. How much money he is getting with all the benefits, he has made enough money to save, because he's not doing no government work right now, to save and bring to these people. Even the money, when you go to church, you give the money to the church. In fact, he went to some church in Kisii, and he was saying, he's trying to apologize why he was not called to come and give.
Okay, Tony, I think has a technical hiccup. Or can we hear from Geoffrey your closing remarks? Geoffrey, Penny, then Musa. Geoffrey, Penny, Atuya, then Musa.
Okay, thank you, Brother Bernard, for the chance, and I really appreciate all the panelists, the way they have articulated the issues, and I admire, Brother Tuya, how you're trying to defend the person you are really campaigning for. We are a democratic. Everybody has a right, whatever to campaign for and whatever to say his manifesto. But I'm gonna leave you, brothers and sisters, one thing. Our country needs to be revived. And we know very well the problem which is hailing our country. We as the youth, the young generation, the people who have gone to school, I'm very sure all of us will know what is the best, and we understand what's going on in the ground. If we can put aside our differences and know what's right in our country and what is supposed to be done, and our youths can come up and help our hailing country to a direction which we need. We really need, because if we don't do anything, we as the youth, I'm very sure that our kids, our grandkids, they will have no place to be. And what I'll say that let us keep on discussing such issues in a sober way, and let us listen to everyone's views, and let us be democratic. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. Can we now hear from Penny? Your closing
Okay,
remarks.
thank you. Thank you so much for the privilege. Okay, I wanted to comment about our immediate need as a nation is to curb the effects of the pandemic of COVID. COVID has adversely affected our economy and rendered so many people jobless. And we have people who are not able to even afford their basic needs. So I think the current and the future government, as they campaign and even as we continue to build upon what we have, we should take into account the effects of the pandemic and try to avert them. We should also, as a nation, be very keen, and especially for the next government, 2022. Our debt ratio is not acceptable. We have borrowed a lot, and there are so many ongoing projects. We are not sure they are going to be finished by the time we go into elections. So I think debt ratio is also one thing that our government has to really come out clearly and ensure that it is under control. Then we also have a negative ethnicity, more so during these times of elections and post-election violence. We do not want to end up like the 207. We don't want to go back there. So I think it's upon, as much as we might have those burning different divergent whatever opinions, I think we should also control our emotions. We should not go overboard. I see a lot of young people using very bad abuses, and maybe I keep using this platform. I keep taking advantage of this platform because I know that people are gonna watch. We reach out to so many. Someone using a term like Kalejinga. I don't know who has ever seen that on Facebook when Ruto is campaigning. That's a Jaluo. Yeah. So we should really take care of negative ethnicity and ensure that we do not ban our country. Our country will still be here even after the elections. And then peace. We need peace. We cannot have progress in our nation. Even the economy that you're talking about, the bottom up and all those models cannot be able to thrive in a war-torn country. So we need peace. Peace is very necessary for us to be able to do anything. Yeah, and then we also need an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. Some of the licenses and the processes and the procedures are not very good for business, and I think the government should also look into that, not making it very hard for investors when they come. I've had a lot of people complaining that the cost of doing business in Kenya is quite high. So I think those are also issues that our presidential candidates should be able to look into. and accountability and corruption. Accountability and corruption is causing the bleeding of our economy. And if our budget can be, if our politicians can be able to account for the finances and the money that goes to the county and the various funds that have been established, then we will not need to borrow so much, because we have enough money to run our government. But it's through the bleeding, the stealing, and the looting that makes the money it makes us to go short of our budget. Yeah, and then about the bottom up, I think I will continue to make this comment. The DP and his team need to come out about this bottom up, because to me it seems a populist ideology. It is so populist. It is appealing to, it seems to me like it is meant to appeal to the emotions of the masses, which should not be. So they need to tell us the structures, the mechanisms, and the legislations that they have in place for this bottom-up ideology to be a success, as they are pushing for it. To ensure that it's not a recipe for looting and corruption. So that is those are my comments for this moment.
Okay, thank you, Penny. Appreciate that. Can we now get closing remarks from Atuya? Then we will go to Musa, Talban, and then Tony is back. I think Tony will have the last word. Atuya.
I don't have different closing remarks from the ones that I've just been emphasizing on. Just to begin with, Penny, I've had a question that I wanted to ask you for a while, but let me just put it. You quoted a Bible, Roman something, and it was saying something about
13. Romans 13.
It says something about respecting
authority.
Respecting authority.
Yes.
Respecting authority does not mean it is only vertical, that you have to respect your boss and don't expect respect back. Respecting your authorities from the Bible, it means respect your boss and your boss should equally respect you. So if your boss does not respect you, well, let me finish. It's now about giving final remarks. If your boss does not respect you, he deserves not to be respected. Even the Bible says,
Atuya, don't go there. Please don't.
Atuya,
reading my final remarks.
No. You are spoiling the Bible completely.
Allow me to read this.
The Bible says, honor your father and mother. Full stop. It does not tell us the status of our father
and
or
it
mother.
Says, and the Bible continues, and you parents, do not behave in a way to provoke your children. And so says the Bible.
Bernard,
that does not mean respect your father and mother as long as they don't provoke you. That is not what the Bible is teaching.
No,
you must accept the authority over your life, be accountable over that authority. Then that's when you are now in order, even to complain about your being provoked. But the moment you disrespect your father and mother, you're already out of order.
No, it wants parents
Atuya,
against
go and read
abusing your children.
Romans 13, verse 1 and 2, and I can read it so fast. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. Period.
Very true. Very true. Is the office of the deputy president, does it have authority?
Yes, it is the president is the head of the authority.
Of the government. Okay, and then the deputy president, does his office have any authority?
You are only in authority when you are under authority.
Don't assist her. Let me question
her.
Does it have authority?
Brother
Who is
Bernard, I
the
thought
boss?
you were giving out the final remarks. What's going on?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question and then go on. So I want to tell
Who
you
is
this.
his boss?
No, he has a boss, and then the boss has his juniors. You have to respect your juniors for them to
There's
respect you back.
nothing like that.
And
There's nothing like that.
so you want
Atuya, just
to
give your
meet.
closing remarks. Don't teach the Bible. We will teach you the Bible later, please.
No,
We are closing. It's 5 a.m. We are in Nairobi.
You cannot quote the Bible ODM Kali. You can't.
There is
You
no
have to quote the
ODM Bible, and there is
biblically.
no UDA
That is an
Bible.
ODM
The
Bible which
Bible
says
is God's
respect
word,
your
which
junior
is
and don't respect.
absolute.
No.
Absolute.
That's
It's
where
not
you go
subject
wrong
to
with the
review.
gospel. The gospel
No, which
is
gospel are you
just.
talking about? If you want us to
The
deal with the
gospel is very
Bible, let
just.
us
If
open
you
the
read
Bible
it,
and take it out.
Bernard, we want to do our remarks, man. To shout our remarks.
No,
now let me finish. Let me
don't
finish.
make the Bible say. Don't make the Bible say what it was not meant to say.
No,
Just
no,
give your closing remarks to
there's one
Songebele.
thing I know. You have the security in this platform, so you would always want to dictate what I say, and I'm very glad that today I've not been removed because of standing with William Samoei Ruto. I might not even finish what I'm saying before I'm removed, but to finish, Penny, I want to tell you that
Respect is a two-way traffic, man.
yes, if respect is a two-way traffic, if you have to respect me so that I can respect you. If a principal does not respect his deputy principal, there will be chaos in that school. Let me go on with my final. Let me go on with my final.
Kinds of respect.
Now,
I
let me
disagree.
finalize by saying, Kenyans are ready. Kenyans are ready for change, and Kenyans are ready for a president who's daring enough to change the fortunes of this country. And by that, I mean that William Ruto is ready, has a plan and has a policy, and he has ways that he wants to change the economy of this country. When we speak about bottom-up approach, we are speaking about the holistic economy approach. Let nobody come here telling you that bottom-up approach is about giving women mama mbogas money. When we say bottom-up approach, it is the holistic way of looking at the economy. The economy has industries, the economy has banks, the economy has the mama mbogas, the economy has industries, the economy has got the macro and the microeconomics. When we say we want to approach it from the other side, we are not going to, bottom up cannot be about giving mama mbogas money. That is an ODM way of thinking. And then there was someone who was saying that Kisii is ODM, Kisii is what? Kisii has the whole of Kisii County and Nyamira County has 0 MPs of ODM. So nobody should come here and tell me that Gusii land is ODM. That is far-fetched, and it's an idea that I cannot buy. I wanted to speak about the components of bottom-up approach.
You are being absolute on matters that are unfounded.
No, you never guided Geoffrey. You never guided Penny. Why are you putting words on me?
You are being absolute on unfounded matters. Who won the last by-election?
You will have your chance. You will debunk that. You will have your chance. You will debunk that. Why are you interrupting?
It's not interruption, Atuya. You are becoming irritant for nothing.
I'm becoming irritant to people who don't want to hear the truth.
Sweeping statements that you cannot substantiate.
Okay, ask me
there
one.
There is no ODM MP in Kisii.
Yes, give me one.
Who won the last by-election in was it Bochari or the other?
The by-election, that's one, the latest one. I'm speaking about 2013, the 2017 by-elections. We didn't have any MP.
Okay, who is the governor? The governor of Kisii is he
I'm
not?
Speaking about the governor of
Abu, finish your submission, please. Let's get out of here.
I will have to be very
Bernard is so biased.
Who don't want to listen to what we are saying. If you don't want us on this platform, you remove us, as Mutumei does. I wanted to speak about the bottom-up pillars. we have manufacturing, that includes value addition. We have creating a fund for the local people to have money to do business. That is one of it. We also have creating an enabling environment for more SMEs to grow, so that we can broaden the tax base, so that we can have more small companies coming up that can create employment for the people. And I was also speaking about, I think that's all I wanted to say. But to finish with, like it or not, for this being an audience platform, you have to agree with me that William Samoei Ruto is your next president. And I want to
Is
thank
there
Mr.
anything about
Mutembei.
corruption? Is there anything
Mutembei,
about
today
corruption
you
in
have performed very
your
well. You have not removed me from this platform for the first time. You have allowed me to speak my mind, and I congratulate you for that. And I think you are starting to agree with me that the Kenyan people want to listen to what William Ruto's people are saying and be blessed.
I'm happy
And
that you
for
have,
the Hustler Nation,
cleared the
I want
air.
to remind you, it is our
Ngoja
time
kwanza,
to
tumeni
celebrate
kama
our
umemaliza. Mbona
good night,
unafungua
and
tena?
see you in the morning. I'm gone.
You haven't
I'm
addressed
happy
corruption
that you have confirmed that bottom up is not about Mama Mboga.
Good night, and see you in the morning.
Everybody mute your mic, please. Let's hear from, was he Musa or Taliban? Closing remark, 1.5 minutes.
Okay, mine is very short. I would like to.
Okay, what?
No, it's me.
Okay,
no, it's Taliban.
No, Taliban, ngoja kwanza.
Taliban, you have to wait. Let me just. Mine is very short. Huh?
Carry on, Musa.
Okay.
Carry on, Musa.
So I would like to quote my closing remarks from a clip on Citizen TV interview that was held a few days ago. Is it Kimemia? He said that during a general election, when there are two candidates who are most likely 50-50%, the deep state is most likely to play a role in the outcome of the election. So I've followed this discussion, and I've also participated in this discussion. And what has come out is that my counterparts from the UDA, they just argue, and they like to maneuver, in their way, just like their leader, Mr. William Ruto, likes to maneuver to bring his points. So in the end, we know what will happen. I believe the right leader is my choice candidate, and I believe there will be a good outcome, because we cannot be each and every time tunaambiwa tu mambo ya uongo kila pahali. Mtu anaenda anaambia watu anawaambia watu zile vitu wanataka kusikia, na hasemi ile kitu ambayo atafanyia Kenya nzuri. Anawadanganya wananchi, anawaambia ile kitu ambayo wanataka kusikia, na in turn anagawanisha Wakenya. That is something that haileti shangwe, and it's not good. It's not good for our nation. So to finalize on my closing remark, ningependa kusema although Atuya has gone, but we have Taliban here, people should argue wakiwa with open mind. Kila mtu anafaa kusikiza point ya mwenzake na ajaribu kuprocess what this other guy is trying to say. Si ati Mr. Bernard or who else anajaribu kukusimamisha kwa sababu unasema point yako na hataki kusikia. Anakusimamisha kwa sababu ya reason. Na mimi nimesikia, na wengi wetu hapa wamesikia hizo points zenye majamaa wanajaribu kusema. People are just trying to maneuver to get their way, waonekane tu wameshinda through their points. Watu wameshikwa hapa wakijaribu kudanganya vitu hapa. Hiyo bottom up economy for more than 5 hours tumejaribu kuongea, watu wameshindwa kudefine the bottom up economy. So I like this kind of forum. It's reaching many Kenyans, and I think it's good. And the way we are interacting, it's good. The way we are interacting. Na yeah, mambo itakuwa tu salama na Wakenya tusipigane. And with that, I close my remarks.
Okay, thank you, Musa. And let's let everybody know that we are here and trying to shape the opinion of Kenyans in the right way. I appreciate everybody's contribution. Taliban, give your closing remarks. Then Tony will have the last word. We are out of here.
Wakubali tu wasikie maneno yao na wasiwe na furuku yoyote. Hiyo ndio tu nataka niseme. Alafu sasa nataka tena niambie wa Kenya, Kenya ni nchi ya Mungu. Hatutaki ukanga.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Okay, Tony, take over.
Yeah, I hope this time the net is going to allow me finish my statement. Okay.
Please keep it brief. It is 5 a.m. in Nairobi.
Okay, all right. Yeah, in the words of Governor Mandago, the guy I admire from a distance, his politics. Hii mambo ya siasa usiweke kwa roho. Hii kitu hebu weka kwa kinywa uongee, alafu upumue kama unapumua pu. Ikiisha ndio maisha iendelee. Utashikwa na hata attack bule. So in politics, we use brains. This is not spirituality, we use our hearts. Usiweke kwa roho, weka kwa kichwa. You use your logic, your arguments to be logical enough so that you can put your points forward. Now, the way things are going, as I have argued previously on this forum, the dice is already cast. In fact, it's only that the DP cannot afford to retreat. He started the game, he will finish it. But he already know the results. We know how Kenya is, and I have said this before, the citizens do vote, but the system counts. And that is it. It's unfortunate, but that's it. So those of our friends here wanaleta hasira hapa, hiyo hasira usisikwe na don't get a heart attack. Hii kitu weka kwa kichwa iishe, na kesho ingine you can formulate another argument. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Thank you, Musa. Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Geoffrey. Thank you, every other person that participated. Let us give a shout to a few of those that followed us on YouTube and elsewhere. And a lot has been, given out in terms of comments. Some are friendly, others are unfriendly. And so we will not read any of them, but we will shout out some names. Moses Nanje, thank you for following Tembei TV. Aaron Ruto, thank you so much. We have Variety Gitash. Tunakushukuru sana kwa kujumuika nasi. Gesa 047 TV. Thank you for being faithful follower of Mtembei TV. We appreciate Asil 2 TV for keeping it here. There is Robert Male. Thank you so much. Who else? There is Ray Amilion. Thank you. I really appreciate all of you for making time to continue following this broadcast. Let's continue sharing with everybody in our life. And let's pray for Kenya. And let us direct our sphere of influence. Mtu akikuuliza swali, wacha propaganda, mwambie ukweli wa mambo, vile unaona na vile una assess. Hii maneno ya propaganda mingi inaharibu mambo mengi. Otherwise, God bless you. Have a blessed day. See you later on. Those who have not joined the WhatsApp group, I saw your numbers. If you haven't given your number, put it in the private chat. And if you're on the comment section, you can try to get into the studio so that you get to the private site where we can add you to the WhatsApp group. Or on the WhatsApp, just search for Mtembei TV Debater, and we'll be able to add you. We'll send you the link. That's where we debate almost every day. Otherwise, here we maybe if something comes up, we'll come earlier. But our shows are usually weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Mungu awabariki sana. See you when you see us.
Thank you. See you. Good night, everyone.
Bless you.
Good night.